I declare open this public hearing of the Joint Select Committee on Northern Australia. The committee is hearing evidence on the committee's inquiry into the cyclone reinsurance pool. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and I pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The committee prefers all evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in private session. It's important that witnesses give the committee notice if they intend to give evidence in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken. The committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer to be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. I remind any witnesses that mobile phones should be switched off or turned to silent, and committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking should mute their microphones. Finally, on behalf of the committee, I would thank all those who have made submissions and sent representatives here today for their cooperation in this inquiry. So I welcome on teleconference a representative from the Australian Consumer Insurance Lobby who's on by video conferencing, and I invite you to state your name and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My name's Tyrone Shanderman. I am the chairperson of the Australian Consumers Insurance Lobby. Our association is an incorporated association representing consumers on all issues related to insurance. We were previously the Northern Australia Insurance Lobby, and we were set up initially to advocate solely on the issue of insurance in Northern Australia. That is still an important issue, or the top issue for our association, but we decided earlier this year to broaden our scope and look at other issues for consumers as well. So we're pleased to be here today.
All right. Thank you, Tyrone. For that short statement. I should acknowledge Shane Newman, who's also a member of the committee, is on video conferencing as well, and other members of the committee. If I could, the Deputy Chair, Mr Ench.
Hi, Tyrone.
G'day, Warren.
We've got Andrew Wilcox, Susan McDonnell, and then on my right, Luke Gosling, member for Solomon, Senator Penny Allman-Payne and Senator Nita Green. All of the members of the committee are present, and I invite you, besides your short statement, if there are any members of the committee who would want to, if that was your final opening statement, any members of the committee would ask a question.
Yep. I have questions, but if the Deputy Chair wants to go first.
Yeah,
I'm happy to go first. Tyrone, how many times, leading up to this reinsurance pool, how many times, can you remember the number of times you and I interacted? How many times we had discussions on this, working a way to try and formulate it?
We had quite a few discussions, Warren. We've worked with you and the previous government quite a bit on the implementation of the reinsurance pool. So I would say even more recently as well, we've been in contact with each other. So yes, thank you very much.
And it's fair to say that you assisted me in designing the concept of what we were trying to establish, and that we
Yes,
accepted that at the end of the day that there would be issues with the pool, that unexpected issues, and we talked about a 12-month review instead of a 3-year review to make sure that we sorted those out. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. So we always agreed that version 1 was never going to be perfect, and that it would always need refining over time. And yes, we specifically asked your government at the time for a 12-month review of this reinsurance pool, because we don't really know what impact it will have on all consumers, including those not covered by the cyclone reinsurance pool. For example, are insurers only going to cover clients in North Queensland that fit the accepted criteria, or are they going to find reinsurance for those other clients as well?
Given that it's the first of its kind in the country, we knew that there were going to be some challenges. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
How many times did you have a discussion about this issue leading up to the introduction of the reinsurance pool with Senator Nita Green?
Yeah, we have spoken to her a couple of times.
Did she raise concerns about it?
She certainly raised concerns about this cyclone reinsurance pool. She raised concerns about the lateness of the information being provided, or the lack of information being provided to her government at the time around the cyclone reinsurance pool, including the modelling, and also the fact that that the government wasn't given the opportunity to review all of the information before voting it through Parliament last year.
Did I raise similar concerns about the fact that we didn't know what was happening? There was a bit of smoke and mirrors.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think that that's been one of the key issues in the rollout is the transparency of the program.
It's fair to say though, we said let's get this thing through and then let's sort it out. I think that's a fair. Let's see where the problems are and sort it out. And I think
absolutely. So yeah,
both
we
sides
believe
of the Parliament voted for it unamended, and now we are sorting it out. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, absolutely. And we still believe that the cyclone reinsurance pool is the best way to resolve this issue, but it needs some amendments and adjustments to it.
And that's what we're doing now.
So, Tyrone, as the chair and new to this committee, I will invite other members
Thank you.
Of the committee to ask questions, and particularly senators who are here. We did agree last week that given the Senate was sitting today, that we would give precedence to the senators that are present. So, Senator Nita Green.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Tyrone. And can I just thank you and your organisation for your long-term advocacy in this space. It was a pleasure to meet with you during these discussions and to continue this conversation now. In your submission, you say that savings that were promised under the previous government would not be achieved through the reinsurance pool. Can you just explain what you mean to the committee about the promises that were made about the savings?
Yeah, so there were savings and promises that were made to policyholders in Northern Australia. I guess that there is some question around the language of the use of the terms of the savings, because the previous government said that the savings were up to 58% for strata, 34% for SME, and I don't have the numbers, or 46% for householders. I mean, I suppose it really comes down to the use of language up to or on average. So does it mean that 1% of people will get those savings, but the average is much lower? But look, at the end of the day, significant savings are needed in order to address this problem. A 5% saving for someone that is paying 20 times as much for the cost of their insurance is just not going to resolve the issue of affordability and availability of insurance in Northern Australia, and that we will continue to have numerous people who choose to not insure because they simply can't afford insurance, and that's just not an option for consumers.
Hi Tyrone, my name's Luke Gosling, I'm from Darwin. Yeah, we haven't met, but obviously being in the way of cyclones and having had our city flattened in the past, this is an issue that is very important to Northern Territorians. It is astounding, frankly, that there was an expectation raised by the former government that there would be savings of 50% on insurance premiums, and to be honest, no one really believed it in the Northern Territory. And what we're seeing now is modelling that suggests it's going to be significantly less than that, and there was also an expectation around the time period in which those savings would occur, and the premiums are just really affecting businesses and householders at a time of increased cost of living. So whilst I'm not as aware of what Northern Queenslanders' expectations may have been, whether they bought the spin or the prediction of massive cost savings. I'm just trying to get a sense of what people believed in Northern Queensland when that was announced, that the reinsurance pool would lead to those sorts of savings.
Yeah, so absolutely. Look, I feel that there's been a lot of broken promises with this cyclone reinsurance pool that consumers are extraordinarily disappointed with. The first one really comes to the rollout time. We were told 1st of July this year that this would be implemented. We could not get from the ARPC clear information on when they were releasing the modelling to insurers. So we spoke to insurers in the lead up to the rollout and said, have you received the modelling? No. And it wasn't until the last week of June that insurers received the final modelling from the Australian Reinsurance Pool Corporation. And insurers who have their reinsurance programs that expire at the financial year, they negotiate those in March. So to release the information in the last week of the financial year did not give those insurers the time to implement the reinsurance pool at the household level to their clients. So now what it means, and what we know now, is that only one insurer who negotiates their reinsurance at the calendar year is now coming on board in January, and it means that it's going to be 1 July next year that we really start to see the full rollout. Had that modelling been released earlier, consumers would have seen the benefit from 1 July this year, but they're not seeing it because currently no one is insured under the cyclone reinsurance pool. So I would really like today's inquiry to get to the bottom of why the modelling was released so late to insurers. And I really think that you're going to find the answer in the timeline from the ARPC as to when version 1 was provided to the government and what revisions happened and what happened in the interim periods between that as well. So I really feel that if today's inquiry is about the implementation of the cyclone reinsurance bill, that's the number one issue. We've mentioned the savings. The third thing that we are really passionate about at the Australian Consumers Insurance Lobby is the issue of marine insurance, which just seems to be it was another promise provided by the previous government. But when we asked the ARPC how they're going with the modelling of the marine insurance modelling, they seem to ask us, is that the policies of the current or previous government? So we kind of can't get clarity as to whether marine insurance is actually applying in this cyclone reinsurance pool or not. And it's not in any of the legislation. So as a government, you need to make a legislative change to include marine insurance under the cyclone reinsurance pool. And there are a lot of marine businesses in Northern Australia who are suffering, and marine tourism is a huge portion of the economy up in Northern Australia that they need assistance in. So yes, thank you.
I might just go to Shane, who's online, and then Andrew.
I just got one question by way of clarification, Tyrone. It follows from what Mr. Wrench has said. When you kept on referring to the government, Labor was in opposition at the time, was it not? And so when Mr. Wrench asked you, did Senator Green ask you about these issues, and did the Labor opposition ask you about it? You kept on referring to the government. We weren't in government at the time. So isn't it true that Senator Green and Labor in opposition raised concerns to you about this scheme before it was brought in by the previous government?
Yes, so they I think the main concerns that were raised again was that they didn't really have all the information available to them. That was the main concern. Look, I'll be honest, we did not have the same level of discussion with the opposition as we did with the government at the time. We were focused on getting this right for consumers, and Warren took our cause up to government and got actual changes from what we requested, we had very positive interactions with your government, or the previous government at the time, and got changes that the consumers needed.
So you interacted with both sides of politics at the time?
We were, but
naturally concentrated on the government because they were in government.
Correct. Yes, correct.
Okay, I just want to clarify that because you kept on referring to government. Labor was in opposition at the time.
Yeah, so it was the government.
You did have discussions with us as well. And
Yes.
your main concern is, one of your main concerns is the failure of the previous government to release model. Is that it?
Look, if we're talking about the implementation right now, the two main concerns is the timing of the release. So the 1 July rollout that never happened, and also the savings, which we can't quantify at the moment because no one can see the difference in their bill from before the reinsurance pool and now. And it might be that the up to 53% saving does materialise for a very small number of people, but we just that need it the most, but we just don't know that because we don't have information, or we can't see the savings for consumers on their actual bills.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Andrew.
Thank you. I think you answered some of my questions as we went. So, Andrew Wilcox from Dawson. I'm actually new, so I was told very clearly that the rollout was going to be from the 1st of July, which is what I told my people as well, and clearly that didn't happen. So, my also question is, with the 1 year review and the 3 year review, probably 1 year review is going to be a bit early, given the fact that haven't we only got, so some people don't even have, the first tier doesn't have to log in until when? The end of next year?
So there's one insurer coming on board in January, and the remaining are likely to come on from 30 June next year.
Oh, 30, so yeah, and when are they legislated that they must come on board by?
For large insurers, it's the end of next calendar year.
So end of 2023.
Yes.
So we probably need to have a review interim to see how it's unfolding, and then we need to have another review after everyone's on board then.
Yeah, our main concern here is the people who are not eligible to be part of the cyclone reinsurance pool scheme, right? And this is the concern we have. If insurers decide that they don't want to find reinsurance for anyone other than those that fit the cyclone reinsurance pool, you're going to have major problems for all of those other buildings and properties that do not fit the cyclone reinsurance pool. So that's a real live issue that we are concerned about. And it might be that the ARPC and the government just speaks to insurers and says, what is your intention? with properties that don't fit the cyclone reinsurance pool, what are you going to continue to offer insurance, or is it your intention to simply just take the reinsurance from the cyclone reinsurance pool?
Can I have a follow on, please, Chair?
Yep.
Yeah, follow on, it's Andrew again. So the other concern I have is with flood. Now, after most of these cyclones, we end up with a lot of flooding. Is flooding included in this, or is it excluded?
Yeah, so there's a 48-hour period up to after a cyclone where flooding is included. We know that insurers have raised major concerns about this. Now, from a consumer perspective, which is what our group is, all we care about is that flood is covered for consumers, and from unless if the insurer changes their policy wording, it would mean that instead of it being covered by the reinsurance pool, it's covered by the private reinsurers. But insurers are raising concern about this clause, and we believe that you should take the time to listen to what they have to say and make the relevant amendments.
Because there might be some extra savings in that component if we extended that, rather than having a 48-hour period, potentially to a week, 10 days, or even 2 weeks, Chair.
Correct. Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, thank you, G. In the interest of time, because we're really limited, first of all, can I ask you, because a lot of the questions that have been asked at the moment are questions, we got over an hour with the pool bureaucracy at the end of here, and a lot of these questions need to be asked, particularly in relation to percentages that were issued to us. They were the percentage you were told, I was told, we were all told those figures. Where did they come from? Where did the reinsurance people get those figures from? How were they calculated? All those questions and need to be asked of them, and we got a bit more time with them. Can I ask you, first of all, is there any other mechanism that you can see that we could reduce or get accessibility and affordability back into insurance in Northern Australia, cyclone insurance in Northern Australia, besides a reinsurance pool? Is there any other alternative that we could do would be better?
Yeah, so one that we've spoken to you about, Warren, and it's outside of the federal government's sphere, is stamp duties and levies. That would generate an immediate saving for policyholders. And bear in mind that governments are already receiving revenue from GST that's collected on insurance premiums. So stamp duty is just double dipping. And for consumers paying 20 times as much for their insurance in Northern Australia, they're paying 20 times as much stamp duty as well, and that it's not a fair way of applying duties to policyholders. The other thing is mitigation. So if you want to reduce the cost of the cyclone reinsurance pool, you reduce the number of claims the reinsurance pool can have, but it has to be done on a cost-benefit basis. You can't spend $60,000 re-roofing everyone's house in Northern Australia for a small saving to the reinsurance pool.
So you don't think you think that there are other ways we don't need that? We can get rid of the reinsurance pool, or do you think it's part of the solution?
We think the reinsurance pool is definitely the number one part. We believe, our organisation believes, the cyclone reinsurance pool is the right mechanism to fix this issue. There just needs to be some tweaks, and yeah.
Okay, I'm going to give you a couple of tweaks in the interest of time. When you talk when we're talking about tweaks, there's a number of things that and I've spoken to some of the insurance companies on this. One of them is the flood associated with these cyclones. We only found out about this 48 hours after it's been decommissioned. I would suggest, in previous experience, up to 2 weeks, but insurance companies are saying to bring in line with other reinsurers 1 week or 162 hours or something or other. Is that something you would support?
Absolutely. I would say listen to insurers on that. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Another one that they've mentioned to me is including motor vehicle in the reinsurance pool as well. Is that something that you would believe was important as well, about bringing the insurers on side?
Well, you see, it depends because motor vehicle, we're not getting any feedback from consumers that motor vehicle is a problem. But again, take the time to listen to insurers because they're going to talk to you about their reinsurance arrangements, which we're not privy to. And if it's commercial to make the amendments, you should definitely take the time
And
to
marine,
listen to them.
marine insurance was marine insurance, we were told, was going to come into effect on the 1st of July 2023. It is
Yes.
absolutely critical that marine insurance be incorporated as part of this. What's your view?
Absolutely. Yes, so the marine insurance must be incorporated into this cyclone reinsurance pool. Marine businesses are suffering in Northern Australia. We have a number of mariners that have chosen to self-insure instead of paying $1 million premiums. And when the next cyclone comes, it will come at a major cost to those who have chosen to not insure. Boat operators, it's cheaper to insure their boat and move their boat down south, so they're moving their boats down south. And we know marine tourism is a big part of economies in Northern Australia.
And finally, Stu, just the last one. In relation, one of the things that we discovered after the pool and after it was incorporated or legislated was this concept of revenue neutral on an annual basis. From my own perspective, I don't think that's going to work. It's impossible for it to work. And there's a suggestion that we should be doing it. If we're going to be revenue neutral, it should be at least on a 10-year rollover base. What's your view on that? Or
Look,
further?
10 years. Well, the issue with an annual basis is what happens if you have a major cyclone event in year one. Does that mean that you raise the premiums and rates in year two? So a 10-year cycle would allow the ARPC to kind of flatten those premiums over time and not just look at it year by year.
All right. I'll go to Shane and then Luke, or if we've got time. So Shane.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I was going to ask that question about motor vehicles because insurance companies asked me, but I just want to answer this question. I just want to clarify that. Just one question. Are you suggesting that we sort of expand the coverage to all kinds of floods? Because not every flood that's happened in North Queensland has been cyclone related. Are you suggesting that?
We would like the reinsurance pool to be expanded to cover market failures. And whilst we're not talking about cyclone here, flood, bushfire and storm surge are all market failures where people are being asked to pay $20,000 for the insurance cover for their premiums, and they just can't afford that. A household cannot afford to pay more on insurance than it costs on their mortgage for insurance. So we would like, and this is not something that's an immediate thing that for North Australia but we would like the jurisdiction of the ARPC to extend to review market failures more broadly.
So Tyrone, rather than a cyclone reinsurance pool, you're talking about a natural disaster reinsurance pool for North Queensland.
But not covering all disasters, just market failures. Market failures.
How are you going to define that?
Well, that has to be worked on. So what is a market failure? What is unaffordable? What is unavailable? We've identified flood, bushfire, storm surge, and also when we look at businesses, leisure operators and building surveyors are currently where premiums are unaffordable or not available. So we already have done some research on that.
Okay. As someone who's experienced 4 floods in Ipswich in my lifetime, once you're flooded, no one gives a toss or a stuff about market failure at all, can I tell you? It's a question of all in or not in. I think I cannot believe that the consumer in Trumper Street, East Ipswich, who gets flooded is going to worry about whether it's market failure or not. He or she expects that pool to cover, for example, if it was in my electorate in southeast Queensland. So I can't see if you're near the Strand in Townsville that you're going to be worried about market failure or not. So can I advise you to think about that again and get a better approach on that?
Yeah, well, market failure, it does impact consumers because it is simply, our view, market failure is when consumers cannot afford insurance or cannot get insurance. And we believe that at that point, the government should take action to address those issues, those failures. And there are people in those particular categories that simply cannot get insurance or cannot afford it at the moment.
All right.
And that does impact consumers.
Yeah, of course it impacts consumers. I know it does. Thanks.
Just quickly before we get the Insurance Council, I might just invite Senator McDonald or Senator Payne if they have any questions.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I won't be long. I apologise if you've covered off on any of these questions while we're out of the room. But Tyrone, I wanted to ask you about this idea of the all-in. Is that feedback that you're getting that one of the recommendations of this committee should be that instead of having the slower lead-in and the time that insurers can sign up, that we have a shorter period? Do you have a recommendation on that?
Look, I really feel you should be led by insurers on this because they have to negotiate their reinsurance programs. So I guess we don't have a comment on the all-in and timeframes. As we understand, the ARPC did consult with insurers around timeframes and what would be appropriate given that they have to negotiate their reinsurance arrangements.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, and I might just, Senator Payne, Ormond Payne, you had a question?
No, I'm fine now because
You're fine?
I suspect it's probably been covered in the half hour we've been away.
All right. Look, I thank you for your evidence today. The committee has set the 16th of December 2022 as the due date for answers if there were any questions taken on notice, and I don't think that there were any questions taken on notice, but thank you for your evidence to the committee this morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
So I don't have to read that same statement out. Okay. I welcome representatives from the National Insurance Brokers Association via teleconference. Just for your information, any information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, can you please give your name and the capacity which you appear today?
Thank you, Chair. This is Phil Kewen. I'm the CEO of the National Insurance Brokers Association.
Thank you also, Chair. My name's Stephen Hill. I'm the Queensland Divisional Chairperson of the National Insurance Brokers Association. I'm also a working insurance broker.
Apologies. Thank you, Chair. My name is Alyssa Hextall and I'm the Policy Manager for the National Insurance Brokers Association.
Thank you. And we're joined also by Shane Newman. He's online. So I invite you to make a brief opening statement, then the committee will ask questions. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear before you today on this very important topic. My name is Phil Kewen and I'm the CEO of the National Insurance Brokers Association, or as we know it, NIBA. I'm joined, as you heard, by Alyssa Hextall, our Policy and Research Manager at NIBA, along with Stephen Hill, Insurance and Risk Advisor at Capital Innovation Group in Queensland, and Chair of the Queensland Divisional Committee for NIBA, and certainly more connected to this issue being a Queenslander. As the peak representative body for intermediate insurance industry, NIBA represents over 15,000 brokers all around the country, including a number of members who are based in Northern Australia. As we know, insurance brokers play an important role in supporting clients' access to the market, increasing their choice of policy and reducing instances of underinsurance. And nowhere is this role more pronounced than in Northern Australia, where retail clients are more likely to use an intermediary other than other parts of Australia. This is likely due to the difficulties consumers in these areas face when attempting to take out cover from an insurer. The current dynamic whereby natural disasters are forcing insurers to reassess their risk appetite in certain areas means that brokers are having to work harder than ever to secure cover for their clients. While NIBA is very supportive of the cyclone reinsurance pool, we do believe that the current design is unlikely to achieve the desired outcomes, and we welcome this inquiry to look at this. While it is difficult because we don't know the pricing to know where things will land, the current trajectory of premiums suggests that any premium reductions in high-risk areas as a result of the reinsurance pool will not meet the previously promoted expectations of discounts and will only somewhat offset the substantial recent increases. Meanwhile, premiums in some perceived lower risk areas will continue to rise. Now, while brokers will continue to work hard to ensure their clients get the right cover at the most affordable price, our concern is that affordability will continue to be an issue, which may leave people with the feeling that the pool and indeed the broader insurance industry has let them down, considering the expected substantial premium increases, premium reductions, I should say, which could ultimately result in consumers being underinsured or uninsured. So we welcome this inquiry.
So thank you. Look, as we said to the first witness that appeared, I'm going to give precedence to our senators because the Senate is meeting today and there's various divisions. So I will now go to senators if they have any questions.
Chair, I'll kick off. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for your submission today. This is Senator Green. I'm based in Cairns as a senator, and I was just wondering. You talk about the operation and implementation of the scheme and the requirement for insurers to join by a certain date. Can you just talk about what the, I guess, expectations are from brokers or insurers or even consumers about when this, when the pool was going to kick in? Because I think there has been a little bit of confusion about how the pool operates in terms of the dates that insurers are required to join.
Well, certainly during the process, there is an expectation that the pool would kick in earlier. But we do understand that the insurers had to have been given appropriate lead time to join the pool. And as we heard from the previous witness, they have in reinsurance arrangements already in place, and so that's going to take time for them to be able to join the pool. So the process to get to that has obviously, then the delay in that process has obviously meant that the insurers have needed more time to be able to join the pool.
And from your expertise in the area, in the insurance market, what is the sort of turnaround or time frame for insurers to go out and seek reinsurance cover? There's a bit of a, I guess, lead time required, as I understand it.
I believe there is a lead time, but I'd have to defer to the insurers
Sure.
as to what that exact lead time is for them.
No problems. And the other question I had was in terms of brokers and the members that you represent, what is the current experience for brokers and their clients in seeking reinsurance in North Queensland or Northern Australia? Is it difficult to get insurance? What is the state of the current market?
I'd defer to our Queensland broker, Stephen Hill, on that. Stephen?
Thanks, Phil. Thank you, Senator. The market, from a general insurance perspective, in property in Northern Queensland and Northern Australia generally, is still in a very perilous state. Prices continue to rise by anywhere from 15 to 40% year on year at the moment. And that's after another 3 years of continual rises of at least 25% year on year. As an example, a fairly standard home in a town like Mackay, for home and contents, the premium can be $12,000 a year.
Mm.
And 4 years ago, that would have been probably $6,000.
Yep. And so the significant increases is that leading to consumers being underinsured or just not getting insurance at all because the cost is getting unachievable?
Yeah, both are occurring. People make active decisions to underinsure, but their policy doesn't deteriorate what cover they do purchase because the underinsurance clause no longer exists. And then other people just simply can't afford to pay the premium.
I guess the other question I had, you raise in your submission, and it's about the impact of climate change and the increased frequency and intensity of cyclones. And I wondered whether you could outline for the committee. We're going to have to leave to go to a division. I'm sorry, the senators might need to leave in a second. But my question is, how do you see climate change impacting the need for insurance or the frequency of cyclones impacting the way that we get insurance and the different how that might impact the pool going forward?
Well, obviously, we're seeing a greater impact on natural disasters. And yeah, that's evident in what's happening at the market in terms of insurers looking at their risk appetite in those areas and assessing as to whether they can actually participate in that market. And that's one of the dynamics that we just don't know where that will land in terms of particularly northern Queensland. But we're seeing more events further down south. So how that...
I might just...
Probably noisy there.
Yeah, we're getting the bells ringing, but I might hand over to Senator McDonald.
I just want to keep going with this issue of the price rises. I am told by Colin Dwyer, who's an economist in Townsville, that we've had another average insurance premium in North Queensland for 14% for this year alone. Does that reflect with your experiences across the north?
Yes, absolutely. 14% is probably the bottom line.
And how would that compare with premium increases in other parts of Australia where there is, we're being told that, you know, the floods in certainly New South Wales and Victoria is pushing those premiums up as well?
Certainly, and floods in Queensland as well, around southeast Queensland. The end of February event is certainly having an impact on insurance renewals now. The insurers are starting to, what I would say, use the word de-risk. So there will be areas in Australia that very quickly become uninsurable flood.
And does that include North Queensland? Is that what we're calling it, uninsurable parts of it? Not at present. Certainly, the large majority of consumers and businesses can buy insurance in North Queensland. The question is whether or not they can afford the premium. Yes, yes. So do you have any specific recommendations then around how we can improve the reinsurance pool? I mean, my sense is that we're all in agreement that the $10 billion reinsurance pool is necessary, but it's a matter of how we improve on the legislation and the arrangements through ARPC.
I would agree with that, and I think the other area, and I think that was touched on earlier, is the fact that there are many areas that are impacted post-cyclone due to flooding, and it's quite obvious that the floods are as a result of the initial cyclone, but because of the 48-hour period, they don't have that same coverage. And what we're seeing in those areas is those premiums in what can be considered to be less risk area are going up as well because they're not covered by the pool. So it would be good to look at something in relation to that 48-hour period and whether people who were affected by cyclones but indirectly as a result of floods were considered as well.
Do you have a recommendation on how long that should be though? I hear what you're saying, more than 48 hours, but 5 days? We haven't a specific figure in mind. All right, well, that might be something that your members would have a view on, and you could come back to this committee, because what we are really looking for is recommendations on how to improve on the reinsurance pool, and none better than you guys are at the front line of talking to households and businesses as to what would work best. Thank you,
Happy to
Chair.
take
Thank you,
on board.
Senator McDonald, and I might invite Senator Allman-Payne to ask a couple of questions, and then I'll go back to Andrew.
Thanks, Chair, and I'll probably just do one because I think my other question was covered in Senator McDonald's question. Interested to know what your organisation's position is on the reinsurance pool being extended to cover other natural disasters, such as bushfires and flooding that's unrelated to cyclones, and have you seen large premium increases for insurance cover for these areas in Northern Australia?
In terms of extending the pool, I think consideration needs to be looked at extending the pool, but whether it goes to bushfires, that's something that would need to be considered.
And has
Stephen,
there...
did you want to comment on the Northern Australia component?
Yeah, certainly. From an insurer's perspective, the argument that a broker would get on behalf of their client would be that the major risk in Northern Australia is a cyclone, certainly in North Queensland. The large majority of the population hugs the coast. Cyclones don't pass the Great Dividing Range or any mountain range beyond. But certainly the pool, I think Mr. Inch said that the pool has to find its feet. And as a broker and our members, we agree with that. Certainly, there are other weather perils that there will be a need for solutions to in the future. But as a business owner, I don't think that the reinsurance pool is a solution to every problem. There is more work to be done in our country around mitigation and about the development of resilience to weather events and other events. Bushfires don't happen all of a sudden.
Thank you.
Andrew?
He answered my chair as I went through there.
Deputy?
Okay, just a couple of quick ones here. Again, as I asked the previous, with regards to the reinsurance pool with all its warts and the likes, is there any other alternative to a reinsurance pool, once it's designed right, that would be a better fit than getting a fit-for-purpose reinsurance pool in relation to reducing premiums? Okay.
We support the pool and support the fact that this inquiry is looking at ways to improve the pool so that it's fit for purpose.
Okay. You raised the issue of 48 hours, which is absolutely ridiculous when you have a look at some of the other events where there's no damage to the cyclone, but events are 3 or 4 or 5 days. My understanding is, from an insurance perspective, they require a week after the event, after the decommissioning of a cyclone, as the accepted period of time. That's something, I guess, that you guys would also accept. We talked about general insurance, but strata insurance is, saying it is available anywhere. But the reality is, in Northern Australia, there has been numerous cases of strata insurance, and I'd ask you to confirm this or say it's not correct, where they have been denied any form of insurance based on their postcode. Interested in a comment.
There are a few other conditions around that, Mr. Inch. The postcode itself is a primary, but it depends on, there are some other commercial factors involved as well.
But they have said, no, you're 48, whatever number it is, on that basis we're not renewing, which is
if you are in a removed location, and not overly removed from a geographic perspective, but you need to deal with a specialist insurance agency, underwriting agency, and they only have a certain limit of capacity every year. And once that is exhausted, they cannot underwrite any more risk.
Okay. Just finally, with cyclone insurance, if we can tweak the pool and get it right, will premiums be cheaper under reinsurance pool or more expensive than just going through the private market if we get the pool right?
The expectation is if we get the pool right, premiums should at least be more stable. I think that's one of the key things that we want to achieve out of the pool. And hopefully there will be reductions, but that would have to be up to the insurers to determine.
Fair enough.
But the challenge is, as I said at the outset, we've seen such a dramatic increase in the last few years that any small reduction for someone looking back 2 years they'll still be far more expensive than they were 2 years ago.
Yeah, of course. Okay, thanks, Chair.
Senator Green.
Yes, sorry. And thank you on indulgence. I did have to leave shortly before. I just want to go back to the questions I was asking. Did you have you had a look at there was apparent modelling provided by not made available by the previous government. The current government, since the change of government, has released some modelling, 2 different sets. Have you had a chance to have a look at that modelling?
Not in any great detail.
Okay, well, we'll make sure it's available to you. That might inform some of the work that you do. The other question I had was in relation to mitigation. I was asking you about climate change, and I think the reason I was really asking about that is you also raised the need for mitigation and resilience funding to be a focus. What sort of mitigation works are you hoping to see in Northern Australia? What are the sorts of things that you think will contribute to cheaper premiums?
Yes, Stephen?
Thanks, Phil. Senator, maybe not a direct contribution to cheaper premiums, but more around a reduction on maximum possible loss in the event of a weather disaster.
Yep.
We continue, as a nation, to rebuild structure and infrastructure in places that are subject to weather event. That's unsustainable, and an insurance company won't continue with that.
Yeah.
In other places that have had, take flood, for example, town in Queensland called Roma. The government and their council there, and I think it took all 3 parties of government to build a levee to protect the town from the river where the floods occurred. The price of insurance dropped 40% once the levee was complete.
So you're looking, I guess, the types of projects are flood levees, seawalls, fire breaks, those types of mitigation infrastructure projects that would assist in certain communities.
Certainly.
Yeah, great. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Also a reduction in access to permission to build in areas that are known to be, let's say, vulnerable.
Okay. No, that's
I think
good.
there's also an opportunity for more education on what individuals and households can do as well. And I think the more that households can be educated as to how they position their house for disasters and respond, I think that will work better for them and put them in a better position with the insurers as well.
Okay. Last question, Chair. Have you had the opportunity to see the details of the Disaster Ready Fund legislation? It only passed the Senate this week.
I briefly looked at that, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it.
Andrew, did you have a question? You're on. Senator, sorry, Luke.
Thanks very much. When this was launched, and certainly in the lead up to the federal election, residents of Northern Australia, I represent Darwin, were led to believe that there would be up to 50% reduction in their premiums. Speaking from the north, we never sort of believed that, but obviously a lot of people may have. Given that modelling is suggesting at the moment that any premium reductions would be significantly less than that, and there wasn't as much transparency that as would have been hoped. I was just wondering if there's any other thoughts that you might have other than a reinsurance pool to reduce the premiums for people living in Northern Australia?
As an alternative,
Any other ideas? Yeah. In addition
no,
to?
not as an alternative.
In
And
addition to?
in addition to, other than the mitigation resilience that we've talked about.
Yeah, and mitigation's obviously important, and as Senator Green said, we've now got a fund that is dedicated to do that. Thanks very much. That's all from me, Chair.
That's you. All right. Thank you for your evidence today. The committee has set the 16th of December 2022 as the date, due date for any answers taken on notice, but I don't think there were any questions that was put to you to be taken on notice. So thank you for appearing before the committee today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Committee.
Thank you, everyone.
So I think we've got representatives from the Insurance Council. Trying to say, Okay, I welcome representatives from the Insurance Council of Australia, Allianz, AIG, QBE and RACQ. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you each please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
I'll start. Andrew Hall, CEO, Insurance Council of Australia.
Krista Marchbanks, Executive General Manager of Product Pricing and Governance at IAG.
Trent Sayers, Group Executive Insurance at RACQ.
Joshua Cooney, General Manager of Advocacy at RACQ.
Andrew Żułkowski, Chief Underwriting Officer for Australia Pacific at QBE.
James Fitzpatrick, Chief Technical Officer for Allianz Australia.
Nicholas Schofield, Chief Corporate Affairs Officer at Allianz Australia.
And I was just going to invite Apna Reddy, who's online.
Do you want to introduce yourself? It's Aparna Reddy, who's the General Manager of Regulatory Policy at the Insurance Council. I presume she can hear us.
Yeah. All right. I invite you to make a brief opening statement and then the committee will ask questions. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Chair, I do. There are also some other members that had opening statements, but do you wish for those to be tabled? Or?
They can be tabled. I think that'll leave more time in terms of any questions from the committee.
Yep, okay.
General Manager, Policy Regulatory Affairs from the Insurance Council of Australia.
Right, there we go. Thank you, Chair, and good morning. I'm supported today by Aparna, who just introduced herself, and members of the Insurance Council of Australia.
I can hear you.
Right. General insurers provide substantial support to households and businesses, including those affected by natural disaster. General insurers made $32 billion in claim payments in the 2022 financial year, or on average around $128 million every working day. Insurance is a key component of the economy, especially in a country like Australia, where events of the last few years have once again reminded us of the challenges we face in protecting our homes and businesses. Insurers are facing consecutive catastrophic events in a period of economic uncertainty, high inflation and labour shortages. This strain on the industry is compounded by weakening investment income that normally sustains the insurance business, with an industry-wide loss on investment portfolios of $2.8 billion in the 2022 financial year. At the end of the 2022 financial year, the insurance industry was carrying $4.52 billion in gross incurred claims, underscoring the current demands on the industry. We know that affordability and availability of insurance is a critical issue for Australia's economy, and while there's no one silver bullet, a key lever to improve availability and affordability is reducing or mitigating the risk that is present. Knowing this, the ICA has a large portfolio of climate and mitigation works, most recently launching a strategy for how the industry can achieve net zero by 2050. We believe that targeting risk reduction in the face of more extreme weather is the single greatest solution to home insurance affordability, as well as home security. The Insurance Council has been calling for greater investment by governments in resilience, in particular measures that better protect homes and communities from the impacts of extreme weather like flooding. The ICA has been calling on state governments to amend land use planning legislation to include mandatory requirement for planning approvals to consider property and community resilience to extreme weather, and to improve building codes so that future homes are made to be more resilient. It's important to reflect on the latest Commonwealth budget announcements. The Insurance Council welcomed the government's commitment to investing in resiliency mitigation. Australians will receive $1 billion over the next 5 years to protect them, and if matched by the states, could rise to $2 billion. These funds will sit in the Disaster Ready Fund and will go towards measures including infrastructure mitigation works like levees, seawalls, cyclone shelters, evacuation centres and fire breaks. While this represents significant progress to a more resilient Australia, there's much more to be done. Reducing the cost of reinsurance is only one part of improving the availability and affordability of insurance for those living with the threat of cyclones in Northern Australia. Sustainable reductions in premiums over the long term and better protection for at-risk communities will only be possible with significant investments to make communities more resilient to extreme weather risk, including cyclone and related flood. State taxes make insurance less affordable, particularly in Northern Australia. While home and contents premiums in Northern Australia have historically been higher than in other parts of Australia because of the cyclone risk, stamp duty and the GST on insurance makes the products then less affordable. And because premiums are higher due to cyclone risk, households in the Northern Territory and Queensland pay around 20% more stamp and GST than other households. The ICA welcomes independent price monitoring by the ACCC. Insurers welcome the ACCC's ongoing price monitoring role given their expertise and understanding of this issue. However, the government must ensure this process doesn't add complexity or cost into the system. The 2020 Northern Australian insurance inquiry undertaken by the ACCC didn't raise any issue with insurers' pricing practices. Instead, it found that the main driver of premiums in Northern Australia was the high risk of extreme weather from cyclone and cyclone-related flood. We encourage people to take the time to understand their risks and shop around for cover that best suits their needs. Insurance prices risk, and the risk of extreme weather worsens, insurance becomes increasingly more costly for those in flood-prone areas or other high-risk areas. We're happy to take questions from the committee.
Thank you. And I think because the Senate is sitting, so some of us may have questions, some of the members, but I'm going to give precedence to the senators that are present on the committee who may have questions, because we've had the bells going in terms of divisions most of this morning. So Senator McDonald or Senator Green, who's going to go first?
Yes. Thanks very much, Chair. Good morning, Mr Hall, and thank you for that opening statement. You said in your submission that the effects of the pool will not be visible for some time. What's your expectations of how long it will take the reinsurance pool to have an effect on the market?
Well, as you know, the way the legislation has been constructed, the major insurers have until December 2023 to roll their reinsurance arrangements across into the pool, and then smaller operators until, I think, 2024. But it all depends, I guess, on various individual insurers, and across our membership, I know they've got varying arrangements and commercial contracts in place that need to roll off. And as they roll off, they will be moving that risk into the cyclone reinsurance pool. So I would anticipate that during the course of this coming calendar year, you will see more insurers shift across into the pool, but the full effect of the pricing perhaps won't take effect until the end of next year. We need to always remember as well, insurance premiums are issued annually. They're not updated during the course of the year, so it all depends on when people's renewal falls due and is distributed.
You've also reflected on the ARPC's revised modelling on the outcomes of the pool. I guess I should probably direct this specifically to the insurers. Do you feel that the estimates of 13% and 10% for small to medium enterprises and 37% savings for stratas is in line with what you're seeing?
So maybe I'll start and then we can go down the chain. So obviously a number of insurers have a lot of exposure and experience already in the market, and there are others that are looking to enter the market. So as the pricing's only recently been updated and become available, so I think everyone's at the moment reviewing what those look like. If we go from one end of the table to the other, obviously Allianz is not as active in the market as perhaps an RACQ is, but maybe that sets the context for how they may individually respond. So Allianz, do you want to start off and then we'll go down this way?
Yeah, thank you. Certainly from a home insurance perspective, the figures that have been produced by Affinity are consistent with what we anticipate seeing in the impacts on premiums from an Allianz perspective. We haven't completed the work at this point for SME and Strata. However, understanding the design of the pool and the way that the modelling has been done, there's no reason that we would have to think that those savings are not consistent with what will be seen by consumers, noting that that's against a backdrop of significant increases in the global pricing of weather and weather-related events that we're seeing both locally and through the reinsurance markets, meaning savings are difficult to observe in outcomes at the moment for consumers.
Terrific, thank you.
Well, from a QBE perspective, certainly we've just recently received the ARPC rates, as you know, as Mr. Hall mentioned. And as we've worked through it, what we've seen is, particularly for I think those in more high-risk zones, we are seeing a level of pricing from the ARPC that appears to be reducing those prices that they would have otherwise received. But we are also noticing that for those that are more low or moderate cyclone exposure or risk, that the ARPC pricing appears to be higher than perhaps where we would have reasonably priced that. And I think a similar comment to Mr. Fitzpatrick as well. There is some complexity, and we recognise that there's uncertainty in the modelling, particularly around how reinsurance markets will respond.
Can I ask you, when do you expect that you'll join the pool?
Well, we're having just worked through the pricing at the moment and similarly in progress, we'll be looking to conclude that work early in the new year. Mindful that we need to be in well before the end of next year, so we expect to be progressively entering the pool throughout next year.
And may I just ask Allianz the same with Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Yes, so our intention is to start entering the pool from the 1st of January when we will be looking to utilise the pool for our home insurance portfolio, which represents the substantial part of Allianz's portfolio within Northern Australia. With the remainder, we will work through the course of 2023 as to when we can get that in, with a priority to trying to bring that forward as much as we can, but noting the complexity of the reinsurance arrangements that we have in place and need to work with the market to effectively make sure we're not double insuring those portfolios.
And RACQ, Mr. Cooney or Mr. Sayers, when would you expect to be joining?
Thank you, Senator. At this stage, our reinsurance renewal is 1/7, so 1 July. So it'll be somewhere from that period forward. There's a lot of work that we need to do from a systems perspective to get ready for that. And if I focus my comments from a pricing perspective, we've got 300,000 members in North Queensland that we advocate for. The most recent pricing released in October we think is much closer to the mark in terms of what we see internally on our portfolio. The devil in the detail is between the sort of July and October modelling is the reduction in the extent or proportion of households in high to medium risk categories. So that's gone from about 20% down to about 7.2%. So that's the cohort that's going to get the biggest sort of discount. And you've got therefore over 90% in a sort of 1% to 9% discount range. So that is where normal inflationary impacts going to mask any of that potential discount that's seen. So we do think the more recent elements are closer to the mark in terms of what we see, but there's still a raft of challenge, I think, in that proportion of people in that high to medium risk category.
Thank you. And I just skipped IAG. I'm sorry. Yes.
That's okay. So in terms of, we've been doing a lot of work since the rates were released on our pricing. Our evidence broadly supports, in terms of the relativities, the ARPC work, just reinforcing that is against a backdrop of significant inflation that we're seeing across insurance, with supply chain costs increasing and rising reinsurance costs. In terms of the work that we're doing, we're working quite hard on all of the systems changes, reporting processes and data requirements to allow us to enter the pool, which we'll be doing before December 23.
Would you expect to be starting to come on earlier, as some of the other insurers have spoken to?
I think it's likely that we won't be entering until later in the calendar year.
Right, okay. And finally, if I may, one final question, Chair. Mr Hall, the three recommendations that you have suggested, would it be reasonable to think that the higher stamp duty and GST premiums that are paid in Queensland and the Northern Territory could be directed to resilience work? Do you think that would be something that in your interactions with the state and territory governments, that would be something you could partner with them to direct?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the short answer is yes. For many years, states and territories, in particular through stamp duty, have benefited from rising premiums because the stamp duty isn't rebased and they're collecting a lot of revenue from that. I think we're seeing a shift in government approach, which the federal government's Disaster Resilience Fund has done that. So I would encourage the states now to use some of that revenue from their stamp duty to match and implement programs. So in Queensland, there was a Resilient Homes Fund that was a very good program, which was going particularly to low socio-economic houses, strengthening their roofs, replacing the old casement windows, doing all those sort of things that matter for cyclone protection. It unfortunately got defunded by the state government 18 months ago. I think they revisited that and refunded it, which was good, and we welcomed that. And now that they've got the opportunity to leverage federal money for this, I think they've piloted a program that could be rolled out more broadly, and particularly in areas like Bowen and Townsville and Cairns. Those sorts of household level grants make a lot of sense.
How much is that fund?
It was, I'll have to take that on notice and check, but now there's $200 million available. It's on average around about, I think it was 15,000 to 20,000 per house to do the strengthening. So it's small costs, and people still worry about the pink bats experience and the like of the past. I think this program, when it's run properly with properly accredited builders and building to standards that are that have been tested and tried in places like James Cook University, can deliver a real outcome, particularly for people who can't afford to do that sort of work to their homes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for those questions. Actually covered off quite a bit of what I wanted to ask about, but I was keen to just revisit your answer, Mr. Fitzpatrick. I think now the pricing is available, and this is a question to all insurers. You said that some premiums might actually the price might actually increase. How does that work?
I think maybe I'll take the question generally in terms of the pricing that we're observing.
Yeah.
I think the comment around price increases may have actually.
Oh, I'm so
been my
sorry.
comment. However, in terms of what we're observing, we are seeing that around 80% of customers will either be neutral or beneficiaries from the overall outcomes from the scheme in our portfolio. And there's probably an area of around 20% where there's a likely modest increase. The underlying reason for that generally relates to the insurance algorithms that are used for pricing being different between the way that we've historically calibrated and priced for cyclone risk versus the way that the pool has done that. It's certainly not an unexpected outcome when we change an insurance pricing portfolio to see a spread of outcomes. And I think that the fact that it's a 20% relative to 80% similar or better is indicative of the fact that the scheme is on average delivering a favourable outcome. Certainly in terms of where we're seeing the impacted customers where there is a modest increase tends to be in lower risk areas where premiums are more affordable relative to sum insured, and where you've higher risk areas where premiums are less affordable relative to sum insured are more likely to be benefiting from savings.
Sure. Okay.
Maybe if I could just add, in terms of James' reference to modest, what that means is in the 0 to 5% range of increase.
Yeah. I guess the issue is that there would be any increase as a result of a pool that was promised as a savings. And I take it on board that you've only just now seen the pricing and are able to kind of make those recommendations. My question, maybe Mr. Hall, you could address this question, is about some of the consultation that happened in the design of the scheme. Did you see the modelling that was referred to by the previous government?
We did not see the modelling. We contributed to the process, but the modelling was not released. I'll have to check when that came to us, but we didn't know.
Did anyone see that modelling? No.
I was familiar with the modelling through role as part of an expert panel that was consulted, but not in a formal capacity.
Sure.
As
Aparna was a member of the reference committee. Aparna?
Okay.
Yes, that's right. So similar to the previous response, I was part of the expert panel process in a personal capacity.
Okay. And that modelling was relied on to claim that homeowners would save up to 48% on their premiums. Strata even higher, and small to medium businesses quite a large amount as well. I think 58% for strata. Mr. Hall, when those sort of claims were being made based on this modelling, did you or your members ask to see the modelling publicly?
We were working with the ARPC through that process. We were, I guess, a little bit surprised. I think perhaps there are elements that have come out subsequently where you can see the most exposed strata who have had the hardest time with insurance costs, that the scheme does address their issues and that they can have those savings.
Not the savings that were promised, though.
But well, probably I would have been more careful with my words about how I expressed the savings when it was released. I think it's very complicated, and I think trying to generalise it down the way that happened was a little bit unfortunate, and really we were left, I guess, in the dark as to how they got there for a period of time. So.
Okay. And can I ask, you've talked about the decision and timing around entering, and this is for all the insurers. What are some of the factors that are leading to that decision is there anything preventing you from joining quicker? Because I know, obviously, people in North Queensland are really keen to see any type of savings. I mean, they don't want to see an increase, but they would like to see some savings. So what are the things that maybe we can make some recommendations about if there's anything preventing you from joining quicker?
Well, maybe if I just kick off and then,
Thanks, Mr. Hall.
then Krista and Trent would be... it's a very complicated scheme that's being brought into effect, and it's being done relatively quickly. The flood reinsurance scheme, for example, in the UK, took 5 years to come to fruition, and that just reflects the fact that insurers domestically have very well established international reinsurance relationships in place that are critically important to underpin our whole system of how we operate in this country. Without reinsurance globally, Australians would pay a lot more for their insurance. So the simple answer is this, that complicated treaties and agreements with the reinsurers need to roll off. The extent of the scheme needed to be understood. There are gaps now that are not covered by the new scheme, so reinsurance in the private market will need to be sought to cover those gaps. So that's when the members here will talk to you. They'll talk about the complexity. They're talking about how do they price for and cover themselves now for those periods where the ARPC won't be covering them. But maybe Krista, who's a deep expert in this.
Thanks.
So I guess that complexity that Andrew's talking about, I might just bring that to life with an example. So there's various data that we need to collect to be able to report to the ARPC. That requires changes to our systems and our reporting and our internal ways of working to support actually being able to comply with the requirements of reporting and so on. And that even goes to things like our claims processes. So the point that Andrew was making, and I think it's been raised around the way the scheme operates, it's not, the product is not quite the same as our international reinsurance products that we buy. And so figuring out the interaction between those, both in terms of upfront when we're negotiating those contracts, and then also when it comes to claims time, is something that we're working through. So, for example, we will need to allocate, if an event happens, what is recoverable from the ARPC and what is not recoverable from the ARPC. And to be able to do that accurately requires us to collect the right data and have the right processes in place to do that. So setting all of that up is quite complicated, and we want to get that right. So that's why we've, we can't really rush into it, but we're doing a huge amount of work to get ourselves prepared.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Hall, some of the language... Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Cooney or Mr. Stairs.
Senator, I'd add to the pricing question an access query. If I give you a use case, since Cyclone Larry for us, from an RACQ perspective, in the current structure of the pool, we've got about still 30% of the losses that would be outside of the pool. So we have to line up sourcing that cover in the external market. The differential between the pool parameters, the 48-hour period, one of our strong recommendations would be to align the pool with the global reinsurance contracts for about 168-hour period, which takes friction and differential out between the two. There is a swathe of discounts through ARPC pricing, both for wind and flood and elevation of homes. So if you get the data set right, the questioning set right, we can actually pass on further savings to our members. So there's a lot of systems and data work to get that right, to get the maximum outcome that you possibly can get. Otherwise, you'll have consumers getting different treatments depending on an insurer's approach to the data collection. So that's probably some of the biggest challenges, and then lining up your global reinsurance at the same time.
Okay. And I just have one last question. Sorry, I do know.
Yeah, one more.
Yeah.
One more, because
I'm so sorry. And Mr. Hall, one other question I had in light of what the answer's just been given. The previous government used the language that the pool was going to kick in on July 2022, so a few months ago. Is that a bit unfortunate of a framing, given that the legislation itself gives that time frame for insurers to go through these negotiations? Has it set up, I guess, an unfair expectation for your customers that they should be seeing savings already?
Yeah, I mean, we've been concerned all along that consumer expectations are running well ahead of where things are up to and can be delivered by. And we've done our best to try to, I guess, deal with those messages, engage with the consumer groups up there. I've spoken to a number of them. I've had a cup of tea with Margaret Shaw in Townsville. We're trying to do our best to manage those consumer expectations. I know our members have updated their call centres so that when people call in, we can explain to them how the system is working and when the premium changes will flow through. So it has been a bit of a challenge, yes.
Thank you. Sorry, Chair. I appreciate the indulgence.
Senator Payne.
Thank you. Earlier, the comment was made that it's quite complex in getting ready, I guess, for this to all come into full effect. And one of the questions I had then was, does the complexity of the scheme itself mean that is going to have an impact on premiums too? So is if the scheme is too complex, is that actually going to add?
I think
yeah.
What you might be getting at is administrative costs,
Yes.
which is absolutely a concern that we've got in terms of, just the work that's needed and so on. I mean, we're obviously very supportive of the pool and every effort to serve our customers better, but we need to get it right, and that does cost money.
Okay.
And I think it needs to be acknowledged that at the ARPC, this is new for them as well. I mean, they were covering a single peril issue, which was terrorism, vastly different to cyclone and cyclone-related flood. So they've had to gear up from a team of about 30 people to something that can handle a scheme of this size. So I think it's been both a challenge for the ARPC as well as members working in the market.
Yep, thank you. Now, my other questions relate more to mitigation, and I note, 15 years ago I was at an Australian Insurance Lawyers Conference, and the insurance industry was sounding the alarm on the cost that we were going to have from natural disasters as the climate changed. So I know that you're well across this. I guess I'm interested to know, you've talked about the fact in your submission that, targeting climate change is going to be the single most important thing that we do to reduce the cost for consumers. You've talked about the fact that there has to be significant mitigation investment. Obviously, the new fund, $200 million a year for mitigation, is really welcome. I'm interested to know whether any of you have done any modelling around what you think the true cost of mitigation is, and whether or not you feel that's sufficient or there's much more that needs to be done.
I can respond if anyone else wants to contribute. Welcome. Look, the $200 million is a step in the right direction, but it's a drop in the ocean. We're seeing that play out right now. The cost of the reconstruction and resilience work for South East Queensland jointly is $700 million. The cost for the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation, which I'm on the advisory board of, the initial tranche is $800 million, and I think they will burn through that as quickly as anything. These are massive schemes. It's going to cost billions of dollars. The ICA has issued a number of reports over recent years on various different perils, from coastal erosion through to cyclone and flood, which highlights that some of these are well and truly coastal erosion. $30 billion is the figure. But how we eat the elephant is the key, and we've got to make a start. And I know that we've got an availability and affordability challenge on our hands at the moment, and we're looking for a short-term fix on premiums and pricing. But we've also got to talk about the medium and long term, and we've got to make investment decisions now that will not benefit anyone sitting around this table here. It will be 3 or 4 senators after you who will receive the benefit of that work. And when it comes to the climate change debate in Australia, insurance actually costs what's happening in real terms. We can see it. We know that the net zero debate is important, which is why we have our own roadmap. But people often confuse net zero with some idea that it's going to reverse the climate we now live in. In our lifetimes, the climate that we live in right here today is the climate we've got. So we need to build the right houses in the right location to the right standard so that when people's greatest financial asset is under threat, it's not completely destroyed. And that's what we're trying to achieve here.
So I guess related to that, because you note in your submission that there's upward pressure on property insurance premiums arising from the higher frequency and severity of these extreme weather events. And I guess what I'm interested to know is do you, because obviously participation in the scheme is contingent upon people underwriting those particular risks, and there's a risk that people can exit, choose not to underwrite them, and then they don't have to be in the scheme. So what I'm interested to know is, do you envisage, to what extent will mitigation impact upon the likelihood that insurers will continue to underwrite those risks? And secondly, do you envisage a situation where the frequency of events could potentially negate the benefit of the pool because people are going to withdraw because they're no longer willing to underwrite? So that's quite broad.
Maybe just the broad answer then is wherever there's many examples now where mitigation work has paid a dividend in terms of insurance markets operating normally. Roma is one of the big examples we talk about in Queensland all the time, but there's plenty of more micro examples around the country. So insurers want people on their books. It's the premiums of the many that pay the claims of the few. And so we're looking for ways constantly to be able to keep the book strong, and mitigation and resilience over the medium to long term will do that. In terms of the appetite, again, it also depends on global appetite. So we rely on reinsurers, we rely on global capital to operate in this country, and they are looking very carefully to see what Australia is doing in terms of resilience and mitigation so that they're not backing something that they're losing money on, to put it. I don't know if anyone else is.
I think the only thing I would add is just in terms of mitigation, it really starts with land use planning and actually limiting new developments in places that are forecast to have high risk. And that's something that we've been very involved in doing research and really welcome the opportunity, not just IAG but the whole insurance industry, in helping inform those land use planning decisions with the modelling that we've supported.
Yeah, and Senator, from an RACQ perspective, we would absolutely have a strong view that mitigation and the pool will continue to at least support the mechanics of accessible and affordable sort of insurance, notwithstanding the challenges in the pool in particular, that at a point we can get into that detail. But from an RACQ perspective, particularly in Queensland, there are a number of projects under the Natural Disasters Mitigation Program that we need to get moving on. There are some, our members advocate all the time on things like the levee system in South Mackay or the Rockhampton Floodplain Risk Management Plan or the Bundaberg Levee. These are all projects that we would be suggesting how can we move forward as quickly as possible to have an immediate effect as much as possible.
Senator, if I may just build on these comments, so I very much agree with what's been said. I think the point about the mitigation is that's real, tangible evidence that makes a difference. We mentioned the Roma example, which I think we're all very familiar with, but discounts of 30 to 80%. I think the average discount, according to the government, was around 34%. The Queensland scheme, on average, according to the government, was around 9% reduction in premiums. These are the cyclone proofing homes resilience program. This makes a real difference, but I think the point that I think we also recognise is that not only is it making insurance more affordable in the face of all of these natural catastrophes, it's also reducing the risk, to families, to the community of being in the face, having to go through what is an incredibly traumatic experience.
Thanks.
Look, because I know there's still a number of members, but that's okay. If the senators, I'm going to hand over to the deputy to ask some questions, and then we'll go to Andrew and then Luke. And we'll go through morning tea, so we won't have a break. We'll keep going because we're having...
That's okay with you guys?
Is that okay?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
We might just keep going
Yeah.
rather than just stopping and then starting again.
Okay. What I'd like to do, first of all, I think we need to focus on what we're trying to do here today, make this the best thing it can possibly be rather than sort of throwing spears and blaming one or the other. The reality is as you're well aware, I've been trying to get a reinsurance pool up since 2010. So it's gone through successive governments where there's been pushback. The fact of the matter is we managed to get it legislated, supported by both sides, only in May this year. I think it was May this year. It was April, May this year. Now, I ask the question, under the circumstances, there's a lot of things that need to be done to deal with this. You've raised mitigation. It's a critical part of the puzzle. State taxes is a critical part of the puzzle. State legislation, particularly in relation to strata and amendment, is a part of the puzzle.
Yeah.
Would you agree, though, that looking at it today, when we talk about a pool, reinsurance pool, is that also a critical part of the, if it's done right, a critical part of the puzzle in relation to insurance affordability and accessibility? Just ask the panel. Is there a better way of doing it other than having a pool, a well-functioning pool that just can work? Is there another way that we could do it rather than reinsurance pool?
Maybe, do you want me to kick off and then,
Yep.
because we do have there is a range of individual
that's what I'm
views,
looking for.
From insurers, but maybe just from an overall perspective, Warren. I think first of all we'd acknowledge the advocacy you've done around all of this for many years, and for very good reason, because we know that there is an acute problem in Northern Australia for availability and affordability of insurance. And it's been the case that successive reports have highlighted that it's not been, and not that you're saying this, but it's not been by any means anything around profiteering or anything by insurers. Insurers in this country are trying to cover the risk that comes with living in Northern Australia and the risk of development that we've made and development mistakes we've made and need to go back and fix up. So the attractiveness of a reinsurance pool, I think it can make sense to the ordinary person who even understands what a reinsurance pool is. But I think to make it effective, maybe the reflection is broadly that we're all coming to, whether we're strongly in favour of it or at the moment sitting and trying to work through it, is that the numbers that the ARPC are coming up with are reducing the extreme costs on a very small percentage of very exposed properties, many of whom you know really well because they're right in your electorate and have been through a really tough time. If you want to spread that benefit more broadly, the reality is any reinsurance pool in the world that has provided real premium relief, let's call it, has been subsidised. It requires a taxpayer subsidy to go into it. So aiming to be revenue neutral over whatever period you want to put it on is not going to, I think all the ARPC is demonstrating is that the private reinsurance market already really wasn't making money out of what they're doing, and they required a more diversified mix of risks from across Australia. And so it's not necessarily the only silver bullet. It is part of that bigger puzzle that you talked about. But I think once we finish crunching numbers, it will be the ball will be in government to think about whether they need to put more money directly into subsidising the pool. And the ACCC report suggested direct subsidies, not a pool subsidy, but we've gone down the path of the pool. So I think we've just got to work with the ACCC on the price monitoring, and in the review process have an honest discussion around whether or not this is the best use of capital on behalf of the taxpayer. Ultimately, let's try and get the cyclone pool working before we look to extend it across all sorts of other perils in this country.
Yep.
And Deputy Chair, if I may extend on that, and to your point, absolutely, stamp duty and resilience part of the pie and part of the puzzle. But if I focus my comments specifically on the pool, because RACQ, we've got about 1.8 million members in Queensland, about 300,000 in North Queensland, and it's a constant point of contention and issue. We have been very strongly supportive of a well-functioning pool, As it currently stands, we believe there's room for improvement in the current structure of the pool to actually make it effective and deliver on what we're seeking to deliver on. The number one element of that is the budget neutrality and the subsidisation requirement, as Andrew referred to, by virtue of the fact that we have a very small proportion of people that are getting a very large element of the outcome, and we will not see in its current design the desired effects. The expanding of the pool to cover all types of floods, so that's a point of contention in our view and will lead to friction, inefficiency and not delivering on the intention of the pool. We've mentioned already the 48-hour element and making that the 168. So again, you line that up 7 days, and it allows you to then ensure good alignment with your global reinsurance arrangements. Again, friction out, ensuring we can actually deliver, in our instance, for our 300,000 members, particularly in North Queensland. And then the other one is, it's a smaller element, but again, it takes friction out of the pool by including motor vehicles in it as well. So they're our 4 top elements that we think go to the heart of actually ensuring a better functioning pool that actually goes to the heart of delivering the savings that we're seeking to achieve.
Anybody else want to make a comment on that?
From Allianz's perspective, we see the pool as an important part of the suite of measures that we've discussed as an efficient way through the insurance mechanism to deliver a reduction. The thing that constrains it from doing that to the vast majority of people is, has been mentioned, is the revenue neutrality constraint. There's so much money within the design of the pool that can be allocated to the risks. It's designed well in the sense that most of that is going to the high risks, but what it means is that for the large proportion of people with the low to medium risks, the premium reductions are very, very modest, and so without a subsidy, that won't change. I might get my colleague James, though, just to add on a couple of other points that were raised.
I think from Allianz's perspective, a comment on the design of the 48-hour and cyclone period. We strongly believe the design is correct how it is and provides the most effectiveness in terms of the pool design. We're covered for the period that a cyclone commences until the time that the cyclone ends, whether that is a 2-day cyclone or a 2-week cyclone, and that provides the best protection in terms of cyclone risk for our balance sheet. It also provides the most defined mechanism that's able to be transferred cleanly into global reinsurance markets. The bringing in of a 7-day clause would create significant challenges in terms of directly identifying which parts of the country might be impacted by a weather system 7 days post a cyclone, and therefore dilutes the ability to cleanly assess the risk and cleanly transfer it. That uncertainty will translate into higher reinsurance costs because we'll be double insuring. So the more certain the period, the more certain the definition, the easier the risk transfer is into global markets and creating the ability to pass those savings through to people who are genuinely exposed to cyclone risk, not people that may be exposed to a weather system 7 days down the track. So
you're saying longer than the 7 days, so sure.
Currently the design is the entire period that the cyclone is in place plus 48 hours.
Floods associated with those lows, which are more likely to be further than the 48 hours, so you don't want them covered.
The associated flooding, if there was, the key point that we're making is that flooding that occurs some 7 days later due to a weather system that has become a tropical low and has travelled to another part of the country and then is dropping water there and creating flooding, to bring that into the scheme design and cover that part of the country rather than focusing on Northern Australian cyclone risk would make the risk transfer more complicated and lead to a dilution of the savings that are able to be realised through reinsurance.
However, I'll give you an example. Cyclone Monica, 2006. Quite a severe cyclone, hit the coast north of Cairns, in around the Cape York area. There was no material damage other than pruning of trees. It hit on the 16th of April. The flooding that affected and it was decommissioned relatively quickly, but the flooding directly associated to the monsters through that cyclone impacted up around about the 26th of April, and that was all the floods associated with the low created by the cyclone into Cape York, and it was significant. The damage was mainly on roads and other although remote properties were impacted. So that was 8 to 10 days after the cyclone had actually hit, and it hadn't moved out of the area, it had moved further inland, and but maybe the idea of actually extending it to say, rightio, I mean, we're looking at doing something for Northern Australia at the moment. I've got no doubt at all if we get it right and we fund it. I mean, there's going to be billions of dollars spent on fixing some of this mess now. Maybe they need to put more into a pool to get it right. But what's the idea of, rather than just flood, we either extend the floods directly associated with the cyclone, or we look at broadening it to include other flood-related areas within this region. What's your thoughts on that?
Deputy Chair, if I may respond to your question, if that's all right?
Yes, of course.
And also probably build on some of the other comments that have been stated. So from a QBE perspective, we do support the idea of moving to 7 days for the related flooding after a cyclone. I think to your example that you just provided, we recognise that in the event of related flooding following a cyclone, there's a level of damage that may well occur in the first 48 hours, but may indeed escalate afterwards, to your example. And in that situation, suddenly there's a complexity in terms of the recovery, and I think this goes back to earlier comments by my colleagues here, that how much are we recovering from the ARPC versus how much are we recovering from global reinsurance markets. The more uncertain we make it for global reinsurance markets, the harder it'll be for them to say this is therefore your definitive price, that you still need to pay for all the residual risk. And there is a risk, therefore, that we could be double paying for that portion by which they feel that they're not actually handing over that risk to the ARPC and to the cyclone pool.
That's why the suggestion from RACQ that we actually broaden it to include. We're trying to make this the best it possibly can be, and as less complex. Otherwise, you're right. You go to other overseas reinsure. Well, this little bit here, this little bit, and then suddenly it becomes you're doubling up, you're tripling up, and it becomes more. So we're just trying to find serious recommendations that can make it work. And so I guess just if we just find. Do you have any objections to a suggestion that we expand it to flood?
Well, Deputy Chair, if I may, I think so definitely the 7 days for related flooding following a cyclone. I think the concern, if we try and expand it further at this stage to other perils, would be we're yet to prove that a pool that has been working at pace will actually achieve its desired objectives and outcomes. And so to try and expand it at this stage may actually be a bit ahead of our ability to ensure that we'll get the right outcomes for customers.
Is there a consensus that at least we're moving in the right direction if we start with 7 days?
Chair, can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah. Sorry?
Can I ask a clarifying question? Because I feel like I've heard sort of something similar, something different, but I guess I want to clarify. Mr. Zukowski, you talked about cyclone-related flooding for 7 days. Mr. Fitzpatrick, you talked about, defining the cyclone-related event. And so I'm wondering, is there a need for more clarity around that definition, in the sense that I would imagine a cyclone-related flooding is potentially still the cyclone event, depending on how we're defining where the cyclone is still happening? Or is your definition, Mr. Fitzpatrick, essentially until it's declared a low, that's the cyclone event? I'm just trying to, because we seem to have some crossover in grey, and I'm just trying to understand how different.
The design at the moment is that coverage is provided from the commencement, we're using a Bureau of Meteorology definition, the commencement of a cyclone the completion, plus 48 hours for any losses commencing in that period. So in terms of a definition, we think that that's clear. The risk with an extended period is that the risks that potentially sit in the pool form a much broader geographical region. At the moment, the pool has determined that there's no material risk for, say, Sydney as a location. If we were to extend an additional 5 days, then you bring Sydney in to receive benefits from the pool because of the potential for a system to have moved much more broadly. That increases the complexity of the risks that are transferred in. It increases the complexity of assessing how to pass through savings because of that much broader geographic scope that is benefiting from the pool, and is why we're advocating for maintaining as clearer definition as possible, such that the assessment of that risk is as easy as possible.
So can I just ask one further question then, and that is Mr Zukowski and Mr Sayers, are you, when you're saying that you think it should be extended out to 7 days, is that on the basis of the same definition that Mr Fitzpatrick is working from, but you have a different view on the length of time that it should be covered?
Yeah, I think, thank you, Senator. I think at a minimum, cyclone-related flood must be in for the 7-day period to align to our global reinsurance treaties. And in our opinion, that provides the best outcome for Queenslanders and North Queenslanders in particular.
Senator, can I just to that? I guess where RACQ is coming from is that the pool only provides partial reinsurance cover, doesn't provide full reinsurance cover. Deputy Chair used the example of Cyclone Monica. RACQ has a more recent example. Members and senators might have recalled Cyclone Oswald that impacted North Queensland in 2013. It hovered around the Gulf in its first few days. It didn't do a lot of damage then, and then it continued on a path down the coastline of Queensland where it did almost all of its damage, and it was a very costly event for RACQ in the order of $100 million in insured losses just for our, that impacted RACQ's members. And all of its damage was done after that 48-hour period. So if the pool was in place at the time of Cyclone Oswald, the pool would not have responded to an event like that. And that's why, that's one of the examples we're giving as to why the 48-hour period should be extended to 168.
Just one more question then. Mr Fitzpatrick, you've talked about the fact that extending the definition actually makes it more difficult to get reinsurance, and Mr Sayers, you said that it actually aligns with those treaties. So I'm keen to understand where that difference is coming from for the benefit of the panel.
Could I make one comment on the 7 days? So current reinsurance arrangements provide for cover for a 7-day period of loss, determined by the insurer in terms of the start and the finish. The way the pool's currently designed is that it covers for the period of loss while ever the cyclone is a cyclone. Now that could be 8 days, that could be 10 days, and then there's another 48 hours on top of that. So whether you, I mean, having 7 days plus a cyclone produces a period of longer than 7 days. So, which means that it can't, in any circumstance, align with current arrangements where the cover is for 7 days. I think on the question of flooding, in principle, I mean, we support the fact that the affordability of flood cover all over Australia is a problem. We support, in principle, the pool being expanded to cover non-cyclonic flood. And I think that would be a much more effective way of addressing the issue, rather than extending to 7 days, where if we want to call it non-cyclonic flood would be covered, but we'd never really know where. It'd just depend on where any particular cyclone happened to want to go, whether it was inland directly west from the North Queensland coast, whether it was south to Sydney, whether it was diagonal, you know, up to Weipa or something. I mean, apart from the points James has made about you then have to bring all those properties into the pool, and you essentially then dilute the current arrangement which keeps the focus on premium reductions for those that are subject to high cyclone risk.
Thank you.
I appreciate where you go. I mean, I'm not sure of an example where a cyclone has hit anywhere on the Northern Australia coast that's actually reached Sydney. I don't think there is an example of it. It's hypothetical. However,
Cyclones have reached Sydney in the past.
but they've hit Brisbane too, and down there as well. But they haven't travelled from far north. I mean, we're talking about Northern Australia, from Northern Australia one here, to try and get this one right. And there's no reason why at some point in the track, if we get it right, they may be able to extend to other areas. But we're just trying to get this one right. And so you would agree with RACQ that the best arrangement here would be to have cyclone and a flood arrangement in Northern Australia rather than a time frame on it.
Well, a flood arrangement for the whole of Australia, as we've seen.
Yeah,
over the
well,
last
this
6
is
months.
we got the Northern Australia reinsurance pool that we're talking about here. We're not talking about an Australia. I tried to get that up in 2010, and this is as far as we've got. So let's make this as best as we can, and if we do it right, there's a good, there's a probable possibility we can actually expand it from there. That's why we're just trying to get this one right, and that's why the best way for Northern Australia, one, is it 7 days, or do we recommend that we expand it to floods floods as well as cyclones?
So maybe I could just summarise quickly. I know this is unhelpful for the committee, but the view of the industry is the majority of members agree with extending to 7 days. Allianz has a different view. Okay. That's just so that we understand.
We've got to land somewhere now.
We do. So that's the polling from this end.
Budget neutrality. I mean, a lot of these things. There's a suggestion here that somehow or other I got all this information. We come out and deceive the public, right? The reality is we knew. I'm not from an insurance company. We only got the information that was provided to us at the time. And obviously it was the same information that was generally provided to you guys. And so, of course, that's what we went on. Now, for example, I didn't know that it was budget neutral for 12 months, for every year. So what we've got to do is, now, how do we address that? I agree with you that there needs to be some costs, because there's going to be a cost if there is damage, because the government's going to pick it up. So, look, at the moment we've got budget neutral. So do we start with a 10-year cycle and see how that's going to work on it? So we do a 10-year cycle on it rather than 12 months. 12 months is totally unworkable. What's the panel's view on that?
Do you mean on when it gets reviewed? Why?
Well, what I think, we've got a 3-year thing in review. That 3 years really should be from when they start to when people take it up, not from the 1st of July 2022, from when you sign up for this. So we make this as attractive as possible to allow you to sign up sooner rather than later. For example, it came into legislation in May. There was no, I didn't know how the workings of it was, but nevertheless, it was not possible for you guys to have everything in place to go in on the 1st of July. We realise that now. Now, some of us saying coming in January, probably start into it. Others will come in by July 2023. That's fantastic. So what we do is we make it as best as we possibly can, recommend it as best as possible, so that anybody, for those of you saying, oh, well, we're not going to do it until end of the year, we might be able to make it attractive enough to come a little bit sooner. But when they start to come in, that would be the time that we recommend that 3-year cycle review. But again, initially there was an intention to review it in 12 months to see how it actually works, and to see if we needed to do it rather than wait for 3 years. What's your view on that?
Well, so I think there's probably other elements that it's going to deliver that are relative to the debate as well, Deputy Chair, because it's designed to also bring other insurers back into the market who currently aren't there. So when that happens, it's hard to predict what will happen. It's a market, it's competitive, and you may see other different pressures coming down on pricing and the like as other players enter the market. So there is a lot that will play out, you're absolutely right. We probably need to go through a couple of seasons of cyclones to work out whether the settings are even correct. It's currently a $10 billion pool. a Category 3 or above cyclone in the northern suburbs of Brisbane or on the Sunshine or Gold Coasts will easily absorb $10 billion of damage.
But we're not going to go to Brisbane or the Gold Coast at this point in time.
But-
Let's stay at the Tropic.
Or we have two in 1 year, two big ones in 1 year up north.
That's
and
correct.
You've got a lot of money, So there's a whole heap of factors here at play that I think we're all trying to work our way through. This needs to be an agile program as well. We need to be able to make adjustments to it as it progresses, because things do change. Financial markets change, all sorts of things change, and I think we do need to be able to keep a review date hard and fast, and then do that review, and then if another one 3 years later is required, we do that.
Okay, finally, just last one, sorry. You mentioned motor vehicles. What's the panel's view of including motor vehicles part of the Northern Australia?
We did a survey of our members, so that was RACQ are in favour of that, and there was no real support for other members on that.
Okay. Marine, lastly, because that was included in the pool, it was supposed to be introduced in 1st of July 2023.
Yeah.
I understand that it's sort of it's slipped off the radar.
Marine's a little bit more difficult, probably because the problem we're trying to address here is not marine related. The issues in marine insurance in Northern Australia are largely around the tourism operators, the barefoot charter people. They don't have a physical risk other than that, the risk of leasing their boats to someone who doesn't know how to sail and it ends up damaged. So
they live on the boats and...
Yeah, well, there's that too, but by and large, PANA, I think we went through that marine discussion with the technical group. Do you want to just add to that?
That's right. So we have a marine committee that provides input specifically on this issue, and we have responded to Treasury, who asked to consider marine coverage. As part of that, what we got by way of feedback from members who are in the marine insurance market is that there is actually no particular difference in terms of marine insurance premium levels in Northern Australia relative to Southern Australia. So it was less than 5% across the portfolios in terms of our members. In addition, as Andrew has said, the real risk and the observation of premium increases where, as a result of particular challenges for business operators are not related to additional cyclone and natural underwriting risk in Northern Australia, but the claims history associated with the business activities because of the hire of boats to customers who might have various degrees of sailing experience and the likely property damage. So these are risks and factors that are really for the management of the individual business as opposed to natural peril from cyclone.
Okay.
Thank you, Andrew. And then after you ask your questions, we might just go for a quick break, just so that members can maybe get some water, and then we'll come back. Okay. To Luke. Yes.
So my goal
Might get some questions
is to have the maximum amount of insurance cover for the cheapest possible price for my people.
Accessibility.
Right? So is this the best, have we got consensus that this, from everyone at the table, that this reinsurance pool here is the best vehicle to do that?
From RACQ's perspective, Mr Wilcox, the pool is the right mechanism with some of the current changes that we've identified. And I think to the previous Deputy Chair's question, if we truly want to challenge the budget neutral element of it, then we have to set a view on our desired target premiums, and then we can work backwards from there.
Is there anyone else to say?
Well, Allianz's view is the best vehicle.
Okay. So with your tweaks and refinements to it, then that's where we need to be. Now, just to explore the timing, the 48 hours versus the 168, pricing for that, I'm hearing two different versions. One thinks it's going to make it more convoluted and potentially more expensive. I'm hearing down the other end of the table that you think it's the other way, that to cover. Is that what I'm hearing?
Maybe we'll hear from IAG. They didn't speak just before, so Krista, yeah.
The point that I might make about that is I think the earlier conversation actually highlighted some of the complexities that we're all dealing with around the definitional differences between our global reinsurance contracts and the pool definition, and that creates complexity. In terms of our position, we're supportive of the extension to 7 days. That's partly because of that reinsurance interaction, and it's also because at the claims time, when we're looking to decide or determine what is recoverable from the pool, what's recoverable from our other reinsurers, we need to then determine whether that flooding occurred within the 48 hours or afterwards, and that may be quite a difficult exercise in terms of, and particularly if we have to go and ask customers who may have been evacuated and might not actually know when the flood hit their property. So there's some practical and operational issues related to that 48 hours and 7 days, as well as all of the other points that have been raised. So I just wanted to put that position forward that we're supportive of the 7 days. In terms of your other question around the pool generally, I think it's the same as the point that Andrew raised earlier, that we cost the risk, so we come up with this is the cost for the risk. The only way to make premiums cheaper for certain segments of that population is either to subsidise the pool overall, and that's where that cost neutrality assumption is something that we've been talking about, or increase cross-subsidisation within or across eligible members within the pool.
I'm done. Thanks, Chair.
You got no other questions? Look, we might just have a quick break and then we'll come back, and then I'll allow Luke Gosling to ask some questions.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
What was that
Is that
all
all
about?
I don't know. Sometimes we have bells in the Senate. Maybe someone just knocked it. You never know.
Okay. All right.
It's a good time to break.
Well, we might just have a quick break and then we'll come back, and that'll allow you to get some water.
Thank you.
If we can get everyone back. Didn't you have one more question? Did you have one more question? Okay. So the committee will now resume its examination of the Insurance Council of Australia, which includes Allianz, IAG, QBE and RACQ. And I will hand questions over to Luke Gosling.
Thanks, Chair. We've heard a lot about North Queensland, and for obvious reasons, a number of members of this committee are interested in that, being from where they're from and who they represent. I'm just interested across the board. We'll get to the Northern Territory in a minute, but Northwest WA, and whether your companies represent many businesses and residences up there, and sort of what, I'm not an expert in their sort of cyclone profile, but it's probably the first cyclone that I ever encountered was in northwest Western Australia. I know they get them, and even though they're not represented here by a member, we're all interested in coverage for everyone across the north who are in the path of cyclones. So just any general comments on Northwest WA and any specific thoughts about anything that's specific to their cyclone profile, if you like, that we might want to take into account?
Yeah, well, maybe I'll just kick off broadly. You'll have the predominant player up there is RAA, who are not here. That's the West Australian Motoring Mutual. They're a big representative of insured residents up there, but others do have some exposure in those areas. the northwest is one of our very active cyclone parts of the country. As we know, it's also very sparsely populated. The main issues in northwest and WA are building standards and codes, and across the board in the West Australian coastline. They obviously are part of the pool, so the benefit does extend to their very exposed properties, but they're much fewer in number than they are given the population density and where they are. Western Australia had a cyclone last year, Cyclone Seroja. It was a Category 3, but it actually struck just north of Geraldton. And if you draw a straight line across Australia, that's the southern suburbs of Brisbane and the northern suburbs of the Gold Coast. So it was a reminder that you can get quite ferocious cyclones low, and the impact of that one probably highlighted some of the challenges those communities face because they're very small shires, they're generally not equipped, the total destruction on a number of towns, a lot of farming infrastructure completely knocked out because it's the wheat belt, silos were destroyed and the like, and the recovery there has taken a lot longer than what we would normally expect. We did have a problem that the West Australian border was closed and we couldn't get people there to help, but that's all changed now. But it is a very challenging environment to operate in terms of insurance.
Thank you. And just in terms of the Northern Territory, I guess initially I want to make the point, but the current terms of reference, don't provide for a flood-based, that is separate to a cyclone event, don't provide for a flood base. And sort of my sense, it's early days and looking forward to the rest of today, is that we want to get something up and running that works, and because we're coming into a cyclone season. I appreciate that that not everyone is looking to join as of the 1st of January, but I'm glad that Allianz is. And my hope that if unfortunately there is an incident, that being a first mover will bring some benefit to the majority of Territorians who were members of TIO and are now with Allianz. I was just wondering if we have any sense of previously Allianz members mentioned, representatives mentioned that the reduction in premiums wouldn't be that much, but is that modelling that takes into account you joining on the 1st of January? And is there any indication of a ballpark of what not much of a reduction means in terms of dollars for your members?
I think that the analysis we've done is consistent with the analysis that's been provided by the ARPC, and so we do see some reasonable impacts as a consequence of entering the pool, which across the entire of Northern Australia is similar to the 6% in terms of the likely difference in the premiums that we'll offer. For higher risk or the highest risk parts of Northern Australia, it's a 30% differential in terms of the premium rates that we will be offering than if we hadn't entered the pool. So there are some material changes in terms of premium outcomes, and we look forward to passing those on. As I said in my opening comments, it is against a backdrop where there is significant inflation coming through. So some of the benefit of the pool will be more difficult to observe when compared with a prior year premium, even though those savings are real and coming through in terms of moderating the rate of increase at the moment in those parts of Australia.
Does the 6% take into account the projections from the Reserve Bank and Treasury and others around inflationary pressures?
The 6% is effectively what we would have charged if we'd continued to operate without the benefit of the pool. And so it's normalised in terms of inflation. At the moment, the industry statistics I've seen suggested in the last quarter, for example, that home price increase was on average 14% across the industry. So against that backdrop, we will see a 6% better outcome than would have otherwise been delivered. I don't know if that is... It's a little complicated to wash through a saving at a time when we're seeing such material inflationary pressure coming through. So that inflation is absolutely real. It is something that the whole industry is grappling with, and it is meaning that it's going to be difficult for an end consumer to look at the bill that they get this year versus last year and see the savings consistent with the numbers that we're quoting.
And just so I understand your previous evidence, sticking with the 48 hours after the cyclone is finished will allow a better result from the reinsuring, or fit more neatly with the other reinsurers, and will allow it to run essentially quicker, like you've committed to getting into it next year. I think in terms of getting this thing up and running as quickly as possible, I understand that that's the case. I haven't sort of looked at Northern Territory cyclones in detail, but it seems to me that it would fit the profile of covering the majority of claims occurring after that period. So I just make that observation. Is there anything in terms of mitigation? You've heard about the fund that's going to enable the financing of state and territory governments, in our case the territory government and local councils, to put in place mitigation projects. Is there anything in relation to the Northern Territory in terms of mitigation that you'd recommend in terms of projects?
We haven't done any comprehensive analysis of the projects that would deliver the best results. I know after we purchased the TIO, as a part of those arrangements, there was investment in flood mitigation and other mitigation, particularly around the Katherine area and Rapid Creek and other places. But since then, we haven't sat down and sort of looked at where the next best opportunities in the Northern Territory are.
Yeah, I'd be interested in any thoughts from the North, and I'll meet with them when I get back to the Territory and get some understanding of how we might be able to bring down the premiums, because that's what we're trying to do here. The premiums, across the board, and those numbers out of Queensland are, pretty concerning, where people, won't be able to afford insurance going forward, and that's why, we want to get this right. We want to get it operating, and thanks for signing up.
Pleasure. We're really looking forward to passing through the benefits. I would make one comment in terms of an area that we do see value in investment. I think unanimously everyone said mitigation is a good thing, and that's absolutely something we support. The area that I think industry and community benefit from is the more that we can invest in having good quality, accurate data about the risks and the profiles. It means that our insurance operations can all price more effectively to anything that is mitigated, and making sure that consumers are able to get the benefit of the mitigation work, which provides an incentive for promoting mitigation because it becomes more evident. That's obviously one of the goals of the pool, and one we strongly support. The more enabled that is by good quality data that's available to the industry, then the faster that whole cycle can operate.
Thanks, Chair.
Senator Green.
I just want to ask a follow-up question. Mr. Sayers, you say that in its current form, the pool will not deliver the desired benefits. You're nodding, but this is you have to actually audibly.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Within its current construct, without some improvements, in our opinion, we won't deliver the meaningful savings we're seeking to achieve. The previous conversation that was just had, there will be a real risk of our members in North Queensland in particular not seeing real dollar savings year on year unless we address in particular, in our opinion, two key elements. One being the 7-day period and cyclone related flood being in, and then similarly the budget neutrality element of the program.
Okay, so the design currently as it stands that was put forward by the previous government won't deliver the benefits unless there's some, you say, tweaks. Can I just understand in terms of cost neutrality, that's a term that some people, some consumers might not be familiar with. What do you mean by the changing the cost neutrality?
Ultimately, it will need to come back to investigating the opportunities for government subsidisation of the pool or direct subsidisation to homeowners. So,
and how much money are we talking about?
We would need to work backwards from what we want to target in terms of either premium reductions or the sort of average premium setting we're wanting in particularly high to medium risk cyclone prone areas.
Okay, we're not talking about a small amount of money, are we?
I would need to
Can
work
you take
backwards.
that on notice?
Very
Mr.
happy to take
Sayers?
that
I know
on notice.
You say you would need to understand what the reduction might be. Perhaps if you could take on notice, and if it's a complicated calculation, I understand that, but the premium savings that were promised previously was around 48% for homeowners, and currently the actual modelling that's been released is 13% for homeowners. Maybe you could let us know what the cost might be for either of those scenarios.
Yeah, happy to take that
Thank
on notice,
you.
Senator.
Thanks.
Senator Payne.
Yeah, I just have a question in relation to Allianz's submission. You note that the reinsurance pool, while likely to be effective in reducing premiums for some customers in the short to medium term, needs to be complemented by the other measures that we spoke about earlier. My question is, could you define for me what you envisage is the short to medium term, and have you only projected out to the medium term rather than the long term because you're envisaging that the hope would be that there's sufficient mitigation and adaptation that we no longer require it, or that it ceases to become effective because of the change in climate? Just interested to understand the thinking around that.
I think we make the comment in relation to short to medium just in the context that the amount of mitigation and property resilience that would be required to materially reduce premiums across a broad range of the impacted sort of populations is a decades-long exercise. So it's not that we've only projected out a certain period. We're just saying that those projections currently those estimates are based on what we see the pool doing today. They'll be similar if the pools stay the same. The estimates may stay similar, but it's really just that question of the long term is the period over which the mitigation and resilience would be taking effect. We don't see the amount of expenditure going into mitigation and resilience over the short to medium term, and if I define that as, say, 2 to 5 years, as having a material impact on a large number of customers who are vulnerable to cyclones or related flooding.
I would just add one.
Can I
add one? You go, Andrew.
James, yeah.
I'll just very briefly add that certainly from our perspective, we are over the long term particularly concerned about the uncertainty of changing weather patterns and climate change. That is something that is a material concern for the affordability and sustainability of what we are talking about.
Yeah.
Probably just to the, I want to add just to the design element of a reinsurance pool and the interconnectivity with resilience and mitigation. If you look around the world, the pools that work successfully are linked. So, for example, the UK flood reinsurance pool has a cut-off date for properties that can go in. After that date, developers can't build on a floodplain. They can't build homes that they are on their own. Yeah. So it's one element that was missing in the design of this pool was actually cutting off and then forcing the market to look after itself. And over the long term, that is what government will need, because the subsidisation cost to government is going to for premiums. I know Senator Green asked for some estimates. I can guarantee it's going to be in the billions. Yeah. The US government just wrote off $16 billion for their flood reinsurance scheme. And that's because it gives developers false comfort to keep building homes on floodplains. So we want to avoid that in this country, full stop. Yep. And I think perhaps one of the design elements of the scheme when it's reviewed is considering how we sunset a government reinsurance pool and force the market to deliver houses that can withstand cyclones.
Thanks.
Good question. You got a question?
No, I was saying it's a good question.
What? Senator McDonald, did you have a question?
I'll go after you.
Yeah.
I do have some more. Thank you.
Just to RACQ in relation to the savings figures, they're not figures that you guys created. They were figures that came from the ARPC, same as they were figures that were provided to us. So I think the best for us to ask the questions is to the ARPC as to how they come up with the original figures and how they've done the others. I mean, because you would have been taking advice from them as well, I assume. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct, Deputy Chair. So we've been using the numbers through the ARPC.
The other thing too, in relation to subsidies, I think it would be very useful for the committee to actually ask, I think we need to ask this from a government perspective, how much money has been spent, federal money has been spent in relation to the South East Queensland floods, the Grantham incident, the Lismore floods, what's happening now in central western New South Wales, and a range of other incidents of how much money has actually been expended by the federal government in dealing with those disasters, because every single one of those, in effect, is subsidising. And so it may well be there's a strong argument that we actually look at a model that improves the improves the quality of the reinsurance pool, because it's investing into it rather than just feeding it out the other end. So I think that's something that it's important that we that we look at. So I'd be asking from Madam Chair if we can actually get that information from the government sources as to what those costs are.
The two programs are South East Queensland's 700 million and Northern Rivers is 800 million.
Is that 700 from the federal government?
No, it's a shared cost between them.
There's 700 and 800 million then just in one example.
So there's $1.5 billion already. Yeah. They haven't yet really released packages they're going to need to for the Central West because there was areas largely uninsured there that are going to need taxpayers. So your point is the government's already acting as the insurer of last resort.
Of last resort, and I think this needs to be put into perspective. And I think we've got a lot of questions that we need to ask of the pool managers, because a lot of that information you act on, and we've acted on it in good faith as well. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Can I just as the Chair, ask one question before I hand over to Senator McDonald? So flowing on from your question, Warren, I suppose given you are not, and I'm not sure, Andrew, whether you answer it or your members, but given that you were previously not involved in the data and that process, the data and monitoring process, are you now satisfied with how the data and modelling is being created from the ARPC? I mean, flowing on from what the questions that Warren was just asking about, those costs increasing. If we look at the southeastern floods and what's happening now.
Well, I mean, I think the ARPC is employing some very smart people. They've got a very respected actuarial firm, Affinity Consulting, which does a lot of work for insurers. So, we come from the premise that they are putting good people at this and analysing the data. So I don't think that there's a concern necessarily, but I'm happy to.
No, there's not a concern over the work that's being done there, and I think that's been reviewed by the Australian Government Actuary as well. It's more the speed at which this is developing, the rush that we're having to sort of take what's quite complicated work and then build that into our pricing and then roll out those operational changes that I talked about before. So a lot of the discussion today has been more about the design of the scheme itself and the speed at which it's been rolled out, rather than any question about the actual, modelling that's been done by the ARPC. And these models are quite difficult and very uncertain, and they've been gathering more data over the last year, which is, I think, what has led to some of those changes.
Chair, if I could just add to that, I completely agree with the comments that have been made. The only additional question, I guess, around something that we've seen observed in terms of the process that the ARPC has followed is, whereas we would currently price cyclone down to the individual property, one of the decisions that's been made from within the ARPC modelling is to price at a suburb level, which naturally creates an averaging effect. And I guess that goes to the earlier comments that we made about those households that we may have deemed to be lower risk, then getting an average for the overall suburb would naturally result in the ARPC modelling recognising that, pushing that up for them. So there's possibly a question to ask the ARPC later as well in terms of their approach to the modelling.
Senator McDonald.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I'm really conscious that I've been out of the room for a little while and you've potentially covered off the final questions that I wanted to ask you. But it was with regard to what you think is the maximum benefit that policyholders should be able to expect as insurers sign up to the reinsurance pool. Should I start with you, Mr. Hall? Is that?
Well, we've got the modelling that came from the latest pricing that came out of the ARPC. So I think it was 13% for home, 10% for small business, and 37% for the most expensive strata schemes.
What about outside of? Because yes, thank you. You did cover off on those premium numbers in your submission.
Yeah.
But what about outside of that? Do you think that there will be greater coverage offered, more properties? Because I think we've seen specifically, well, I'll speak for Townsville, streets that have been reprofiled, and you'll have different outcomes for different property owners within, a very close proximity. So I'm just trying to find out what else may be something that homeowners, business owners could expect.
Well, I mean, one of them, and we did touch on this before, is that you may see other entrants re-enter the market. I think in Townsville, there is cyclone and flood risk is only part of the risk. Crime is, I think, as I understand it, one of the bigger drivers of premium pricing at the moment in Townsville. So, more needs to be done in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good point, Andrew, that, in any premium, the cyclone component is actually only one part. So, one of the things that all insurers are doing is sort of taking this reinsurance pool and then seeing what benefit then can be passed on just on that component. But the factors are very different for different policyholders. It's a distribution of outcomes that you can expect for different policyholders. At the top end of high and medium risk cyclone-exposed properties, there may be more properties that will now be able to afford insurance, as well as a lot of what we talked about before in terms of people who already have insurance. But I think the way the pool's designed and those savings, one of our concerns is that there will still be a proportion of people who won't be able to afford insurance, or that it's not going to completely address the risk. So.
Could I ask you the same question? I think I should have asked individual insurers rather than the council about maximum benefits. Do you have a view on what the maximum benefits are that you should be able to see achieved for some property policy holders?
Yeah, we're still working through that, so I don't have the answer to that question. I think our sort of analysis shows that we've got broad consistency in terms of relativities with what we've seen in the ARPC modelling, but I can't quote an actual maximum for an individual policyholder.
Mr Sayers, I appreciate you wouldn't be able to quote an individual policyholder either, but are you getting a sense of a band of policyholders who will do better?
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, similar to Mrs Marjorie Banks, at a headline portfolio level, we're seeing alignment with the most recent Finity report and the numbers that we've identified. How that then cascades down to a household risk address level is still to be worked through, with all the machinations to go through. The real risk, as we've identified, is that dollar savings. We can all talk to the fact that cyclone component will reduce of a premium, but with all the other factors at play, $1 year-on-year saving that a person might see or a member might see on their renewal notice is challenging when you think of it in that context. And at the highest end, for major or high-risk cyclone areas, the modelling suggesting in the vicinity of 48%, but in the most recent modelling there's only about 0.2% of our households that are exposed to that high risk that are going to see that maximum saving in a cyclone premium. 0.2. Yeah, so high medium risk in the most. So if I bring together high and medium risk, it's about 7.2%. So 7% in the medium risk category and 0.2 in the high risk that get the maximum saving on a cyclone premium.
Could you just describe that to me? Because I'm thinking in North Queensland we all think we're fairly exposed to cyclones, but is that a geographic descriptor? How have you come up with that number?
So that's in the most recent Finity report for the entire modelling of the portfolio.
That's the ARPC's number.
ARPC number.
But that, I mean, when you look at their map, they're modelling, right, right across Australia.
Correct. So in North Queensland, inevitably it'll be a different proportion.
Yeah, so...
The Northern Territory and West Australia as well in that percentage?
Yes, so the ARPC modelling is national. So that proportion that I just alluded to is that Finity report national outcome.
So 0.02% of all of Australia is at high risk of cyclones.
0.2 is high risk cyclone. 7% medium.
Who get the
Does that intuitively make sense to us?
Who get the top end?
Who get the top end?
Who get the top end benefit of the pool? I dare say that these are going to be probably buildings that you're all familiar with, in areas you're familiar with: Airlie Beach, the Townsville and Cairns, Esplanades and Strands. I dare say they're in the most those ones that are older and in the most exposed that have had trouble even accessing, for example, strata insurance. They come back in and and will achieve a saving.
Right, so homes that are in the same regions that you've just named aren't necessarily going to be classified as high risk because they have different profiles to a strata title property that's exposed in an exposed area that's older.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Senator Payne, and then I'll go to you.
I should add, sorry, that there's actually a breakdown within the ARPC report on strata. I should clarify that the sample is very small.
The sample size or the...
The sample size is very small.
Is it material? Is the numbers material that they've utilised?
Figures for that element because of the small sample size.
So this is where the figures come from. The point, it doesn't make sense. So you're saying it's only on a very small sample size of what was that they've done it on, not on the broader Northern Australia risk.
I think to clarify...
That's right.
We can ask them.
So you'd have to clarify that with the ARPC, but from what we can see, a very small sample size for strata, so they didn't have a figure for that. For that element.
And it's only on strata.
All right, Senator Payne.
I just wanted to come back to something that Mr Zukowski said around the difference in the modelling between at the house level versus the suburb level. Is the flow-on effect of that then that depending on how the suburb is rated, Joe Bloggs, who has House A, which has much better cyclone mitigation, etc., versus Joe Bloggs next door, who's in the weatherboard house with the old windows, are not necessarily going to achieve, this person over here might not achieve the same premium reduction that they might otherwise have, given that we're now going to a suburb model? Is it going to create that kind of distortion?
That is what we're seeing in the data. So it would imply, in the example that you provided, it would imply there's some form of subsidisation going on within a suburb.
Yeah, thank you.
Just to clarify though, I think the ARPC rates have built in mitigation factors that requires us to, as insurers, to collect those factors and apply them in our rating.
On a house-by-house level though?
On a house-by-house level, yes. So, I mean, this might be an area you want to explore with the ARPC this afternoon, but that has been, that mitigation and the premium reduction for certain features is something that's been built into the design of the scheme. The challenge operationally is actually collecting that data and using it.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is, you know, the person in the house that is at much higher risk getting less of a subsidy because of that type of modelling, when they might need it more because otherwise their insurance premium would be really high, versus the person next door who might have actually had a reasonably affordable premium because of the fact that they've got all those mitigations in place.
Yeah, and I think if I could just build on the comments, the base rate that we're seeing is common for the suburb. The relativities come into play, but that point about to the extent that we either have or have collected the data can then play through relativities between households. But it comes down to a certain definition or expectation of data we may not have collected in the past. So starting point could create those sort of subsidies, effectively.
Yeah, there's a definite risk of House A, House B opposite each other on the same street, getting a different treatment depending on window protection, roller door bracing, roof replacement and elevation of the home from a flood perspective.
Okay. Andrew.
I get what you mean and you're like pricing in risk for those people. The trouble with it is, from a practical point of view, the person that on one house can potentially spend $20,000 banging some extra screws in it, putting some shutters there, doing that sort of thing, the person can probably afford to pay the higher premium. The poor old bugger that can't actually do all these extra things, that's the sort of person I'm trying to look after a bit here.
And then that was the aim of the Queensland Government scheme that's come on and off over years and should be absolutely continued and expanded. And it could be done on you could have a means test for accessing it, so that, you know, a luxury home in the Whitsundays compared to a weatherboard place in Proserpine, that's the difference. We need to target the subsidies to those people, because it's when their home blows apart, it actually then damages the well-designed house down the street as well. So there's a double benefit for getting the money to them and improving their house.
And Senator, I think that comes back to some of the recommendations from the ACCC Northern Australia inquiry, just around direct subsidisation for vulnerable customers, at the end of the day, may be the most effective way of supplementing the pool in terms of affordability for those particular cohorts of customers.
Thank you. I'm not a senator, I'm a worker.
Oh, sorry. I'm very sorry.
Oh my goodness, I just picked up on that.
They got it up there.
Hansard, record the Senate is working right.
That's because we've created all the workforce.
Just in relation to the roof replacements, as Queensland initiative, anybody that has a weatherboard house with corrugated iron roof, the expectation of the life of the roof is about 40 years. So most of the houses should have had their roofs, they're due for their roofs replaced anyway, and most of them should have budgeted for that. And part of the council requirements is that they have to upgrade to cyclone standards as well. So there wouldn't be a lot of houses that were built in the 50s and 60s that still has the original roof on it. It would have been replaced, and the standards required are very different. So there's not going to be a lot that would take advantage of it, or should.
You'd be amazed, Warren. You just spent some time at James Cook at their cyclone centre.
Well, I have spent quite a bit of time.
I'm sure you have. No, there is still a lot, and I think even the technology keeps changing and uplifting and
Just drilling down though in those figures. I mean, I find it. Where did you get the figures? This is only in your book, is it? You got 300,000 insurers in Northern Australia.
So we've got 300,000 members in Northern Australia. The numbers I refer to are the Finity report, ARPC. So the 0.2% at high cyclone and the 7% at medium. That's national.
And this is the one, Pinia, if I can talk to you, this is the one where you're saying it's only a very small snapshot. Surely to goodness it doesn't represent the amount of people that are going to get a benefit out of this if you broaden it across the whole of the area. I mean, and they're only talking about Strata, is that correct?
Yeah. Well, the sample size in the October report for home was 720,000. For SME, 34, and for Strata, 24.
24,000.
24,000.
Rightio, and they're saying that most of them are not going to get a benefit from this.
They're not noting a benefit for Strata given sample size, but they've identified the benefit for home and SME within those bands that we've been discussing.
Right. So what is the average benefit that they're talking about?
The average, I think, as we've identified, is 13% home, 10% SME, and 37% for Strata. Is what they've identified.
37.
In Northern Australia, 37%.
Yeah, because
premium
Strata's the one that's
reductions.
been the most hit by this as well.
Yeah.
So they get the benefit.
High risk, sorry.
That was the average. That was the average. What I suggested then was the average, yeah. Yeah, they have not given a range on high-risk strata, given the sample size.
Small sample size.
Sorry, Chair.
Yep.
So didn't someone say before, though, that if this scheme comes in, and we get it right, that 80% of the people are going to be better off?
I think...
Wasn't that a figure I heard earlier?
Yeah, I mean, that was Allianz, I think, and on the prices that we are putting in to the market come 1 January, 80% of customers get either no change or a benefit.
Some sort of, yeah. Okay. Because that's what I wrote down. Sorry, I just wanted clarity with, we went down there, I thought, I hope I didn't miss something there.
And if we were to enact the change, some of the changes, recommend and enact the changes that are being suggested by the panel, then there's a high probability that those benefits could increase. Would that be correct? Or are you doing it on the assumption that those amendments are made?
The only thing that we would see that would materially change that would be the removal of the long-term fiscal constraint and the addition of a subsidy into the pool.
So by just doing it over a 10-year cycle rather than a 12-month cycle, that's not going to make any difference?
Well, I think what the ARPC is seeking to recoup from the whole of the industry, which is, I think, is $800 to $900 million a year, that is based on a long-term assessment of the annual average cost of the pool over the long term. So that won't change in a sense, and then the results are as they are. To materially change the benefit that the vast majority of people get, as opposed to the very, very small proportion of people who will see material reductions, would be through a subsidy.
Just also note that we would see that any expansion to incorporate additional exposure is likely to dilute the benefits, not increase them.
Through the 7-day, as opposed to the 2-day, 48-hour rule.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, what we're trying to achieve here is two things: affordability and accessibility. Both of those we have major issues with, you'd all agree, in Northern Australia at the moment. Now, the only way that you're going to be able to do that, and when we're talking about those two levels, is there's got to be some level of parity now in relation to cost, because I think it's fair to say that people living in Northern Australia are not having a significantly higher level of income than those in the rest of the country. I think that's fair. In fact, I would suggest to you that the average is probably a little bit less than what it is in the larger populated areas of Australia. Secondly, the cost of living. I mean, we're seeing it continue to increase. So the cost of living, it's not cheaper to live in Northern Australia. In many cases, it's dearer to live in there, just on your basic cost of living. So to expect that somebody in Northern Australia can afford to pay 100% more, 50% more for their insurance, means to say that it's not going to work. So there needs to be some level, when I say affordability and accessibility, there needs to be at the end of the day, we've got to model this in a way that there is at least, okay, pay a bit more, yes, by all means, but there's got to be some level of parity here. As you know, there's been increases of 200 and 300 and 400%, and which makes it unaffordable and inaccessible. So this is what we're trying to find. Is there any other mechanism that we have that we can pull levers on to achieve that, or is this the model that we have to do to try and pull the right levers here to be able to deliver this sort of an outcome? Otherwise, what are we doing it for?
Deputy Chair, I mean, I think RACQ has always examined and assessed this pool against the policy objective, which is to improve accessibility and affordability of insurance in Northern Australia. That is why our positions have been pretty consistent in relation to the pool. This is RACQ's 5th submission about the pool, and we have always asked for the budget neutrality nature of the pool to be challenged. And the other 3 principles that we've outlined as well will turn the dial. And it should always be looked at alongside a significant program of mitigation and resilience. We've mentioned stamp duty, and that's something RACQ strongly supports as well, the removal of stamp duty. We don't think it's right or fair that insurance continues to be double taxed. You've got GST, but you've got in Queensland, you've got a 9% stamp duty on top after the GST is applied as well. So the stamp duty is levied on top of that. So a 19.9% double tax on insurance makes a significant difference. So I guess from RACQ's point of view, they shouldn't all be looked at in isolation. It's a program of improvement in insurance accessibility and affordability.
Fair enough.
May I finish my little group of questions?
Yep, and then I'll just let you know that we've just been joined online also from Shane Newman.
Thank you, Chair. So just following on from my questions about the maximum benefit that was possible and listening carefully to the ARPC small sample size and modelling, but does Allianz have a view on what's the maximum benefits that might be available to policyholders?
So our actual figures that we've developed in entering the pool align very closely with the ARPC modelling. They had 3 categories, if you like, that was referred to earlier with Mr Gosling's question by my colleague. If the average impact is a 6% reduction across the whole of the properties that are within the pool. There is then a Northern Australia category, which is essentially from Mackay above and across the top. And then we've done it a little bit different, but then there's what they call a sort of a high risk category. And their estimated savings for that group, which is a small group, is 32%. Ours on a sort of similar geographical basis, if you like, is 30%. So that's the average, which means that, you know, people will get savings, you know, in excess of that.
May I ask if QBE has done that sort of modelling around maximum benefits as well, please?
Similar to some of the other comments, Senator, we've obviously just been working through the rates received from the ARPC and not yet in a position to be able to definitively say, therefore, what's the maximum benefit available.
Thanks, Chair.
This is somewhat related to the previous question. I guess I'm trying to get a sense then of, you know, if you're in that high risk category that fits within that 32%, that's going to get that projected reduction of 32%. Do you have figures on what the average premium, noting that there's obviously going to be, you know, people at the really high end in luxury homes, but what the average premium cost is for those people? Because I guess I'm thinking, you know, 32% of $10,000 might make it affordable, but if it's 32% off a premium that's already sitting around the $20,000, $30,000, it's probably still out of reach for a whole lot of people. So I'm just trying to get a sense of how impactful that's actually going to be.
It may be a question for the ARPC this afternoon, given it's their calculations, but I think your overall point is correct. And maybe one of the issues at play here when we're talking about premiums of that magnitude is, I think any of the design of these schemes needs to be careful that they don't attempt to somehow over-subsidise or mask the cost of that risk. So if they've got premiums currently priced that high, then they must be properties in very, very vulnerable locations.
Thank you.
Shane, do you have any questions?
In view of the fact that I've just come into the meeting, I'll let you.
Okay. Senator Green, you're right. No. Luke? Warren? No. You're right. And Senator, well, I'm going to ask, and completely different from cyclones, and it was something that you mentioned, Andrew, before. So aside from the risk of cyclones, can you just tell, for me, and I think I'm looking at it from the context of the Northern Territory, or even if we look across Northern Australia, what other factors are driving insurance costs in Northern Australia or Pacific in the Northern Territory? You did touch on crime.
Yes, so it's the range of perils and risks that are associated around property. We've got not only cyclone, flood, we've got bushfire risk, and then and sea surge, storm surge risk that comes into play. You then have crime, and that's particularly not just house and contents, obviously motor, and is a huge factor now in Townsville. Insurers will price down to the suburb on your crime rates. For those sorts of things where your car is housed and the like. So they are major contributing factors that we talk to state governments about quite a lot. that are contributing to the elevated costs, and we are seeing, I mean, the crime rates in northern Queensland are eye-watering. You know, they're on par with Sydney, so it does have a flow-on effect to those people and those residents and their insurance premiums.
I might just add to
And also the remoteness of the location. I would just add to Andrew's point, the remoteness of some areas also make claims handling and costly, and management of that costly to insurers.
I was just going to add that when we're looking at insurance costs, we tend to look at frequency and average claim size and what drives those up. And things like crime, that drives frequency up. Average claim size is currently being driven up by general inflation, materials, labour, supply chain costs, and that is exacerbated in Northern Australia, as Aparna said, by having to ship those materials in and the availability of local trades, etc.
Okay.
Another point.
Sorry, James.
We also see the quality of the assets generally improving in terms of the nature of people's fit-outs, the nature of the materials used, and that is driving an additional amount of inflation because the nature of what we're repairing is a higher quality asset in general.
Okay. Shane, I think you had a question.
Yes. Back in 2013, 12-13, the Insurance Council of Australia and the insurance industry worked closely with Julia Gillard, Bill Shorten and Wayne Swan in the development of the National Insurance Affordability Initiative, which funded a lot of projects, including in my electorate. And then the Abbott government took that funding away. We have now got a disaster ready fund where we're providing $200 million a year, taking money out of the fund that's there to be applied for resilience, mitigation and other types of assistance for example, flood evacuation centres, levees, bumps, etc. Is the insurance industry and the Insurance Council of Australia working closely with Murray Watt, and with a view particularly to North Queensland, because there's clearly a link, and we've had evidence even today, between premiums and having councils and communities ready and resilient for floods, natural disasters and bushfires, etc. Are you working closely with them?
Short answer is yes. We touched on the Disaster Resilience Fund earlier on, and we welcome it. The ICA issued a report in February this year, and we were really pleased the incoming federal government basically matched the request. So it now requires states to leverage that federal money, and as part of the announcement, there is a hazard insurance partnership that will be established with insurers. So we're hopeful that we can contribute data and insights we have to be able to provide a framework for decision making around where the money's invested. And then to the last part of your question, Mr. Newman, the connectivity between how government invests resilience money and things like the federal government's exposure now to the reinsurance pool, it would make absolute sense that that money is being invested in cyclone mitigation projects.
What about with dealing with councils, for example? What contact are you having with, say, Jenny Hill and the council up there at Townsville, for example? Are you having close, because they run disaster management at the grassroots level with input from state emergency services. The federal government comes in with Centrelink and Services Australia and maybe the ADF. So it's councils that are guiding this thing on the ground. Are you having much contact with the council, say in Townsville, Cairns, Mackay, etc.?
Yeah, I recently met with Jenny Hill and the Deputy Mayor up there. We had a long discussion around the flood risk of Townsville. There's areas that desperately need mitigation works done, but it's a wicked problem because the water will just get simply pushed into other parts of the city now. So there are development mistakes that were made in Townsville that need to be addressed moving forward, but that is the case across the country. And what I'd say is that we're faced into this enormous challenge of dealing with local government, state governments and federal governments. And my advice to the federal government is, in setting up this new scheme, make the states and the local government do the work for you. They are closest to the communities. They know where the flood happens. They know where the problems are. They know the homes that flood all the time. They know the issues. At the end of the day, they should be the ones who are coming to the federal government rather than the government at a federal level trying to solve down. They just need to set the framework for how they're going to invest.
And finally, and I'm sorry, Chair, if I'm repeating stuff that was done earlier, I apologise, I've been away. The other thing is, finally, there's a resilience fund in terms of acquisitions that's happening in terms of voluntary acquisitions, for example. And I've seen it in my electorate around Ipswich. There's hundreds of millions of dollars there, but to what extent are you working in that space with councils and the state government who are driving it with federal government money to identify areas which require and really people should be encouraged to voluntarily sell their properties?
Yep, so we're working very closely with the Queensland Government and with the New South Wales Government and the Northern Rivers equally. Both governments have identified around 500 homes in southeast Queensland and another couple hundred homes on the Northern Rivers that are absolutely targets of buyback. And we're working closely with both governments to identify total losses that insurers have incurred for homes in those regions, encouraging those residents to consider the opportunity to take a buyback at a pre-flood valuation. It gives them the opportunity to exit a property that's, quite frankly, too dangerous, should not be inhabited and the land needs to be converted for other use. I know areas like Rocklea, the job isn't yet done. They made a good start in 2011, 2013, but now this needs to be the opportunity to finish that and seriously clean out areas that just rinse and repeat the same dramas. They can't access insurance anymore, and ultimately governments are picking up the bill. So it's a very hard conversation to have. It's distressing for communities to have to go through it. And we're living it at the moment in Lismore. North and South Lismore in particular need to be totally rethought. But the good thing I would say is both the state and federal governments in Queensland and New South Wales have recognised that off the back of this flood crisis we're still going through, this is an opportunity to fix up some past mistakes. And we're really backing that in.
All right. Finally, Chair, and that is the issue of unit complexes where you might have, say, 50 units in there and 35 or 45 want to sell and others don't. Have you been looking at that issue as well and thinking about dealing with the state and the councils in relation to those issues? That's what I've observed in various places in southeast Queensland. And I'm sure with the number of units in North Queensland, that's an issue up there as well.
Do you mean on buyback?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I know in New South Wales the government's got a reserve power of compulsory acquisition, and I think it exists too in Queensland. I need to check. If you get 2/3 of the streets, yeah, well, and I think they would because they've got such a powerful agency in Resilience Queensland. But the view is once you've got a majority of the street having agreed to buy back, then the rest of the street's going to be acquired and changed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
No worries. Warren, just quickly, and then Senator McDonald, or Senator McDonald could go. Are you required to go?
No, I've got.
Okay.
Okay. Just getting back now to just the Northern Australia reinsurance pool, looking at where we look at building or getting this to a point where, from an insurance perspective, it's something worth investing or signing up to sooner rather than later. We've talked about the issue in relation to revenue neutral, but going from 12 months as a first step from 12 months to 10 years as a first step in looking at and then reviewing it, see how it works. We're also looking at the 48-hour restriction to 7 days in line with the industry. There's no appetite, I assume, there for other than RACQ in relation to vehicles or marine cover. Is that a fair comment?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. One of the others that I've picked up late in the piece, though, which I think makes a hell of a lot of sense, is a sunset clause. And if you're talking about bringing the states and the local government on board to make sure that they do their bit of the heavy lifting, you say, rightio, we draw a line here. Any approvals for new estates or anything like that, if they're not outside these impact zones, then they are not going to be covered by the reinsurance pool. Is that what I understand?
It's been one of the designs overseas.
And has worked.
Well, it's designed to try to get government back out of, and let the private market take over again, reinsurance. Okay. Look, the UK scheme's only been operating for a couple of years.
But is it something you guys would, from an insurance council or councils, is that something that you would suggest that we look at doing? I suppose it's a carrot and a stick.
Well, I think the problem, we had all those discussions 12, 18 months ago, and it wasn't included in this scheme. Treasury had their reasons for not doing that. But the Insurance Council, I would say that we would prefer always for the market to operate once it's been de-risked. You know, reduce the risk, allow the market to operate is our fundamental approach. And if that's a lever you can pull to get local government, state government developers to do the right thing, I would actively consider it.
It's not retrospective, it's any future developments into the future. Correct. There. It makes a lot of sense too.
I think
it's very much indeed.
It's something, though, in this context, which is flood specific.
It's flood specific.
Cyclones are a different issue, yeah.
But we're also talking about cyclone and floods associated with cyclones. Yeah. Sorry, one point I missed there too. Is there a view that in relation, from you guys, in relation to floods associated with cyclonic events, in Northern Australia, do we extend that past floods associated with cyclones to floods generally?
RACQ would support that, Deputy Chair. There's a very recent example of the Townsville floods of 2019 that was not brought about by a cyclone. There was a monsoonal event, and the pool would not have responded to the Townsville floods. So we would support a pool that responds to all manner of floods.
Okay, thank you.
Again, the market would end up, by simply replacing the private reinsurance market with a government pool, I don't think we'll cut out, you don't cut out the profit fat. I think you're still going to have an element of subsidy then provided by the taxpayer to achieve the outcome you're looking for.
Which already we have, but anyway, okay.
I might just note that from an IAG perspective, I don't think we're supportive of extending the pool to cover flood generally, unless, as Andrew said, that was sort of designed to actually achieve the affordability objectives in a way that probably involves subsidisation.
Yeah, and sorry, I would agree from a QBE perspective that similarly, we don't support further extension at this stage until we've got the proven cyclone pool working and well designed and efficient.
Yeah, and one thing that I would add is that all members here and in our submission absolutely back providing discounts for policies that cover that undertake flood mitigation, and that the ARPC is collecting data through the pool to help the government plan its response to natural disasters. So regardless of differing views on flood, ultimately the end game is just get to stop building where there is a high risk of floods.
Would have been good to expand, but I'll get Senator McDonald to ask a question and then we'll break for lunch.
Well, I might ask you if you just take this question on notice then, please. Would you all be able to provide what proportion of your premiums would be cyclone premiums? Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, part of the pricing is cyclone related.
That's it. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Reinsurance. What proportion of a premium? I remember when I first started on this journey, it was about 6% of a premium was reinsurance cost. What's the market cost of reinsurance now on an average cost on a premium? Can you do that? Is that a possibility?
Well, we'd probably have to take on notice and do it with the right way, so we're not sharing prices and stuff.
That's on notice. I'm not too sure because I remember when I first started this 12 years ago, it was about 6%.
Yeah.
I'll be interested to see what it is now.
Very much higher than that now, but we can definitely take on notice the ability to break down the proportional
that'll be very useful.
of the premium.
I think the other point.
Yep,
One really
go on.
quick one. So we've got a lot of different companies represented here. Are we missing anyone?
Suncorp is
Suncorp.
unavailable. They've got a board meeting today. Yeah.
Anyone else?
There's 52 insurers that are members of the Insurance Council. We've tried to just bring the major players, I guess, but there are other market players. There's Budget Direct that sits under Auto and General, UE, based on the Sunshine Coast.
A lot of them already here, the AAI group, which is Suncorp, and a whole lot of others too, the IAG group, which you have a group, so there's quite a few.
These also cover a lot of the brands that you know.
So we've got enough.
Yes.
You got about 80. You got 80% of the market here right now. Oh well, Suncorp is here, but I gather the committee are talking to maybe a Dave with Suncorp. I don't know.
Thank you,
No
Chair.
worries. Look, thank you all for your evidence today. The committee has set the 16th of December 2022 as the date for answers taken on notice, and there were a couple of questions that you kindly accepted to provide information back. The committee will now suspend for lunch and return at 1:30.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
I welcome representatives from the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce and the Townsville Chamber of Commerce via video conference. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, can you please give me your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Christopher Rockamer, President, Townsville Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Michael Kern, Chief Executive Officer of Townsville Chamber of Commerce.
Stephen Goodall, Chief Policy Officer, Chamber of Commerce, Northern Territory.
Can't hear him.
Representing Chamber of Commerce, but a general member.
Can't hear you.
Brett Hagan. Can't hear me.
Brett, your voice, you're just breaking up, so if you want to just move over a bit because you're
Yeah, a little bit louder. Okay. So there we go. Brett Hagan, also a member of the Chamber of Commerce and an insurance industry professional.
Thank you. And of course, we've got members of the committee. We do have senators. There are two other senators besides Senator McDonald. We've got senators running in and out of the chamber. So I'm going to give, once we, do either of you want to make a brief opening statement?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take the opportunity, and thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. We'd like to open by acknowledging that insurance retailers are slow to join this reinsurance pool. However, we always knew that that was to be the case. We understand insurance retailers have reinsurance in place, and in time they will roll over their reinsurance to this pool. Although the design is not perfect, the fact that the legislation is now in place and the reinsurance pool is operational is more progress in the last 12 months than we've made in Northern Australia in the last decade. We believe it's crucial that the committee doesn't delay the current implementation. The ability to adjust and manipulate design details of the pool are built into it and must not delay progress in the pursuit of perfection. The people of Northern Australia can't afford to wait any longer. We have recommended that one option available to this committee is to request that the ACCC second review period be brought forward from December 2023 to no later than June 23 and prior to the cyclone season. We believe it's absolutely vital that the committee focus on Northern Australia and cyclone and flood related risk. The Chamber does not support the extension of the pool initially to other weather events, e.g. floods generally. We have recommended that the scope of the legislation or coverage of the pool not be expanded until the current arrangements are working and a competitive market exists. For the business community, insurance is a cost of doing business and a rising cost, but is an essential service. We understand that the final insurance premium will be a combination of non-insurance component assessment and the reduction arising from the CRP. The underlying principle of insurance that we spread the risk of the many in order to compensate the few that are affected. We understand that the estimated discount arising from the CRP will offset the government's rates, which are set on a cost-neutral basis. We have initially advised today at a recovery rate of 800 to 900 million per annum. We have recommended that the price modelling be revisited in light of the terrorism reinsurance pool pricing policy approach. We believe that competition alone will drive a reduction in insurance premiums in the long term sustainably, which can be achieved through all insurance providers being obliged to offer insurance for all of Australia, and further supported by the abolition in Queensland and of additional stamp duty and GST charges, which add a further 20% approximately onto a premium. We recommend that the committee that the success of the CRP be modelled on the availability of insurance products and the achievement of price parity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. From the NT's perspective, I'll make ours a bit shorter for time, but in effect, insurance is a critical importance to business and the general community in the Northern Territory. Inherently, we have high costs of living and doing business, and the burden and penalties applied to insurance risks is adding substantially to this, forcing many households and businesses to take financial risks that are unacceptable by either insuring at a lower level than they should or not insuring at all. The most significant issue for us in our region is the lack of interest from insurers even participating. So if we were to say roughly, just regularly, but if there's over 100 licensed insurers in Australia, we can barely find less than 10 or 15 that actively wish to participate in our marketplace. And based on the recent uptake of the scheme as it stands, that's kind of reflected in the interest so far of those insurers that want to participate. So somewhere we need to get an improvement to the scheme where there's a bit more of a requirement for participation in some way, because it's quite likely that if they're allowed to opt out, we will just literally see less options, and less options mean more cost locally for us here in the Territory.
One of them.
Okay, and I should note that Shane Newman, one of the other members of the committee, is also online. I now invite questions from members of the committee. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I want to start by talking to the Townsville Chamber of Commerce. Thanks very much for being online today. I just want to talk a bit more about this idea of the right solution for insurance costs in Northern Australia. The Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce made that point, shared by Townsville, that we have higher costs of doing business. You made a comment about this being a good starting point. Can you just talk to me a bit more about, your thoughts on a reinsurance pool? And next I'm going to ask you questions about what we can do to improve on it.
Yeah, thank you, Senator, and I appreciate the question. And thank you, Senator. Sorry, we're just having a little bit of feedback.
You can't hear, okay.
Audio. We got a delay. I appreciate the question. The pricing of the insurance in Northern Australia, we've got huge gaps in price parity between like-for-like risk between the Northern Australian market and other markets around Australia. Any modelling, any financial modelling that the reinsurance pool is based on effectively cannot be borne by the Northern Australian market. If Northern Australian insurance policies are to bear any levy by themselves, it really does make the financial modelling of the insurance pool stuff.
Are you having difficulty with your connection?
Yeah, we've got two sessions running, and we're just trying to kill one of them. We may have to close down and rejoin.
Okay. Well, would you like? Yes. How about I speak to the Northern Territory Chamber while you do that?
Yes. Appreciate that.
We can come back to you.
No problems. All right. So Mr Hagan and Mr Goodall, same approach. I mean, we've got a reinsurance pool in legislation now. It's a start. What are your recommendations around specific issues that we could be improving on specifically?
Okay, I don't know whether this has been raised as an issue prior to this, but one of the fundamental things that we're dealing with, the reinsurance pool itself is fine, but the methodology around assessing the risk within that pool of particular locations is what's problematic, because each of the licensed insurers use their own modelling and have their own hydrologist reports to identify areas of concern for flood, but they all use their own information and they're not easily comparable. So the average consumer gets very concerned because one insurer will give them a quote for $5,000 or $6,000 and another insurer will quote $15,000 at the same address, using in theory the same argument that it's a higher risk area. So we're seeing this sort of feeding out in the community now fairly heavily, that there's a total inconsistency in costs purely because the modelling, and I assume particularly that is the flood modelling, is not the same. And our recommendation to the committee would be that there be a standardised modelling agreed by the insurers so that at least there's a clearer transparency from that starting point. But that aside, we're very happy with the pool. We're happy with what's being achieved to date, and it does need improvement, but that improvement can come from actually seeing the results.
You've just made an excellent point, because you're right. I'm aware of so many northerners who might get a range of quotes with a very wide range of premiums. And I had not probably thought, teased out exactly how that was happening, this variation in modelling. Unfortunately, we've already had the insurers panel this morning, so, it might be a question that we'll put on notice to the Insurance Council of Australia, and certainly, ARPC later. But what sort of, have they spoken to you specifically about the different models they're having, or this is just your observation given the broad range of premiums you're seeing?
No, well, I'm obviously by profession, I'm in the industry, so I know this is actually happening. I know that they're disclosing that they do have their own modelling, and it's commercial in confidence, so they're not necessarily going to share that. But it does create these price differences, which, they won't necessarily explain other than saying it's their modelling that has created that price difference. One extra point that I'd like to make here, which is the nicest possible way I could describe this is it's a little mischievous. The insurer now are rating in water inundation from overflow of drains, not natural watercourses. So we're also seeing an impost on people in suburban areas where there's no exposure to a flood from a natural watercourse, but they're being penalised as if they were exposed to a flood because overflow of man-made drains and channels. And it's also a bit frustrating to the consumer seeing that that's being now loaded into the insurance costs as well.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to go back to and put on as a question on notice to the insurers that we saw this morning, because ARPC won't speak to what the insurers are doing. This is a specific issue for the insurance companies about why we're not seeing standardised modelling, particularly given that they would be sourcing their data from the Bureau of Meteorology and the flood mapping from councils and state measuring, flood modelling, wouldn't they? So I think you've just raised a really good point that has been sitting at the back of my mind for a while. If I could just go back to while we're talking Northern Territory, have you got some any other specific issues you want to raise? I mean, you've just made the point that you think that the reinsurance pool is a good start, but what would you be recommending to this committee that we be examining as next steps?
This is going to be difficult, but we've got to work a way out where there's increased participation from the insurers, because it's very easy for them to just not say they wish to participate because we're such a small market relative to the rest of Australia. So it's an easy opt-out for them if they don't have enough of a pool of premiums required to participate, or they're marginally above that limit anyway, and by initially participating, they actually overtly work against continuing to do the business till they get it below the level where they need to participate. So it's participation that's a big issue here. If we can just get more participants, hopefully that would drive competition as well.
So that should be a measure of the ACCC's, is that the number of participants in the market, you know, prior to the reinsurance pool, and then when it's assessed, you know, in 12 months and then 3 years, that will be a good reflection of whether or not insurers are coming back to the market, because everybody keeps saying that will be the case, that we will see more participation. But you're right, that's a very specific measure that that we can be asking the ACCC about. All right, if I could just turn back, I'm sorry, you go to say something else.
Oh, it's actually the reverse that we're seeing here at the moment, in that there's actually less participation, and that's continuing all the time. So we need to actually stop the rot, so to speak, and actually then get some improvement in participation.
Yeah, okay. If I could turn back to the Townsville Chamber of Commerce. Chris, would you, we've discussed the reinsurance pool has been introduced by legislation. The purpose of this committee is to examine what we can do as next steps to improve uptake, to improve the efficiency and the cost effectiveness of the reinsurance pool. What specific recommendations would you have for this committee?
Yes, thank you, Senator, and apologies for the audio issues. The introduction of the reinsurance pool was fundamentally based on the assumption that simply by de-risking the insurers, they would increase participation. I believe, and we share the view, and as well within the Northern Territory Chamber, that one measure needs to be that insurance companies actually participate in the market. That definitely needs to be a measure of success. Nothing in the design of the pool actually compels the insurance company to even provide a product in this market. So there is no obligation to join the reinsurance pool if you simply don't provide a product. And that is the fundamental issue that we're trying to address by addressing one of Chamber's 4 original recommendations in our 2021 budget submission. The reinsurance pool is a great first step. There are other recommendations that go a long way to helping address this issue, namely compelling the insurance companies to provide a national-wide product. If you insure in Australia, it may be that you are compelled to provide a product to all of Australia. That would see participation in the marketplace, and participation is the only way to provide long-term sustainable price reduction in this market.
Did you want to add anything to that, Mr. Kern?
No, that's fine.
Terrific. All right. Well, Chair, that's...
Okay. Senator Allman-Payne, did you...
Yeah, if that's okay. Might just come back to Mr. Hagan, just in relation to the information you gave, and which we are going to put on notice to the insurance companies, around the fact that you're saying the difference in modelling is resulting in different price premiums. Noting, Mr. Hagan, that you'd said you have some involvement in the industry, I'm just keen to know whether there's a view that part of the difference in premiums as well is dependent on how many claims a particular insurer has had to pay out in a previous period, and therefore how much it has cost them to go out to the market and get reinsurance. Because one would think that if that is also a case for differential premiums, then having a nationally consistent reinsurance pool that charges a set premium might help address that?
Yeah, my comments and specific examples were on the basis of parity, that there were no claims or insignificant claims that would have an adverse impact. In my day-to-day working, I deal with all the insurers and I deal with their quoting and presenting them to clients. So I see this practically happening where there's no significant risk for that particular client, whether it be a homeowner or a small business, because of high claims. The only variable is their location, and some insurers will be substantially higher than others because of their own modelling. Just to give you an example, if we talk about the Greater Darwin area, government has a model, a flood map, and then each of the main market players in the insurers would also have their own map, and they don't correlate. And when we ask insurers about that, we say, well, this map here that used to be on the front page of the phone book where everyone could see says this is a safe spot, and they go, well, no, that's not what we use. So it is a fundamental issue where we need to get them on the same page in respect to their modelling, and then it'll all become a bit clearer about where their actual intentions lie in respect to providing services.
Thank you. I guess my second question is, do you see the reinsurance pool as the main mechanism that's required to address the insurance issues that you're experiencing? Do you have a view around steps that need to be taken, for example, in relation to mitigation? Because we've heard from the insurers this morning that one of the things that they think will have a really significant impact on premium reduction is mitigation. So I'm just wondering, from the Townsville and the NT perspective, whether much of that is going on and whether you see a need for more of that, or whether you see the pool, I guess, as the main mechanism.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. The mitigation definitely has a part to play. Mitigation alone will not make significant reduction to the already astronomical premiums that people in Northern Australia pay. We don't pay like-for-like insurance premiums on like-for-like risk. It would be very hard to mitigate away the entire premium difference.
Can I just one thing I'd like to explore. When you say like-for-like, are we talking about like-for-like in terms of equal risk of experiencing a cyclone, or like-for-like in terms of the property, for example, because...
Yes, both.
Okay.
So like-for-like risk, the value of the property being insured in Northern Australia versus the value of a property being insured in a different market, the premium isn't correlated to the like-for-like risk.
Okay, so what you're talking about is like-for-like in terms of the value of the property being insured, not like-for-like in terms of risk, because obviously a home in Townsville is much more likely to experience a cyclone than a like-for-like property, for example, in Brisbane. Is that the different?
Correct, and that's why we're seeing insurers leave the market.
Yep, okay. I think it's just important for us to clarify we're talking about like-for-like in terms of properties, not like-for-like in terms of risk.
And Northern Australia is like-for-like less inclined to be subjected to other weather events, which is why we don't necessarily need to address those with government intervention.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, and Luke Gosling from Darwin, and Brett, thanks for your counsel on these issues. And because I was a little bit late back from lunch, I didn't hear whether, Stephen from the Chamber, there was anything that you wanted to draw attention to from the Chamber's members?
I think we've covered the points in the opening brief, so I won't go through and repeat them. But I think we've been certainly from a chamber perspective in representing business and general homeowners is the lack lack of interest and competition in the insurance market in Northern Territory, and really the advent of a lot of insurers leaving the market.
Yeah, the audio's a bit broken, but I'm pretty sure you were saying there's a lack of competition in the market. Is that?
That's correct.
Yep.
Yes.
Brett, you were mentioning about some companies not offering products. Or sorry, was that Townsville? Sorry, I can't remember now. But in any case, are there any major companies that are not offering products to Northern Australia, or are the big ones all doing it?
Well, I think pretty much North Queensland, Townsville and the NT are in a very similar situation. And most likely the same insurers that don't want to help North Queenslanders don't necessarily want to help Territorians. They're a little more subtle than saying they just don't do it. They actually just say they'll do it, but then they just totally price themselves out in their quotes. So in effect, they don't do it. And they're, to give you a simple term, they now have got to the point where their computer modelling is so detailed, all they want to do is cherry pick. So they want the cream of the crop, so the best risks they'll write, and the other ones they'll totally price themselves out. And it is a great frustration to our members and as a whole that they do that.
And we agree, and that's why it's very important that any price reduction to premiums isn't seen in an absolute form, because an insurance company can say, oh, well, your price has come down 50%, but if the price was twice or three times the price of like risk in a different market, a 50% reduction is still not getting towards market parity.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions, Senator Nita?
Thank you. Hi, it's Senator Green here. Thank you. I missed your opening statements because I was on my way back from the chamber. So just want to thank you for in terms of the Townsville Chamber of Commerce, for your advocacy. I've had the opportunity to meet with you previously in regards to this. You made, in your submission to this inquiry, you've pointed out that you contributed extensively to the development of the legislation. Was that through the task force that was established by the Treasury?
It was in consultation with the task force, with the Treasury at the time, and our elected representatives in Northern Australia. And
you made a submission to when the draft legislation was made available. Did you make a submission in regards to the draft legislation?
Yes.
And the 4 points that you've raised, you sort of raised those concerns before the legislation. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the question. The points we raised in this submission, one is the first point is slightly different, but the other points remain. That when this reinsurance pool was being designed originally, fundamental issues have been raised previously, and the ability to control and manipulate those is there.
Okay. You said that you actually had a meeting with the Prime Minister. Was your local representatives were there as well when that announcement was made?
Correct, yes.
And did you get a chance to raise some of the things that you wanted to see in the pool on that occasion?
That wasn't the correct event to raise those issues with the Prime Minister at the time, Scott Morrison, as that was the announcement of the reinsurance event. We definitely had raised those issues prior to that, at the time. And again, today we say that the introduction of the reinsurance pool and getting it up and running was the first step, and getting it right is the next stage.
And just in regards to getting it right, you say in your submission that you actually don't believe that there should be any amendment to the scope or spread of the pool. That's obviously a different position that's been put forward by some insurers, and I've just wanted to understand it. It certainly feels, I think people familiar with the scheme will understand that insurers are not required to join the scheme for 2 years from when it commenced. So there hasn't been the savings that were promised haven't eventuated. Are you keen to sort of see how things go once insurers actually get a chance to sign up? Is that why you want us to hold off making too many changes that might tinker with the benefits of the scheme?
Effectively, yes, thank you. What we don't want is the scope and size of the reinsurance pool to bleed outside of Northern Australia or outside of cyclone flood related for now. Definitely manipulating the mechanisms we support.
Yeah, okay. And just to be clear, I know you're very familiar with the scheme. Your submission, the first part of your submission identifies what you call as delays in the expected benefits. Are you referring to the fact that insurers haven't signed up yet?
Yes. Insurers that currently provide will still be reassessing their reinsurance deadlines. Many will have already purchased reinsurance prior to 1 July 2022, sometimes 3 to 4 years in advance. So there is a delay. We knew that, but we needed to start somewhere.
Yeah, no, I think what I'm asking is about that word delay because, look, I'm not here to defend the insurers, but that's what's the legislation allows for that to happen. Is the sense of delay, is that what the community is feeling in Townsville, that there was I'll just finish my question, sorry, because I'm speaking with a bit of a frog in my throat. Were the expectations from the announcement and the discussion around the pool, did the community have an expectation that the pool would kick in when the legislation commenced on the 1st of July?
I believe that some insurance purchasers may have expected that, but that's probably due to the benefits of the reinsurance pool being communicated more effectively.
Yeah, okay. And is that, I mean, look, are people disappointed by that there was maybe it wasn't communicated properly?
Yeah, our members and our community are becoming increasingly disappointed that there isn't traction.
Yeah.
There isn't uptake, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. And do you think that is about the way that the scheme was communicated, or a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, where the insurers need to come on board as well?
Yes, the latter.
Okay. All right. I might leave it there for now. Thanks, Chair.
Are there any questions on my left?
Yeah. Just a quick one, just for point of clarification. With the announcement, when you said local members were available, was I present at the time when the announcement was made in Townsville?
I wasn't. I don't believe you were. Sorry.
Yeah, no, just make that as a point.
Yes.
It was done with the local member, not with the federal member, not the member for Leichhardt. I just make that as a point. But look, you appreciate your point, and both chambers here. The point that you both, I assume, are very much against expanding it outside Northern Australia. You're very keen to make sure this is, as you said, that this is the first major step in the right direction to deal with this in relation to a reinsurance pool. It's taken us all these years to get it, but now we've got to get it right and contain it to Northern Australia. Is that a fair comment in relation to the benefit of it? Let's not expand it right across Australia. Northern Territory as well? Would you agree with that?
Yeah. Yes. Initially, we need to see how it works. We need to see if it works and if the savings that have been suggested actually appear. But in a long-term sense, we probably have to be looking in future years, well ahead, that a national scheme be looked at, because the NT can't carry it alone, or North Queensland for that matter. The real value in dollars that the insurers receive comes from the southern states.
If I may clarify, We definitely support the rollout to offering a reinsurance product to the Northern Australian market only in the first instance. We definitely support the funding of the reinsurance pool to be levied Australia-wide. It's the fundamental principle of insurance.
Okay. So rightio, we contain it to here until we get it right.
Yes.
Okay. And am I right in suggest, or you guys are saying that there's a lot of other, we talk about mitigation, we talk about a number of other state taxes and other things, but this is a very critical component of dealing with insurance affordability, is to getting a properly structured reinsurance, government-supported reinsurance pool. Would you agree with that?
Agree.
Oh, definitely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, now, the insurers earlier on raised some concerns, and this is in relation to tweaking what we have here. One of those is the fact that it has to be revenue neutral, and at the moment they're suggesting then there needs to be a cost to government, which you won't get an argument from me. I mean, at the moment there's a massive cost to government. Every time there's a major disaster, they're putting the money in anyway. But having said that, as a first step, the recommendation from the insurance companies is that we, instead of on a 12-month basis, we do it over a 10-year basis and see how that's going to work if the government is wanting to do revenue neutral. Do you have any issue with that as a recommendation?
No. I don't have a problem with that.
The revenue model that exists in the terrorism reinsurance pool, which would be quite easy to copy, and it follows the fundamental principle of insurance.
That was the next question I was going to ask you, and because you made in your earlier reference, you made reference to the fact that there was the terrorism one was a good model to follow, and it'd be interesting to ask the questions later on today from the reinsurance pool bureaucracy as to why they didn't just follow that model, right? Another recommendation from within the insurance industry panel was at the moment it is a cyclonic event or floods associated with cyclones within 48 hours. The recommendation is bring it into international standards, which is 168 days or 7 days. So if there's a flood associated 7 day or up to 7 days after a named event, that's also covered. Do you guys have any issue with that?
Yeah, in our region, we'd definitely be supportive of a longer period because we've got examples in recent times where 48 hours is just not long enough. The events go for much longer than that.
When it hits Darwin, it takes a bit of time to get down to Tennant Creek. Not to Catherine. To Catherine, sorry, because Catherine's the most one. So it could take more than 48 hours to go from Darwin to Catherine. I think that's a fair assessment. You're not worried about it getting to Alice Springs, but Catherine definitely.
A good example is the low that forms into a cyclone in the Gulf and then comes across Arnhem Land in a westerly direction, and ultimately gets to Catherine 3 days after it crosses the coast, but it's doing damage all the way along, and might end up curving north into the Darwin region as well, because and that's definitely more than 48 hours.
Yeah, no, that's a very good example because we've used a Queensland example. I think that one coming in from the Western Gulf area and having an impact on it, because most of the cyclonic has no impact whatsoever other than vegetation clearing, but it's the water that's so that's actually a very good example that we can use.
Category in the thing of when it comes across, is it still a cyclone or is it a?
Yeah, well, this is at the moment it's 48 hours after it's been declassified as a cyclone. The industry's saying it should be following international standards, which is 7 days after a named event. So that would sort out issues generally associated with the
it'd be interesting to pose that to the Bureau of Meteorology as well. The Bureau would be, I mean, in terms of that category, that would be something that would need to be clarified by them. If you've got no further questions, Deputy, I was going to go to Shane.
Okay, yeah, we'll go for Shane. I've got one.
Yeah. Shane?
Thanks, Chair. Is the CRP having any positive impact on businesses in Darwin or Townsville?
Not as yet.
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
Is the CRP having any positive impact on businesses in Darwin?
No, not at all.
Okay, so all we've got from you, from both chambers of commerce, is that in theory, in principle, it's not a bad idea, but all I've heard from today and reading the submission that I think that we've got from a number of sources is that the CRP has major problems that require radical reform. Is that correct?
Well, it definitely has problems. I don't know whether you'd say radical reform, but there's things that should be.
Well, major reform, you'd have to say, based on the evidence that the four of you have given today, you'd have to say major reform is required.
Yeah, I agree. And then look, if you're going to pick one point, it's again participation. They're not actively participating, which makes it quite hard.
So what level of participation did either of your chambers have with the previous government that when they established the CRP?
We put in a submission, some recommendations, and that was in, I think, November, December last year, and we didn't get much more than that back. We didn't get anything back, really.
Thank you for the question. The Townsville Chamber was heavily involved in the consultation process. We submitted written consultation paper answers. We submitted a consultation paper. We were heavily involved in the design process. Some of the features, the design features of the fund or the pool were identified at the time. I would suggest that there is reform and to be required. I reserve using the word radical. The structure itself.
Well, major reform, surely, based on the evidence you've given to us today, surely it's requiring major reform.
Well, the scope and scale of the pool is adequate. We believe that the funding model it requires reform, it requires attention, and could definitely be the focus of any reform.
So how is it that you both chambers had significant impact in terms of input into the process, yet we come up with a situation where all you can say now, arising out of the decision of the previous government to establish is you probably agree with it in principle, it's not a bad idea, but it requires significant reform. How is it that do you feel that you've been let down by the previous government?
Oh, jeez. Come on.
Oh, seriously.
Well, you're going to have to at some stage fess up. That's the problem.
We're trying
Surely,
to
based on the evidence we've got today,
Oh, well,
the party of the previous
Come on.
government.
It's very convenient to just want to talk about solutions now.
Well, you had nothing to.
If I can make one observation that.
So we've just got, can we just, yep.
Sorry.
No,
Go,
look,
Brett.
I was just going to say, Brett, to the members, to allow you to answer some of the questions or what's been put to you, please.
I think, yeah, no worries, thank you. The one observation I'd make is there was an expectation that come July 1, substantial savings would appear. And the reality is they could never appear that quickly because there's a process of implementation and there's a process of that implementation providing a saving and then that saving being passed back to the consumer. So if anything, it was probably a miscommunication in the timeline of when the benefits could possibly appear to the consumer.
The Townsville Chamber of Commerce is completely apolitical, but I believe that fundamentally the fact that we have this reinsurance pool in place, that it actually is happening and we're all now sitting around trying to get it correct is progress. More progress than the last decade.
Sorry, Luke, I'm here. Brett, I don't know whether you were cut off by the Townsville Chamber there. Had you finished, mate?
Sorry, thank
Yes,
you.
yeah.
Shane, have you finished?
Yeah, I think I've made my point.
Okay. Look, given no further questions, look, I thank you for your evidence today. The committee has set the 16th of December 2022 as the due date for any answers taken on notice, but I don't think there were any questions taken on notice, so I thank you for appearing before the committee today.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And I think online, given that we're just running a bit behind, I welcome officers from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission via teleconference. For the Hansard record, if you're ready. For the Hansard record, could you please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Good afternoon, Chair. It's Sarah Proudfoot from the ACCC. I'm Executive General Manager of the Infrastructure Division, and I apologise, we're having trouble connecting to our camera. We can see you, but I gather that you cannot see us.
No, we can't see you, but that's okay. You're coming through loud and clear.
Thank you. With me this afternoon, Chair, is my colleague Michael Eadie, who is the General Manager of the ACCC's Insurance Monitoring Branch and so manages the day-to-day work of our inquiry team.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Look, I remind committee members that the Senate has resolved that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officer or to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matter of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policy or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Officers are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public's interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for the claim. I invite you to make a brief opening statement and then the committee will ask questions. So, Sarah, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I do, please, Chair, yes. The ACCC is Australia's competition regulator and national consumer law champion. We enforce the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 as well as a range of other legislation to promote competition, fair trading and regulate national infrastructure for the benefit of all Australians. To achieve our stated purpose of making markets work for consumers now and in the future, we use a range of strategies. These include maintaining and promoting competition, protecting the interests and safety of consumers and supporting fair trading in markets affecting consumers and small business, promoting the economically efficient operation of, use of and investment in infrastructure, identifying market failure and undertaking market studies and inquiries to support competition, consumer and regulatory outcomes. Clearly, the last of these is of particular relevance to today's hearing. As the committee is aware, in May last year, the then government announced the creation of the Cyclone and Related Flood Damage Reinsurance Pool. The pool commenced operation on the 1st of July this year. In January this year, the then Assistant Treasurer issued a direction to the ACCC to monitor prices, costs and profits relating to the supply of home, contents, strata and certain commercial insurance properties. The direction will see us monitoring certain insurance products and collecting data to evaluate the impact of the reinsurance pool. In particular, we will assess whether savings from the pool are being passed through to policyholders as was intended. The direction does not, though, give us the power to set prices or to mandate a particular form of cost pass-through by insurers, nor are we able to require insurers to join the pool any earlier than is required by legislation. Direction requires that we provide at least one report on the data collected through our monitoring function per calendar year, and the first of these will be released in December. That report will focus on scene setting, given the lack of pool usage at present. The initial report will use existing premium and cost data to illustrate the pre-pool context and to fill in the gap in data since the conclusion of our 3-year Northern Australia insurance inquiry in 2020. In preparing the report, we have engaged closely with government, insurers, insurer representative bodies, consumer representative bodies and other stakeholders through the year. We issued 95 ZK compulsory information notices to 15 insurers and have received from them information that focuses on their intentions with regards implementing the pool, their financial data and summary information on policy characteristics. We're preparing additional notices that will focus more on policy level pricing approaches, and we will use that in our reporting 2023. We look forward to providing that more extensive analysis when the time comes and are happy to answer your questions now. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Andrew.
Thank you. So in my neck of the woods in Dawson, a few people are quite concerned about, because of the time difference when insurers have to opt in, some of my people are saying over the next couple of premiums that the insurers are actually going to jink their premiums up by 10-20%, and then when the reinsurance pool comes in, then drop it down. So technically they won't actually be any better off. Do you have any comment on that? Or are you monitoring that?
So, Senator, we're collecting information about current pricing as well as future pricing as what into the future as the pool is implemented. So we will have visibility over both prices now and the prices that come in over the course of the coming years as insurers enter the pool.
So do you think, so then you have a mechanism if that actually happens and you can prove that happens to then pull that back into gear?
Depends what you mean by pull that back into gear. I mean, our role
Well, is there any penalties if someone actually price gouges in advance because they're knowing they're going to pull something back? Do you have any mechanism to stop that?
So there's no, the monitoring function that we've been given doesn't have a direct ability for us to direct changes to prices. It's our role is to report on what we see, and if we saw that happening, it's something we could report on. But no, there's no mechanism by which we can say to an insurer, you need to drop your prices or you can't put prices up now.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, have you finished?
I am, thank you.
Just have to point out that Mr Wilcox isn't a senator. One day he may reach those illustrious heights, but until that time... Sorry.
We've got some cheeky senators sitting at the table
we're having
here.
some banter up here. It's come up a couple of times today about the idea that the reinsurance pool will allow more participants to re-enter the market in Northern Australia. What measurements or mechanisms does the ACCC have to be measuring participation of insurance companies in the north?
So part of the information which we can collect, for example, relates to which insurers are offering policies in which geographic areas, and we'll be able to see how many insurers are offering or indeed actually have policies in a particular geographic region. It's something which we reported on in the Northern Australia Insurance Inquiry that Ms Proudfoot mentioned earlier. We provided some statistics there about the number of insurers that serve certain regions. That did vary across Northern Australia. There were parts of Northern WA, for example, which had, there were a couple of postcodes where there were no insurers. Many postcodes, there were a number of postcodes which had a number of insurers. It varied across the region, but that is something which we can collect information on.
Oh, that's terrific. So that, at each estimates or at this committee's hearings over the next couple of years, we'll be able to ask you for tracking data on that measurement of how many participants there are offering insurance in Northern Australia.
I mean, broadly speaking, our mechanism is through our public reports, and there's a confidentiality process associated with that information. So I don't know whether it would line up with a particular estimates hearing or hearings of this committee, but that information would be made public in due course.
Well, I guess, this is going to be a measure of success or otherwise of the reinsurance pool, is whether or not there are more participants offering more products at an affordable price to Northern Australia. So I guess I'm just flagging that is a question that I will be asking going forward. I'm not asking for the list of who's participating, but just the number of participants. Finally, I just wanted to ask you, a Townsville-based economist provided me some data the other day that insurance premiums in North Queensland is up 14% for the year, while CPI data reveals that national insurance price increases are 4.2% for the year to September. What sort of contact are you having for the monitoring of premium prices in Northern Australia? What mechanism are you using to do that?
Well, I mean, there's a number of mechanisms by which we can use. The primary one which we're using is, as Ms Proudfoot mentioned earlier, something called 95ZK compulsory information notices. So we can issue to insurers or to other participants in the industry a notice which says provide us with data. That data can include information on pricing, but obviously we're also open to receiving other information, including if there is information which you or the economist that you referred to has available. We're interested in seeing that and understanding that further information as well. But our primary mechanism is through notices which require insurers to give us data, documents and the like to provide us with the information to do our monitoring task.
And we are, Senator McDonald, following our last estimates appearance in the course of providing additional information to you, which will include a direct contact so that we can receive information from community and others.
Oh, that's terrific. Thank you. And probably if I could ask that we provide that also to this committee, because I'm sure those committee members who aren't fortunate enough to be on the Senate estimates process would be interested to have that information as well. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you. I note that the ACCC conducted a fairly extensive inquiry into insurance in Northern Australia in 2020. Was it the position of the ACCC that a reinsurance pool was the best mechanism for providing affordability or cost relief to people in Northern Australia?
That was not the position we reported, Senator, no.
Are you able to elaborate on what alternatives there might be?
I can, Senator. The recommendation that we made was that if the government was looking to implement measures to immediately address affordability concerns based on the work that we had undertaken, we felt that direct subsidies might represent a more appropriate measure and a more targeted measure than a reinsurance pool at the time. We did, however, I should say, also note that whichever mechanism was used, it was going to require quite a bit of work to appropriately implement.
Thank you.
Senator Green, do you have any questions?
The only question I have is around is there additional staffing allocated to the work that you're undertaking for the pool or around the pool?
There is, yes.
And what's that staffing allocation?
So the staffing allocation varies over time, but would it assist if I gave the current staffing profile, for example?
Yeah, that would be, I think, beneficial. I think everyone would be keen to know how many very clever minds are allocated to this work.
Yeah. So as I said, the exact allocation does vary across the 5 years of the task. I don't unfortunately have that number to hand, but currently the branch has 12 people in it. We have a further 3 starting in the coming weeks. And we, in addition to those core, if I could call them core members of the branch, with additional legal, data, technology and economic advisors who provide specialist input but are not full-time on the project. We've also engaged the Australian Government Actuary as consultants. And so the staff in the branch are involved in a range of tasks like the monitoring, data and information collection, data analysis, report writing, stakeholder engagement, related policy work that might come up as well. So hopefully that gives you a sense of the team that's currently on the task.
Thank you. It does. My other question then, just in regards to staffing, is everyone based in Sydney, Canberra?
We're based in a range of different geographic locations. Okay. So the core team currently, so that 15 people that I mentioned, will be based will be based once they start in the next 2 weeks in Perth, Melbourne, Canberra, Brisbane and Sydney. Our current specialist advisors across the legal, data, technology and economic areas are based in Perth, Darwin and Melbourne. But that team, those additional advisors will change over the course of the work, depending on who's available at the time. So, we're able to draw on staff from across the country.
And the day-to-day dealings of that team, you're seeking advice from insurers predominantly. They're based, I guess, in those capital cities as well. Is that part of the thinking around, relationship building and working around those insurers?
Well, many insurers are based in the larger cities. That's correct. We're dealing with a range of stakeholders. So it's not just insurers by any stretch. We're dealing with consumer groups, including consumer groups that appeared before you as a committee today. So we're in frequent contact with insurers, but also with consumer groups from Northern Australia as well.
I note also, Senator, the ACCC has offices in each state and territory capital and also in Townsville.
Yeah.
When we advertise jobs, we don't advertise them generally to specific offices. We have a policy of people working. We find the best people for the role and they work where it's appropriate for them.
Okay. And this might have already been covered, but just one question about the current mechanisms that exist that were created through the legislation. What is actually in the legislation or through the powers that you already have to make sure that savings provided by the cyclone reinsurance pool are actually passed on to consumers?
So our powers, as you mentioned, come from the direction which were issued by the then Assistant Treasurer. So that direction doesn't give us the ability to require a particular form of pass-through. It tells us to monitor and see how changes to costs are being reflected in end consumer prices, but there's no mechanism there's no mechanism allowing us to require insurers to approach pricing in a particular way.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Chair. For giving me the eye.
Do you want to? I can go to you first, or Shane, who's been waiting patiently online.
I'll go after Shane.
Okay, Shane.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm just going to pick up on some questions that were asked of you by Senator Allman-Payne. She asked you a question about was it the ACCC's position that a cyclone reinsurance pool was the best option to reduce premiums, and you said no. You said that subsidies was the best way, but you didn't explore what sort of subsidies, to whom, how much, and whether you did any modelling in relation to that. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, Mr. Newman, and I note that ultimately we make representations and recommendations to government and consider that that's our role, and that government then makes its own decisions beyond that. When we were looking at direct intervention measures for affordability, and we actually made 3 recommendations around immediate steps to address affordability. 2 of those related to stamp duty, and the other was that should the government wish direct intervention, that they consider subsidies over reinsurance pools. One of the primary drivers of that recommendation was that in our research, what we found was that reinsurance pools were generally more effective where there was no competition or no availability of insurance provided by the private sector. And that wasn't the case in Northern Australia. What we found at the time, there were about 8 different insurers operating under around 30 brands. So there was insurance, but affordability was the issue. And we considered that direct subsidies would provide the opportunity to more directly target those most in need. of that support. We were, however, qualified, and as I mentioned earlier to the Senator, did note that more work would need to be done and more careful design work in order to ensure that the subsidies were effective.
In coming to that conclusion, did you look at other options elsewhere overseas in Australia to come to that conclusion?
The conclusion for subsidies over the
That
reinsurance.
subsidies were preferable to the CRP.
We thought about a range of different measures. Those on a financial side, we thought about subsidies, rebates, and concessions, government reinsurance pool. We also looked briefly at government insurers, as well as mitigation and resilience programs. And again, based on the primary driver was that issue around the fact there was insurance available, but affordability was a concern.
And to whom would the subsidies have been paid? Who were the recipients of the subsidies?
Mr. Newman, we didn't get to that level of detail. That was something that we felt would need to be further explored in terms of whether it went directly to households or through insurers to pay to households.
But you came to that conclusion. Did you look elsewhere? I asked that question before. Did you look at other options in other countries that where they did this option? And how is it that you preferred one over the other?
We looked at international experience as well as the Australian experience, and I'm sorry, I actually joined relatively late in the piece, so I'm just trying to think back to the work.
Perhaps you can take up a notice and get back to us about what was the basis of the ACCC making that recommendation, and whether any work was done in terms of subsidy, whether it was in principle. Because I'm really interested in that issue. How is it the government chose to ignore your recommendation and go down the road of the CRP when you clearly recommended a better option was the subsidy model?
We'll take that one on notice. Thank you, Mr. Newman.
That'd be great. Okay. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. Luke.
Luke Gosling from Darwin. I was just interested that there was an ACCC staff member based in Darwin that has responsibility for this issue, and you briefly discussed the mechanisms to ensure, in the future where we get more people joining up and then more participation, and that the savings are passed on to customers. Is that their sole role, or are they doing, for example, playing a similar role with fuel and other responsibilities such as looking into fuel gouging by petrol retailers, for example, or is it their task just on this issue?
That particular staff member is one of our data analysts who does work across other across other industries as well.
Yeah.
Food security.
Yeah, so there may be, you talked about a fluctuating staffing level, and there may be a need for further resources, human resources, as we get more participation.
Yes, that's right. So we continue to judge the staffing levels that we need and recruit to to the tasks which we see ahead. It's a 5-year monitoring task, and we'll be flexible and adjust our both the particular people that we have and the nature of their overall skill set as the task evolves.
Thank you.
Can I just ask one question, and then I'll refer to you, Warren? We had some evidence just before from some of the people from the Chamber, both in Townsville and the Northern Territory, but it was interesting. So is the ACCC aware of a decline in the number of insurers willing to cover cyclone insurance or cover new risks related to cyclone insurance, particularly as the deadline to join the pool draws closer?
So, I mean, we heard that evidence earlier, and as I said, I think to Senator McDonald earlier, data around which insurers are offering, policies where is part of the information which we can collect and is part of the information which we will be looking to collect and present in our reporting.
So that's the data that you'll provide. Senator McDonald did ask that question before. Is this the same data that you'll provide to this committee as well? Is that going to be part of it? Because I thought that was part of her question.
I don't want to verbal Senator McDonald. I mean, I think the information she was up.
She's here, so you're not. Yeah.
Was about how consumers can contact either this branch directly or the Townsville and Darwin offices.
Senator McDonald had also asked about the number of insurers offering into the market, and that's obviously something that, as we report each year, we'll be commenting on and looking again as a potential measure of the success of the pool if it encourages greater entry into the market, and we will be monitoring that. It was one of the findings of our last report that a number of insurers were either exiting the market or were not actively seeking to compete for customers. And so that's something that we'll be looking through the next reports.
What date was that report, Ms Proudfoot?
That was the final report of the inquiry, Senator. It was almost exactly 2 years ago today that we provided it to the Treasurer.
Do you think we could ask, given I assume that you're collecting this data in a regular manner, that we would be able to get an up-to-date number of insurers participating in the market now, and that we could put it next to that data from 2 years ago so that we can see if the number has increased or decreased or stayed the same?
We can look into that for you, Senator, yes.
Thank you.
Senator Norman Payne.
Just on that same issue, is the information being collected along with that data as to reasons why the insurers are choosing to exit the market?
So we collect a range of information, including, we can and do collect a range of information about, thinking about, particular decisions about where to offer services and the like. So, something that might be internal considerations within an insurer. So that's part of the picture as well. I'm not saying we have all of that information, to hand right now, but it is information which we'll be looking to collect across the course of this work.
And I guess the reason I asked that question is I think it would be really important for us to understand going forward whether trying to avoid being drawn into the pool is a reason why some are exiting, or if it's simply just because they think the cost of underwriting the risk is too high. I think it's really important that we understand if this is driving people away or encouraging them to come in.
Right.
Thank you. I'm from Cairns, Leichhardt. Just a comment you made to Senator McDonald there about encouraging people to reach out and provide information to your officers in Townsville, etc. I would have thought it was more appropriate for your officers to reach out to the consumers and seek information from them in relation to decisions you make in your reports. Now, I've got to say to you that report you put out where you argued that you were doing direct subsidies rather than reinsurance pool, and you said that was on the basis that there was competition, 8 insurers and 30 brands that were in the market at the time. Okay, so that was the reason why you felt it was better to go for direct subsidies. Now, in November 2017, there was a gathering of all of the insurers, including the Insurance Council of all the major insurers, plus Insurance Council of Australia in Townsville, November 2017. And at that point, all of the insurers and the Insurance Council of Australia conceded that there was market failure in Northern Australia. There was strong evidence right across the sector that insurance was being denied based on postcodes. Strata was particularly difficult, but it was coming into residential insurance as well, right across. And there was numerous examples of letters from insurers that were exiting those markets based on postcodes. Now, I'm surprised that you wouldn't have been aware of that, because and big companies were pulling out one after the other, and we're talking back 2017. This is prior to your report coming out where you say that there wasn't market failure. Yet every major insurance company in November 2017 and the Insurance Council of Australia, all of who had been, most of who, with the exception of Allianz and the IAG group, had been pushing away from reinsurance pools, conceded market failure and said we've got to look at a reinsurance pool. Why is it that you were contradicting that advice? Or how come what advice did you have suggesting that there was not market failure?
Mr. Inch, we did not at any point suggest there wasn't market failure in the area. We highlighted in our report the range of concerns and unusual conduct within the market. For example, the fact that in a normal functioning market, businesses fight or compete to get customers. We were seeing the opposite of that in the Northern Insurance market, and we commented on that directly. The comment regarding the reinsurance pool was around the fact that at the time of our final report, there were those 8 insurers operating, not as much as had been the case, but certainly more than in other experiences that we'd observed where a reinsurance pool had been put in place, and that was really where there were no insurers. So we certainly don't think that this is a well-functioning market. I think we've been on the record previously, our Deputy Chair, Delia Rickard, in an earlier hearing shortly after our report, made the observation that this was a failed market. So that wasn't the basis of our recommendation. We're certainly alive to the concerns. We undertook 8 public forums across a range of locations in Northern Australia, including in Cairns, Rockhampton, Broome, Karratha, Alice Springs and other areas. We will be looking to come and visit and speak directly with consumers, in addition to offering the opportunity for them to send an email or something like that more quickly. So
Just
I
interesting.
apologise if we gave the impression that we wanted people to come to us. That's not solely how we obtain information.
Interesting today. Also, we had a rather lengthy panel here today with 80% of the insurers represented. I think 80% was the figure that was given, plus the Insurance Council of Australia, and without exception, they've all said the reinsurance pool is part of the solution. There's work that's got to be done on it, but they see that as a significant part of the solution. So, it's certainly evolved over the last couple of years. I think if I could, and I'll just make that as an observation, but also in relation to my colleague here, Mr. Wilcox, made that comment. We are seeing increases in pricing. The pools, it's been legislated, but of course there is that period, that lag time before they go in. We also got evidence today that we can expect the first one as early as January, that they've actually got a mechanism in place that will allow them. There are others suggesting they could be in by July next year. So, it is starting to get, but there needs to be some changes done in relation to, and that may well encourage people to come in a lot earlier. But in monitoring that, because we are seeing significant increases now, I think that most of those that were going to exit from the industry exited before the reinsurance pool. I'm not aware of any that have exited since July. Most of them were well before that, so they weren't anticipating it was on the basis of the reinsurance pool coming into place. So I don't think that was a reason for exiting, but I think it's important that you be aware that there are significant increases on renewals happening now, and so appreciate the fact that you can't enforce, but I'd be interested, when you're talking about monitoring, I hope you will be in a position to be able to make those observations very, very public, so that others can be aware, so we can be aware of it as well, so that we can hold them to account.
Mr. Inch, just if it might assist the committee if I just outline how our reporting works. So we have an obligation under our direction to report once each calendar year. That's a minimum. So we will be putting out a public report, which is available to the committee and to anyone who wants to read it, at least once each calendar year. and that will contain exactly the sort of information you're referring to, and obviously information about pricing and price trends is pretty central to the information that people want to know about.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Look, thank you for your evidence today. The committee has set the 16th of December as the due date for answers taken on notice, and I think there were probably a couple of, but the Secretariat will follow you up with those questions that were taken on notice. Thank you for attending today.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
So I think have we got people from Treasury? Okay. For the Hansard record, can you please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Rob Preston, Assistant Secretary, Banking, Insurance and Credit Branch. True.
Mahita Zahid, Acting First Assistant Secretary for the Financial System Division in Treasury.
And I'm Guy Thorburn, the Australian Government Actuary.
Thank you. I invite you to make a brief opening statement and then the committee will ask questions. Do you wish to make a brief opening statement? Okay, we'll go straight to questions.
I have one.
Yep.
Thank you. I'm just looking at a summary of some of the things that were said during estimates with the Senate Economics Legislation Committee. Actually, it may not have just been estimates, but this was evidence that was provided to the committee in March, and there was discussion around the 48-hour period, and I might just summarise. It said one of the things that you heard from different stakeholders was that it was important that the pool had a very clear demarcation in terms of what was covered and what was not covered. Based on that and based on advice and on feedback, the government has landed on the 48 hours, which seeks to strike that appropriate balance. We heard from the Insurance Council of Australia earlier today around that particular issue, and I thought it was interesting that apart from one of their members who thought that the 48 hours was appropriate, all of their other members actually thought that 7 days was more appropriate. So I'd just like to try and understand whether back when the decision was made, was that in view of who were the other stakeholders, I guess, who also thought 48 hours was more appropriate, and just keen to understand why that was the decision.
Sure. So, as you point out, yes, it is important to have a clear demarcation as to what's covered and what's not covered. There were a range of views that were expressed at the time. I think there was a general view that 0 days was not appropriate. But then consideration was given to a range, from a relatively shorter period, like 48 hours, through to a longer period around, potentially up to a month. So we had a range of views from different parties at the time. On reflection, the longer the period of time that elapses after the cyclone, essentially what we're talking about is the degree to which post-cyclonic rainfall might persist and therefore flood in wider areas. So over the longer the period of time, the wider the geographic area would ultimately be covered and draw away the resources of the pool to that wider geographic area. So the judgment at the time, particularly from me, was that a shorter period was more likely to deliver benefits that were in line with the policy objectives, which is to deliver savings to Northern Australia, by not drawing away the resources to that wider area. So that's why we ended up with a shorter period. Having said that, I do acknowledge that any period here does create challenges for insurers and the pool generally, because the costing of the flood component through flood models doesn't tend to discriminate between cyclone-related flood and non-cyclone-related flood, and certainly none of the models have any time limit in them at all. So there is work to be done in understanding the how to split, if you like, the flood within those models in order to cost the pool. A shorter period, so this is an area of modelling uncertainty, which will ultimately be informed as experience goes on by the experience of the pool, and that uncertainty will reduce. But in the short term, that uncertainty adds to the potential for, if you like, double charging, where the pool feels it needs to charge for a certain amount of flood and the insurers feel they need to charge for a certain amount of flood. And if the total flood that's charged for is more than 100%, then that's not an efficient outcome for achieving the objectives of the pool either. So reducing that uncertainty, a shorter period does that as well.
So hypothetically speaking then, if it were to be extended out to 7 days, what would the ramifications be for the operation of the reinsurance pool as it currently stands?
So that would need to be worked through and modelled, but the ramifications would be that the total premium collected would need to go up because there'd be more claims, so we'd have to figure out what that was, and the extent to which that drew the potential for savings away for Northern Australia, which it may well do, and that would need to be worked through as well.
Thank you.
Just add to that, I mean, one of the things that I caught quite a bit of what the insurers were saying is the way traditional policies work, and this is around, we're creating something new, so there's a market adjustment period. Traditional policies don't generally differentiate between flood relation to cyclone. They just kind of cover flood. And they're generally structured on a 7-day coverage period, and there's a reinstatement, and then you're covered for the next 7 days. So the design of the reinsurance pool by its nature, regardless of whether it's 48, whether it's 7 days, means that that work needs to be done. Now, 48 has benefits and trade-offs, but I think there was some views around, 7 days means it meshes with the existing global reinsurance programs. I think that's not quite that straightforward because those programs just write policies on a very different basis, which is you're covered for 7 days, then you pay another bit, then you're covered for another 7 days. I think that's also important just to think through.
Yeah. Thank you.
Luke?
Yeah, Luke Gosling from Darwin. Yeah, that was certainly evident in some of the previous evidence that there was trade-offs and different companies approach their interactions with that global market in different ways for different reasons to maximise profit, obviously. But it's just a lot of this is around the modelling, and the modelling has told us different things over time. And I was just wondering when the modelling became public, and then what did that reveal when it became public?
There's been a range of modelling undertaken over different periods of time. So there was modelling conducted in November 2021, and some elements of that was made public.
The CRP modelling later than that.
So the ARPC made some modelling public around June of this year, and then at the same time, the Assistant Treasurer called for additional information to be provided by insurers, and that enriched and expanded the data set that the ARPC and their consultants could use to conduct more modelling, and further modelling was made public, I think, in October of this year. And so as the underlying information has expanded and changed and just expanded the information available, that modelling has become more accurate, and so it's changed on that basis.
And what has it revealed?
Well, so in terms of the savings for home policies, the modelling that was released in September of 2022 had savings of 13% and up to 32%. For strata policies, it was 37% for both on average and at the kind of the upper ends of risk, and for SME policies it was 10% on average and 13% at the upper end of risk.
And when will the next round of modelling be available?
I think the ARPC will be conducting annual reports in terms of looking at the future financial trajectory, I guess, of the pool, and we'll be providing information on that basis. But how and when they choose to provide specific modelling, and if it's going to be comparable to this, might be a better question to put to them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So the last modelling was made public in September, was it? Just so I understand.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Can I? Yeah, okay. Look, first of all, in relation to the June 22 modelling, what role did Treasury play in providing information relating to the figures that were provided through that modelling? Were you guys involved in it, or was it done through the reinsurance pool?
The ARPC conducted that modelling. They shared information with us. We provided advice to the Assistant Treasurer in regard to the modelling, but how it was conducted and how it was commissioned was
But
done.
the actual figures that were provided at that time, you were involved in providing input into?
No,
Sorry, Deputy Chair, can I just check, do you mean the first set of modelling, or do you mean the ones released earlier this year?
June 2022.
So, previous.
So as the AGA, whilst I sit within Treasury, we provide advice to all departments and agencies that require it. So we did assist ARPC in a couple of ways. One was to assist them with the process of collecting the data, the exposure data, which we did some data cleaning and provided that to ARPC so that their consultants, their external actuarial consultants, could work with that for the detailed modelling. So we played a data collection role. We also, a part of the role for the Australian Government Actuary in the legislation is that I am the reviewing actuary. So any actuarial advice that the ARPC receives, it's a requirement that I review that. So ARPC had their external actuarial consultants do the premium modelling, and I then reviewed that, and the approach that I took was to look at the modelling that was undertaken and the premium rates that were derived from that work to consider how they met the obligations, or the key obligations in the legislation, which is around cost neutrality, directing savings to medium to high risk areas, and charging comparable premiums to the low risk areas.
So the information that was released in June 2022, that information that was released publicly was accurate?
I believe so, yeah. I have no reason to believe it's not accurate.
Well, it was accurate because, I mean, there's comments about somehow or other somebody was misleading somebody. The information at the time was accurate.
Based on the modelling at the time.
Based on the modelling
yes.
at the time was accurate. There was no fiddling of the figures. They were accurate, right. Yeah. Now, there's been two, July and October, we've seen fluctuations and we've seen a reduction in benefits. Or in
total premiums.
Premiums, rightio. What I'd be interested to know, can you explain why there has been a reduction, given that the April 22 figures supplied were accurate as they come out, and you know, circumstances change. What changed in July and then changed in October that saw a variation of those figures?
Yep. So. The first thing to emphasise is that as each iteration of the modelling and the premium rates has been conducted, hope everyone's okay here, as each iteration has been conducted, we've received further information and data and more comprehensive data from insurers. So the difference between the June, July and the September-October period is that the Assistant Treasurer wrote to insurers asking for more detailed policy level data. So we had more data to do the modelling on. The other thing that arose was we received more information, apart from insurers, but more information in relation to how ARPC received more information in relation to the natural peril models that were being used and how they calibrated in certain areas. So it would be best for Pulkit, who will speak to you later in the day, to explain exactly those differences. But that led to us having more facts and data to interpret what the total claims costs would be.
Okay, but what's really important here, because there's been a suggestion that somehow or other the government of the day manipulated the figures and presented inaccurate figures for political gain. The reality is the figures that you got came from sources. You weren't provided with the information from the government of the day. You got it from appropriate sources.
From the insurers.
The figures that you got from those insurers and other sources was what was presented publicly at the time. Time frame's important. June 2022. That was accepted in good faith, and it was released in good faith. And then you had reviews again from insurers and from other sources, and and I suppose economic changes that are happening too, I suppose, which would have influenced that, which saw variations to that advice and a reduction in savings. Is that a fair assessment of it?
Yeah, certainly the savings have changed. I think to add to the confusion, there have been instances where I think I've read in the press where I've wondered if people have confused. There's been two numbers quoted in a sense. One is the average savings across Northern Australia, which is the numbers, the 13s and things that mid-teen type numbers that Mr. Preston just referred to. And then there's been numbers in respect of the highest tier band, highest risk tier band, which are higher. And I think sometimes those two have been confused, where the higher numbers being compared to the overall average, and they're different, and perhaps there's been a bit of confusion there as well.
In the last 6 months, we've seen significant inflationary rise here. Will they have had impacts on the assumptions that you're making? Have been making on in July and then in October? Would the inflationary circumstances have some impact on that as well?
That may have changed the underlying data that was being received, because it would have been updated from some insurers.
Okay, I'll come back.
So just following on from that, it'd be true to say that that there was selective use of figures by the former government in explaining the program, i.e. a focus on the higher figure without giving a broader idea of what the reductions in premiums would be. I'm just trying to get a sense, because if we're going to have a fair debate here around where this program is going and how we communicate it to our constituents, it would seem that the use of higher numbers were at least premature, if not ill-advised, because they didn't give a fuller detailing of what the savings might be.
Well, there's lots of... You go.
Okay. Well, the figures that were released at the time were based on the best available information, and as we've been discussing, that information set has grown over time. Since that period, in June of this year and then in September, the full modelling reports have been released, and that not just gave the very high-level summary that I just described, but much more information in terms of and different slices of the data. So more recent modelling is both based on more up-to-date and larger data sets, and covers a wider range of information.
And the influence of inflation over 6 months?
In terms of the inflationary impact, I'm not aware of how that was factored in by either the modelling consultants or the ARPC. It might be best to put that question directly to them. There was a period of 3 months, and there's a lot happening in the global macroeconomy and the Australian inflationary market, but I'm not sure how much that was a factor in terms of the changing of the modelling.
Yeah, would seem to be a pretty significant we're made to believe that an increased inflation has had a massive effect. So I look forward to putting those questions to them and see what basis they use for those calculations on the effect of inflation. But thanks.
I think, one thing is inflation would not explain the full change in the numbers. That's about getting more granular data and having more specificity. It might be part of the equation, but we'll leave that to the ARPC to talk more to. But it's more around getting more data, not just around inflation.
And I can just give some flavour to that. So the June modelling was based on 200,000 home properties. There was 1 million in the September. In the SME market, there was 281 properties that were in the data set, and then it became 71,000 in September. So there's a radical change in the available information, and that allowed greater understanding of underlying risks and more accurate modelling.
Thanks.
Yep, sorry, Senator.
Hi, folks. I just want to ask about this. You've had some questions about the modelling in June 2022. That modelling wasn't made public, was it?
That modelling was made public.
In what form?
June. It was published on the ARPC website.
Oh, that's June.
June of 2022, yes.
June
so
of
there
20...
was, I think the key dates are November 2021, June of 2022, September of 2022.
November 2021.
Yes. So November was the initial modelling.
Yep.
And then there was modelling that was produced associated with the release of the first set of rates by the ARPC. And the Assistant Treasurer then wrote to insurers, and there was a sort of an additional consultation period. The data that I just described, the additional data was received, and then there was a refined modelling exercise conducted and released in September of 22.
Right, sorry to
That's fine, there's a lot of dates.
And when we're talking Assistant Treasurers, November 22 was Assistant Treasurer 21.
Yes.
Assistant Treasurer Sukkar. And June 2022, that's the new Assistant Treasurer. So, okay.
Correct,
so
correct.
the modelling in June 22 was made public under the new government. The previous modelling in November 2021, that wasn't made public though, was it?
There were elements of the modelling that were talked about and
How
released.
was that made public?
I understand it to be through a media release, but I might...
Yep. So the then Assistant Treasurer put out a media release that quoted some of the figures, and I think, as Mr. Thorburn mentioned previously, they kind of related more to the up to figures, so the figures for the higher band rather than the full modelling set was released.
Okay. Who had a copy of the full modelling set?
So that's a bit difficult to answer. Obviously, Treasury undertook that work, so Treasury commissioned that work through consultants. So we used Affinity to assist us with that work, with the Australian Government Actuary assisting, and that modelling was shared in different parts. We had a consultation group that we shared parts of the modelling with to build our understanding and to do the work. And then obviously it was shared with government. So I can talk confidently to who Treasury would have provided the modelling to, but it's very hard for me to...
That's all I'm asking you.
So Treasury would have provided that modelling to government.
So to government, to the Minister?
To the Minister, yes.
Yeah, right, okay. So the government had a copy of that modelling in full?
Yes.
And I think a public interest immunity claim was made over releasing the full set of data at the time?
Yes, by Minister Hume at the time.
Minister Hume made a public interest immunity claim over the full set of data. Right, and that's why it wasn't made public at the time.
Yes, it's a matter for government in terms of what they choose to release, but that was the decision that government took at the time.
But it wasn't like you didn't give the information to the government.
No, as is with ordinary course of everything Treasury does, we work to advise our ministers, so the data and the modelling work that was undertaken was shared with government.
Okay. You weren't keeping people in the dark, like you had given it to the minister and he had full access to it.
Yes.
Did that modelling, we don't have that modelling, we can't retrospectively go back now, there's been a change of government and make that public, so I'm going to be sensitive in the questions that I ask. I mean, it would be really helpful if it was made public, then we could compare the three different different sets of data, but that's a matter for the previous government. Did that modelling show that some premiums would rise?
So, there are two steps to the modelling process here. First contextual point to make here is that this is a reinsurance scheme. Ultimately, the premiums that are charged to customers are determined by the insurers. And this was an important feature of the scheme because what we're doing in introducing a reinsurance scheme with standard pricing across the market is saying here's a standard set of pricing for cyclone and related risks that's the same pricing for all insurers. And it has to be that way in order to create a sense of you can't give one insurer a lower price for the same risk than another. That would not make sense. So you're then taking this standard set of prices and you're asking the insurers to utilise, to reflect the pricing structure within what is a myriad of individual pricing structures that they all have. So there's two steps to the modelling, if you like. One is to say, if the insurers took out their cyclone costs and the related margins and added back in the pool premium, what would happen? And for that, there will be ups and downs if that mechanical process happens. It's not expected, excuse me, it's not expected that the insurers would stop there because the insurers then have the flexibility to smooth out those ups and downs within the pricing they then apply to customers. So it's really the impact of those potential increases is or the outworking of that is something we're yet to see as the insurers implement the pricing structures and how they change it. But in a pool that says the pricing will be comparable in low risk areas, then in essence that's saying on average it's about the same, but inevitably there will be ups and downs. And if on average it's about the same, then there's no real reason why the insurer couldn't just charge what they charged before and smooth out those ups and downs. But that's why it's a reinsurance pool and not stapled pass-through cover to provide that flexibility.
The current modelling that's been released publicly shows that some premiums, very small amount, but still some premiums may rise as a result.
That's on the pass-through.
Did the November modelling show that?
All of the modelling has shown that step, and then you can consider the ups and downs in the context of the ability
So the
to smooth.
November modelling showed that some premiums would rise.
I think the way to think about it is
it's
a may, it's not will,
May
right?
rise.
It's those are decisions
I
for
take that on
insurers
board.
in terms of how they choose to take the pool of savings they get from the reinsurance pool and how they choose to price that in. So I don't think it's fair to say it showed that it will rise. It showed that for some policies the pool price may be higher. It also depends on how different insurers price different factors in. So because of that complexity, it's very hard to say it showed that it will rise.
Sorry, and I'll rephrase then, Ms. Zayed. The November modelling showed that some premiums may have a saving, but it also showed that some premiums might rise.
Yeah, there'd be a potential that the price that the pool would set for certain properties may be slightly higher than the price that would be set for similar properties using other insurance arrangements.
Was that in the media release from the Minister at the time? There's only a few figures released, but was that one of them?
So the media release referred to the savings that could be expected, the rates of savings that the pool could deliver, so the higher rates of savings.
Yeah, but it didn't have information about the average savings or even the fact that some premiums might rise as a result.
No, so the media release referred to, and the media release is public, so I'm sure this committee's got access to it, which referred to the savings that could be raised and the key details of the pool.
Thank you. So the modelling had that in it, but it didn't become public. I just really am trying to understand a comparative because we're about to ask some questions about the modelling that we do have, which is public, and it's very hard to make a comparison against something that we don't have because the previous government wouldn't release it. So I'm really trying to understand whether there was a change in that between the two sets, and what you've said, Mr. Thornburn, is essentially that there will always be that element to it. Because of the nature of a reinsurance pool.
which is why it's a reinsurance pool, so that the insurers can play their part in helping to smooth some of that out.
Yeah, sure,
to reduce
okay.
the incidence of it.
Yeah. Do you know what the average savings were? I mean, maybe they are comparative, but we don't have the benefit of the previous modelling to be able to show that there's a similarity.
So, Senator, obviously the previous government took the decision not to release that modelling. So it's a matter that's, generally it's a decision for government to release those details. Since that's been released, my preference would be not to go into that. What I will say is it's not wildly different, right? Like, I don't think we're not talking about orders of magnitude, but given the government hasn't chosen to release it, I think...
Yeah, no, I don't want to put you in that position. That's their decision, not yours. And our government has actually decided to release the modelling that we have. So I thank you for that. I might leave it there, Chair. I don't have any other questions right now.
No, I don't think...
Yes, I've got some questions.
Oh, Senator.
Thank you very much. I think this is this discussion about the data and the projections of premium decreases or increases. We've heard a lot of information today. I think the insurers made the point that in low risk areas there could be premium increases as profiling of risk is recalculated. Is that what you heard? I think you said you were listening to the...
I'm just going to make a cup of tea.
I think the ARPC modelling certainly sets out that there's a more likely to occur in low risk areas, but there's quite a comprehensive detailing of that in that modelling, and it's not solely in those areas in terms of what the modelling is suggesting could happen. But again, as we've all been discussing, how insurers choose to pass that through and where they choose to apply any changes is sort of up to insurers, and it may well vary insurer by insurer.
Do you expect some of those premium rates decisions to be made, to be reflected in the ACCC measurements and data collection?
Well, I think the AIPC will be looking to understand essentially the baseline of where we are sort of at the moment, and then be looking to monitor how pricing changes over time. So that monitoring report will be trying to essentially take a stock take on how premiums are responding to the reinsurance pool.
I think one thing that we shouldn't lose sight of, and I think the insurers, quite a few of the insurers at the table mentioned it earlier, is the cyclone component is one component of the insurance price that a consumer sees. They never see the bit they're paying for cyclone unless they're in a very high risk area and they're opting out of cover. So just for those households, I think it was Allianz that mentioned, it was one of the insurers, I don't want to verbal which one, and that there might be some very low risk households which may see a smaller increase. For those consumers, obviously, there's other things that's changing the pricing of their policy, and the ACCC similarly is working through different components that's going to affect insurance pricing. So yes, there might be some households who receive an increase because of the pool, but working that through in how insurance is priced is a reasonably complex task. So I wouldn't expect the ACCC to be able to pinpoint every individual who may, through the pool, have had a small or moderate increase, because practically that may not be feasible.
Yes, if all this was simple, we wouldn't be having a joint select committee to examine it, would we? And then my final question is just around that data. There was when the expected premium reductions was discussed last year, did you feel that the data was correct? I do accept that, being humans, we all only heard the bit that said that we were going to be, individually receiving huge premium reductions, but was the data correct as it was published in media releases and media conferences?
The data that was published reflected the best modelling ability we had at the time, and the data that was published was factually reflective of the data indicated by the modelling.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Release it.
Thank you.
Release it then.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Sorry. No, I thought you were going to keep going in our meeting. Look, I got caught out. Look, thank you for your evidence today. The committee has set the date of the 16th of December 2022 as the due date for any questions taken on notice, but I don't think there were any questions on notice. Thank you for appearing before the committee today.
Thank you, Chair.
And I think rather than having a quick break, I might welcome officers from the Bureau of Meteorology and the Australian Reinsurance Pool Corporation. And hopefully we can get through this. Andrew, have you got any questions on this? I'll go to you. All right. You two don't have flights?
Not till 7:30.
All right.
I'm okay.
All right.
I'm happy not to lead off.
Okay.
Because I got a chance at estimates.
Okay. I welcome officers from the Bureau of Meteorology and the Australian Reinsurance Pool Corporation. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses in giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, can you please give your names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Christopher Wallace, the CEO for Australian Reinsurance Pool Corporation.
Samantha Lawrence, I'm the Chief Risk and Governance Officer for the ARPC as well.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Alexander Drake and I'm the Head of Public Affairs for the ARPC.
Paul Kachang, Head of Actuarial.
Hello, Peter Stone, Group Executive, Bureau of Meteorology.
Okay, I invite you to make a brief opening statement and then we'll revert to the committee who will ask questions. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, please, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be very brief. Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee for the invitation to appear today. It is an honour for us to update you on what we're doing with the Cyclone Reinsurance Pool. ARPC welcomed the passing of the legislation in March this year, which established the Cyclone Reinsurance Pool, which is to be administered by ARPC. The Cyclone Pool will cover losses caused by cyclonic winds, by cyclone-related flood and by storm surge, and we estimate it will cover 3.3 million households, 220,000 small businesses and 140,000 strata properties, residential strata and small commercial strata across areas of Australia that have exposure to cyclones. This is across low, medium and high risk areas. ARPC is working closely with our insurer customers to enable their onboarding to the Cyclone Pool. We are focused on making our support to them as efficient and as effective as possible, and we're delighted to hear the news at the committee today that Allianz, which they announced this week in their submission, Allianz will be transitioning its home insurance book of insurance to the pool from the 1st of January 2023, and we certainly encourage all insurers to consider the same. We want to make a success of the new Cyclone Reinsurance Pool across cyclone-prone regions, and I'm confident that we will be able to contribute to making insurance far more sustainable and affordable across cyclone-prone communities. I'm pleased to take committee members' questions. Thank you.
Okay. Did the Bureau, did you want to, you're right, we'll go straight into questions. And I think that, Andrew, because you've got a flight, I might hand to you so that you can...
Thank you, Chair. So you're feeling that this is the best mechanism to be able to bring the insurance premiums down within Northern Australia?
May I make just some remarks just to expand upon that?
Please.
So yes, what the pool will do is it will remove profit margins from the reinsurance component of premiums going to people in cyclone-prone areas for the cyclone reinsurance component. The cyclone reinsurance component has been a large part of premiums in Northern Australia. We will be pricing the product on a long-term basis to be cost neutral to government. So we're not pricing it on a single year basis, we're pricing it to be cost neutral in the long term. It means that in some years we'll be in deficit and some years we'll be in surplus, but on average over a very long time horizon, the policy objective is to break even or to be cost neutral to government. But perhaps I'll just leave these three numbers with you just as an opening remarks. The cyclone reinsurance premium, the reinsurance component of premium for cyclone in Townsville will be $624. In Cairns, it will be $427, and in Darwin...
Sorry, what was that? In Cairns?
In Cairns, it will be $427,
yeah,
and in Darwin, it will be $457. We've actually published these numbers in our modelling. There's a detailed table of the average premiums for home insurance across all Northern Australia, our Cresta Zone. Our Cresta Zone is a geographic area of suburbs. So I would say to the committee that what the pool will do is it will stabilise prices over time. It's disconnecting the cost of reinsurance from the global reinsurance market. And as everyone will be aware, the global reinsurance market is severely disrupted at the moment by the war in Ukraine, inflation globally, Hurricane Ivan, and flooding in Australia, which is very significant.
So follow-on question, Chair?
Yep.
So when you say a long time, so if we had it over 10 years rather than the competitive neutrality over 12 months, do you think the 10-year period would be suffice?
If I may just clarify, Mr Wilcox, the legislation requires us to price for a long-term cost neutrality to government. So we've not priced the product, the reinsurance product, for a one-year period. We've actually priced it for a future period. And so we expect that we will run deficits and surpluses year on year based on what actual cyclones occur. In years that we have a surplus, I expect that we will be able to build our capital to be able to pay future losses and also then contribute some of that towards reducing premiums further. And in those years in deficit, we may need to draw upon the Commonwealth Guarantee, which is $10 billion, and obviously from our assets that we've built up as well.
And is there any refinements or tweaks or anything you think that we need to look at this point in time, or is that something that we're going to, once this rolls out, then we're going to be able to look at it in like the 12-monthly and 3-year reviews?
It's very early in the implementation of the pool still, and so we're working obviously with there's about 14 insurers we're working with currently, and we have Allianz who are starting 1st of January, and another insurer we're hoping to announce. I hope that they will announce that they will be able to start 1st of January as well, but we're in advanced discussions with them. But I would say it's early. From my perspective, there is a legislative mechanism for review in the legislation, and I understand that Treasury are also looking at other possible assurance reviews of the implementation. But,
Thank you. And did I hear you say that you think that this is the best vehicle to stabilise and make insurance premiums sustainable in Northern Australia? Is that what you said?
That's a matter for the Treasury, if I could refer that to them. But from ARPC perspective, what the pool will do is stabilise. Our goal is to have stability in premium rates and to have a long-term pricing outcome that's cost neutral to government.
Can I just add to that, not as a question, but just on that one point?
Yeah.
Well, sorry, it's just on this.
Yeah, but I had asked the chair if I
Yeah,
could also have
so I was going to go to
All right.
Senator Almond Payne, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you. I just want you to help me understand then, I guess, how this brings premiums down, because I really want to get my head around, the benefits of this. I guess what I'm hearing is if it's cost neutral, then there are going to be years when we're going to have more cyclones, there'll be more drawing on the reinsurance pool. I would have thought then that would mean that the premium will go up to the insurers. Is the main benefit of this, as opposed to them going out into the international reinsurance market, simply that there's less fluctuation? Because I guess I'm just trying to understand how this reinsurance pool makes it cheaper when, if it's cost neutral, that by nature means that in bad years it's going to have to go up and it's going to fluctuate as well.
Thank you, Senator. There are several benefits to insurers. So insurers will, first of all, not have to hold any capital. The legislation enables them to transfer the entirety of their cyclone exposure to the pool. In the normal private reinsurance market, insurers actually presently have to hold regulatory capital or prudential capital that's required by APRA to be able to hold their insurance licence. So they have to hold that capital, they have to get a return on that capital, and they also have to buy protection for that capital from the global reinsurance market that's responding to global catastrophes and crises all the time as well. So first of all, insurers don't have to hold any capital. So my question back to insurers would be, what are they going to do with that capital? So they'll actually have surplus capital to invest in their business. The second benefit is that the scheme is purposefully designed to provide maximum reduction in premiums to medium and high risk areas. And so the way that we're doing that is by charging a premium that's comparable in low risk areas. This is predominantly Brisbane and Perth. So people in Brisbane and Perth will see probably premiums around the same or a little bit higher or a bit lower, but it's going to be comparable to what they would be charged in the private reinsurance market. Now, because we can provide that at a lower cost, because we don't have to hold prudential capital and we can price to a long-term break even, we can then transfer the profit margin that we would otherwise have charged to people in medium and high risk areas, and that brings about the reduction. I think the unique design of this pool is that the policy objective is to not cost taxpayers. I think that's a great outcome from a design perspective, but it does that through that subsidisation of premium from low to high risk areas.
Can I just ask one question then, a follow on? So at the moment it's backed by the $10 billion government guarantee. Is it the case that if we see a substantial increase in the number of cyclone-related events as the climate appears to be changing much more quickly than we maybe anticipated, that there's a risk that that $10 billion is going to become insufficient reasonably quickly?
So the $10 billion guarantee in the legislation, the government may adjust that. So there is a mechanism in the legislation for the government to adjust the guarantee so that ARPC is able to pay all claims arising from cyclones. So the guarantee is sufficient as designed in the legislation. The likelihood of drawing on the guarantee, though, is there is a risk to the scheme that the government may need to provide funds to ARPC through the guarantee. And so, over the next, we're modelling that in our capital management processes to understand the likelihood of that occurring.
Thank you.
I just wanted to on this one here, because you were saying that so you're going to have surpluses and you're going to have deficits depending on the events of the particular year. I note in the terrorism reinsurance pool, which is the other ones you guys are involved in, there was I remember back, I think it was in 2012, there was a dividend pay. I think Treasurer Swan drew a dividend, I think it was $400 million he took out of it, and then $95 million a year for 4 years paid as a dividend back to consolidated revenue. Is that mechanism in this one, or are you able to retain those savings so that you continue to, given the likelihood of ongoing natural disasters, climate change and all the other things, is there a requirement that you have to pay back the savings back into consolidated, allow the government to take it back into consolidated revenues, or can you hold on to those savings and in anticipation of an eventual event that may well require payment?
Ultimately, it's a matter for the government. The legislation provides the government the ability to direct ARPC to make payments to government. And we have made payments to government for the terrorism pool, for a dividend, and also for a capital holding fee, and from time to time there's been a special dividend as well. ARPC currently has $707 million in net assets for terrorism. Our objective in our policy development internally is to manage the two pools so that they can be sustainable in our capital management plan. And so our objective is to build the cyclone
So
reinsurance
build a
pool.
cyclone independent of the terrorism one.
Well, they're not independent in that it's operated out of the same entity, and we're owned by the Commonwealth. But our capital management policies that we're currently developing are looking to be able to report those two pools in our corporate plan and our annual report, so that the Parliament can see our performance in each of these areas. And we'll also have a financial outlook report, which is a requirement now to publish in the Parliament as well. The first one will be in 2024, but we'll be starting work on that soon as well.
Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd just like to drill down on a couple of issues and comments that you've made, Dr. Wallace, in your opening remarks. Over time, what do we mean by that exactly? Because over time, I think, is the form of words that's used in the legislation. In your opening remarks, I think you talked about over a very long time. So I'm keen to understand what do we mean by over time, and why is it not possible to be more definitive about that, whether we mean 5 years, 10 years, 20 years?
I think I might invite my head of actuarial to talk a little bit about what long-term means in our pricing process.
Well, I think the legislation says over time. Yep.
So the legislation doesn't define what long-term means, and when we develop our rates, we think about all possible future cyclone events. So you could think about us simulating next year's potential outcomes thousands of times. So we think about what could happen next year, and it could be quite likely there's no events, there could be a medium catastrophic or a catastrophic event. And when we average all those thousands of simulations, that's how we determine what our premium rate should be. So over a long period of time, we're going to be cost neutral. It's not easy to define exactly what that time period is, but we're trying to think about all possible events and eventualities that could occur.
So even though, and correct me if I've misunderstood this, but even though the legislation says over time, the Reinsurance Corporation is taking that to mean long time.
Senator, probably my language was inappropriate. We're taking a long-term. We have to price to be cost neutral in the long term. That's the legislative obligation. So the pricing's been done to achieve that. It's also been reviewed by the Australian Government Actuary to make sure that's being delivered in that way. Hope that clarifies.
What would be the limitation of being more prescriptive? What would be the limitation in saying 10 years or 15 years or 20 years, or even being quite explicit around those various time periods? So rather than choosing one, so why don't we choose one? And then second question, why wouldn't we choose 3 or 4 and disclose those also?
So it's fundamentally based on a modelling of tens of thousands of different scenarios. So perhaps I'll answer it in a way that says, if we look forward over the next 3 or 4 years, there's an 80% chance that the pool will be in surplus and approximately 20% chance that the pool will be in deficit. If we're very prescriptive on the time frame, it could actually inadvertently result in larger swings in premiums. So, we really need to see how the events actually occur, and then there'd be discussion with the government around what time frame would the government require for repayment of the guarantee, and how that might impact upon premiums, for example, in the event that we're in deficit. If in the event that we're in surplus, we have to sort of balance off a trade-off between we would like to reduce premiums, but we'd also like to retain funds to be able to pay future claims. So I think the benefit of having just the legislative obligation being long-term break-even gives the corporation the ability to be able to discuss with the government incident by incident how we might respond and keep premiums stable.
When and if the incidents arise?
Well, there certainly will be incidents, declared cyclone events. They will certainly occur.
That's a fair explanation. So, then let's just explore a number of scenarios. Oh, sorry, if I may. Let's explore a number of scenarios. You said that over 3 to 4 years you expected there's an 80% chance that the pool would be in surplus.
Yes, that's based on the modelling.
Yep.
But
So
on a long-term view, it will be break even.
Yep.
Perhaps I could just ask our Head of Actuarial again just to expand upon that.
Yeah, so the modelling shows that there's a 80% chance that we'd be on a small surplus and a much lower probability that we're in a very large deficit. So on average, if you think about what the probabilities are, we're expecting to be break even over the long term.
Over the long term. And probably back to where we started. So is that 5 years or is that 10 years or is that 15 years?
So the challenge with trying to define a time period, for example, if you tried to think about next year, we wanted to be cost neutral. There's a wide range of potential events that could happen next year. So if we wanted to price to cover the most extreme events, we'd have to charge a premium that was extremely high. So that's why we try and think, given cyclone's such a volatile peril, and there's a wide range of potential outcomes, many of which are no events or no cost, we need to think of it over a long period to get a sensible range of outcomes.
When we think, I'm just looking now at the Bureau of Meteorology's evidence to the committee, and it makes the point very, very clearly that frequency of cyclones has been decreasing, but intensity of cyclones has been increasing. And particularly the risk increases the further that cyclones move down the coast. I'm thinking the east coast of the continent, as population densities get higher as well. So in your modelling, how do you account for that volatility? Are you making an assessment that the volatility that the Bureau of Meteorology has already identified stays the same? Or are you assuming that the volatility over time will increase in significance? What assumptions are we making around intensity of cyclone events?
I'll comment on the legislation in a moment, but would you like to expand on that first?
Yeah, sure. So climate change and the impacts of that on cyclone risk is a key risk for the pool and something that we're monitoring quite closely. So as you mentioned, we understand that's going to have an impact on frequency, severity, location of cyclones. The exact impact on those three elements is still highly uncertain. As the BOM said, there's some evidence that frequency is reducing, severity is increasing, and cyclones are moving further south. The important thing for the pool is that in the design of the pool, we have the ability to adjust premium rates over time as those impacts become more certain. The current premium rates give us the best view, and we've licensed the best data and models that give us the best view of the current environment and what we expect the risk to be over the next year. We've got built into our process an ability, as Chris mentioned, we're going to produce an annual financial outlook report, which will comment on the premium adequacy of the adequacy of the premium rates, and we'll have an annual premium review process. Whereas the science and the understanding of the impacts of climate risk become more clear on cyclones, we can adjust our premium rates over time to reflect that.
So just on those 2 points, then, so you will be publishing a financial outlook report, and that's what it will be called, the financial
it's in the
outlook report.
legislation.
And when is that expected to be published?
The first one is by, I believe, October 2024. We can provide the exact date. It's in the
That's
legislation.
quite okay. And is that to be an annual?
Yes.
Annual.
And it'll be tabled in, I believe it will be tabled in Parliament.
Okay. And then the annual premium pricing review. When is that first?
That's a more pragmatic operational matter for ARPC, and there's no requirement in legislation or instructions or guidance in legislation around when we might do that. So it would really be for us in managing our risks and understanding the changes in trends over time. So we could reprice if needed, but at this point in time, as Mr. Jane said, we have priced the best possible models that we could procure, the most up-to-date information that we could access.
And excuse me, that's called the annual price review, or the?
That's an operational matter for ARPC, but we would expect to be able to, if we choose to, reprice. But remember, the objective of the scheme is to have price stability as well.
Sorry, Dr. Wallace, I'm just trying to get an understanding of what is the working title of that, so that when we have future discussions, we're not talking.
I think I would anchor on the financial outlook report. The financial outlook report, in the regulations, there's a very descriptive requirement for the components of that report. which includes our assessment of insurance risk and trends and claims performance and pricing adequacy, and through that process would trigger whether we need to reprice or not. However, operationally, the ARPC has the power to be able to price for the cyclone risk, and if we observed that trends were moving faster than we anticipated, we could make changes. But our objective is to stabilise prices.
Yeah, no, I totally understand the objective, but I'm very, very curious. You've awakened my curiosity in regards to this pragmatic operational mechanism. Am I right? So I'm just keen to understand, what working title that, because I think Mr. Jean, I thought I'd written down annual price review mechanism, or?
Yeah, there's no legislative requirement for ARPC to do an annual pricing review.
Yep.
But from an operational perspective, we would, an insurance or reinsurance company would typically do frequent price reviews.
Yep. So my second point then is that a document that that you would share with insurers? Is that a document that insurers would be involved in creating with you?
Well, we've already been through a process already of a repricing, which we published new rates and the modelling on the 30th of September. So when we were to reprice, we would again republish our actuarial modelling and the premium tables.
Mm-hmm. Finally, from me, I do have other questions, but I'll let other colleagues. The $10 billion government
guarantee.
Sorry. When you think about future cyclone events, what sort of quantum do you put around an event at the moment?
So there's perhaps two ways to think of it. So there's an annual average loss, which is our modelled estimate of, on average, each year how much cyclone claims we might expect to pay. But we also have a concept called a possible maximum or plausible maximum loss. And for that, this is our worst case scenario. In our report, we have said that we've adopted a $13 billion threshold for that number based on a very high category cyclone. 15 billion, thank you. A very high category cyclone hitting Cairns or Townsville, or a low category cyclone hitting Brisbane, or two cyclone Tracys. So
and the key, and that is the plausible maximum loss.
Yes, that's when
We've
published
called
that.
it a plausibly large loss event.
Sorry, a plausibly large loss event.
Mm-hmm.
But the annual average loss, the modelled average annual loss is
776 million.
776 million.
Million, yeah.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Smith has finished.
Yes, thanks, Chair. We had some evidence earlier today from the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce about the variety of risk models that insurers were using in order to generate their premiums. And I was surprised because I thought the Bureau of Meteorology would be their point of truth. So, Dr. Stone, I wonder if you could provide some commentary on how they would have such a wide array of models and subsequently pricing.
Thank you. I think there's probably several reasons for that. One would be that the kinds of things for which the Bureau has information are only a component of the risk that they need to take into account. And also because we provide information on the phenomena, but not the impacts of those phenomena.
Right.
And that's really where the insurance companies have information.
So that would be the variation.
Yep.
Okay. And Dr. Wallace, can I just ask you the same question? Would your views be the same or slightly different?
Just to expand upon that, insurance companies often have one or two catastrophe models that they purchase from commercial vendors. ARPC has purchased 6 catastrophe models because we wanted to make sure that we'd covered every possible modelling outcome, and also we have a requirement to model the outcome for wind, flood and storm surge, and we've used a combination of those 6 models in different capacities to be able to get the best possible modelled outcome. And so some of the differences between what we're doing and what an insurance company might be doing could simply be because they've used one particular model which might not reflect this in the same way as we have the risk. Certainly we've observed in our own modelling that some insurers could price a risk higher or lower, and that could simply be because of a mistake or a commercial decision or the way they've used the model. But we've used a large number of models to try to get the best possible outcome for the whole of the insurance industry.
All right, that's fascinating. I think that's part of the problems for the consumers is that, I think the example was used, the variation between a $5,000 premium quote and a $15,000 premium quote, or in the case of strata title units where they are hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it makes it very difficult for the consumer to feel then that they're making an appropriate choice, based on the value which seems to be for the same product. It's very difficult. I don't know if ARPC has any ability to assist in that regard, or
the reinsurance pool, Senator, will give the same cost for the same house to each insurer, and then it will be up to each insurer to determine how they deliver that through to their consumer. But the underlying cost for each household in Australia, each small business, each strata, will be the same. But where there might be, I should just clarify, each insurer will have a slightly different product, so the cover they're providing can be a little bit different. You can imagine it as some insurers have a lower level of cover or a premium level of cover in their product design, so there can be a little bit of difference from that. And also some insurers have differences in the way they calculate or limits for how much you can claim. So the sum insured can be different in the way it's defined between insurers. So we're working with insurers to try to get as much commonality as possible to give a more consistent premium to consumers.
All right, my last question, Chair. Dr Stone, I'm delighted to see that the Richmond radar is working, so that's terrific, new radar there. You've put in a new radar at Greenvale, or you've shifted that radar. How important is it that there be additional radars placed across Northern Australia to assist with early prediction and measurement, or is it flood modelling? What is the thing that's going to assist with this insurance problem?
Yeah, no, thank you. Radars serve a variety of purposes. Fundamentally, they show you how much it's raining now, so they do nowcasts. The Richmond and Greenvale radars provide particular value because they actually provide high spatial coverage to understand how much rain is falling, which is used as the input to the flood models. So they're really useful for helping to increase the timeliness and accuracy of flood forecasts and warnings, which if responded to in certain ways can potentially reduce impacts and therefore losses. Radars, while they do that, have that capacity everywhere. The particular advantage that a radar provides really drops as the density of standard rainfall measurements goes up, basically. So while there might well be a community preference for radars in certain places, it's not always clear how much that will improve forecasts and warnings.
So there's not a preference between what sort of technology would assist with reducing the impact of weather events as far as early alerts or...
Yeah, it depends on where you are, basically. So the fitness for purpose of the existing infrastructure is a big impact, a big thing. It is important to understand in Australia as a whole, I mean, there's about 10,000 pieces of infrastructure that are used for issuing flood, getting flood observations and turning those into forecasts and warnings. only 3,000 of those are owned by the Bureau of Meteorology, and the others are owned by around 100 different owners. So there are some challenges with the fitness of purpose of the observation network, in part because of the distributed ownership, and in part because many of the owners of that infrastructure are local councils who've been funded to put the infrastructure in, but not necessarily to maintain it.
Is that something you're putting a pin in that we should I'll just finish this point because I think this is important for the committee. Is this something that you're putting a pin in that we should be considering as a recommendation to assist with? I'm trying to get to what is going to assist with flood and cyclone events, early detection, early warning and monitoring.
Yeah.
And I'm seeking your guidance on what this committee can take away from your evidence.
Yeah, no, thank you. So as regards cyclone forecasting, I'll really shorthand it. That largely comes down to good meteorologists, satellite images and great supercomputers, basically. You then run into the flood impacts, and having observation kit there is really important. And the flood observation kit isn't uniformly fit for purpose.
All right, then on notice, could you provide something that this committee could take away as far as what would assist with upgraded gear or maintenance of gear or whatever it might be, so that we have good data?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Green.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to double check, Dr. Wallace, you and your organisation weren't involved in any of the production of modelling that was apparently available to the previous government in around November 2022. We just got some evidence from Treasury officials about that modelling. There's been 3 sets, November 2021, June 2022 and now September, but you weren't involved in the November modelling.
ARPC was not involved in the November modelling, but I would like to add that ARPC seconded 2 employees to Treasury, or to the Treasury-led Cyclone Reinsurance Task Force during their deliberations.
Okay, thank you. Now I've got the benefit of the modelling you've released in September 2022, so thank you. That is public. We do have access to that. I'm just got some questions about what that says, and we went through some of this during Senate estimates, so I don't need to repeat too much of it. But I wanted to ask you about what is a high risk residential property? What is that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, and I'll take it back a step. The figures in your modelling show the premium savings, but it divides, figure 5.4 on page 28 divides those premiums savings from high risk policies, medium risk, low risk, and then nil to minimal risk. And I just wanted to understand what is high risk?
Thank you, Senator. Can I ask Booker to talk to that?
Yeah, so in the modelling for September, we received close to 1 million records from insurers, and the insurers provided both the total policy premium and individual cyclone premium for each property. In the modelling that was done by the consultants, the high risk premium band was defined as a property with a premium rate, a cyclone premium rate, greater than $1 per $100 sum insured. So if you've got a $500,000 sum insured, that's a $5,000 cyclone premium is considered to be high risk. So for those policies, the estimated saving was 48%.
But those high risk policies that we're talking about, only 0.2% of the policies are reflected in that band. Is that right?
So it is 0.2% of the overall number of policies that we got. A lot of the policies we received were in low or nil risk areas, so Brisbane, Perth, as they're an important part of developing the rates. As a proportion of the policies in Northern Australia, it's higher, it's closer to 2%. But it is just those policies with the most acute affordability issues.
Yeah, sure. I have a series of questions about this. You said just then how many of the policies in Northern Australia are at high risk?
So we've identified 2,349 for home out of the 143,500 policies that we received in Northern Australia.
What's the percentage?
Close to 2%, just
Right.
under 1.6, I think, actually.
And this isn't a reflection of every household in that area. This is just the policies that you've received to be able to make a determination.
Correct.
Right, okay. So based on the 2%, based on the policies you've received and been able to assess, around 2% in Northern Australia are at that high risk level.
Correct.
Okay. And then 98% in Northern Australia would be in the other bands.
Correct.
So do you have the breakdown in terms of Northern Australia? That's what I'm really keen to understand. How many of the policies are in medium risk?
I'll have to take that on notice.
That's fine, thank you.
Provide that to the committee.
Yep, and I'm interested in low risk as well. And then there's quite a big cohort in the figures you've provided that are actually in the nil to minimal risk. 67% of the policies are in that band. Are there some policies in Northern Australia that are nil to minimal risk?
There may be some inland, but yeah, there won't be many. Most of them will be Brisbane, Perth, New South Wales.
Yeah, but only 2% are in high risk, so you're saying most of them will fall in the low to medium.
Correct.
Okay, it would be very good to get that information, I think, and maybe include it as an additional figure in future modelling. Figure 5.4. At estimates, Dr. Wallace, you said that there was an overall figure you could give us, which was an average saving of 6% for all policies. I'll just check the Hansard, sorry.
All risk areas. That was
6% for everyone across low, medium and high risk areas.
That's for home insurance for all records in Queensland, Northern Territory, West Australia and Northern New South Wales.
Home insurance, Northern Australia, 6% average for low, medium and high risk areas. I've got the Hansard in front of me.
That's right.
Yep. How does that, and this isn't, I'm just genuinely wanting to understand how this works. How does that reconcile with the fact that the figure on 5.4 shows that 27, about 40% of premiums in the nil to minimal risk will actually increase?
So that's inclusive in that number.
Okay.
And we have talked about premium increases. We've included it in the modelling, and we've also presented it to our stakeholder engagement outreach. So the reasons that there are some increases is because, firstly, some insurers will use a model that might have a different sort of estimate. Secondly, they might make a commercial decision based on customer loyalty or some other commercial consideration not to charge a premium. Or thirdly, they might have just made a mistake in their pricing. And so there are instances of premium increases due to that.
Okay. Some of those increases could be upwards of 20% of the policy. That's what your
right.
figures show.
There's a very small percentage of those.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
In fact, if I can just clarify on that,
Yeah, thank you.
there is, certainly in our modelling, we observed some riverfront properties, for example, that had no flood loading included in it, in the insurance pricing, as an example. And
Okay.
so for us, it's not possible for us to ignore that. We have to charge a price that's consistent with our risk approach.
Yeah, so some policies will actually have an increase of, some policies will have a decrease of over 20%, but some are going to have an increase of over 20%. And Dr. Wallace, I don't mean to presume that this is, well, I'll put it this way to you. Your modelling is the first that's been available publicly. We don't have the benefit of the previous modelling to understand whether it was a factor there. This is the first time that consumers will have an appreciation of that potential effect of the pool. And am I right that that is something that you've tried to make that clear in your modelling so that people understand the different impacts?
Yes, we have. And when we've certainly been briefing insurance sector, we've had many briefings with insurers and reinsurers and community groups. And at a number of those briefings, we've also had colleagues from ACCC and Treasury in attendance. We've always made the point that it is a reinsurance premium, and the scheme is designed for insurers to smooth out where there are anomalies where an insurer has already made a commercial decision not to charge the full amount of premium for a risk. So we are working with insurers to try to smooth these out.
Thank you. That's really good to hear, because I think it'll come as a bit of a shock to people that this is part of the process, and that finally having the benefit of the modelling, that there's a full gamut of the potential. Just going back to that 0.2%, there's quite a high saving potential there. But do you know the breakdown of that 0.2% in North Queensland as opposed to the rest of Northern Australia? Because I'd imagine it'd be quite high.
I don't think I understand the question.
It would be the majority of risks, but yeah, I'm not sure how much is in North Queensland versus North WA versus North NT.
Okay.
We could take that on notice as well.
Great. A couple more questions. Dr. Stone, are we going to see cyclones stay in Northern Australia, or are they going to head south?
There have been occasions where cyclones, occur further south than is the norm. There isn't strong evidence that there are consistent phenomena that will push cyclones further south.
What do you mean by first? I'm not talking Tasmania. Like
No.
I'm
I'm
talking like Cairns down the coastline of Queensland, for example.
Yep. So there aren't consistent data that show that in future cyclones are likely to show
Okay.
a greater southern preponderance than they currently do.
Okay, all right. Receive different evidence.
Sorry? No, so I'm talking about the future. So the work that's been done on...
Over time.
I like that.
Yeah. No, so the work that's been done on looking at what the long-term future for cyclones is likely to be is largely done at global scale, and so it doesn't speak to particular regions. So that work hasn't been done for Australia.
So in response to Senator Green's question, the answer should have been internationally rather than Australia.
No, what I said is correct. So there's not a suggestion that cyclones are likely to show a greater southern preponderance than they currently do.
Has the preponderance of cyclones heading down the Queensland coast, has the frequency of those events when they do occur increased?
Not that I'm aware of.
So when we think about...
I just have one more question on a different matter, sorry. And I'll hand back the call. The other question I just wanted to finish off on was around this idea of changing the pool from 48 hours of coverage to 7 days. You would have, I think you were sitting here, Dr. Walsh, during a lot of that evidence, or would have heard some of the insurers putting that forward as a proposal. But what was also identified, I think, was that it could have the potential to change the benefits of the scheme and the premiums that would be available. I wondered if you could comment on that. If we were considering that as an option, how would that actually impact premiums?
Thank you. I've several points on this, if I may, Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
So first of all, I'd like to say that the witness appearance from Allianz correctly described the global operation of the 168-hour clause, and that is that 168 hours in the global reinsurance market applies for 7 days for a fixed period. And so insurers buy cover for 7 days. And so the insurer can decide when that starts. Typically it starts from when a cyclone is declared. So the cyclone will run, or the cover that they're getting is for 7 days. ARPC is providing the full cyclone from when it starts to when it finishes.
Yep.
Plus a further 48 hours. So I
okay.
think there's been some confusion around 168 hours because in ARPC's view, we are providing, or certainly the legislation is providing, full cover for the full period of the cyclone from when it is declared to when it downgrades. It also includes when it re-intensifies, so the whole of that is covered, whereas in the global reinsurance market, 168 hours, there's only 7 days of cover. We're also providing 48 hours of extra cover, and as the Australian Government Actuary, Mr Thorburn, said, there's a trade-off or balancing that needs to be taken into account to allow for flooding that has happened post a cyclone, but trading off with trying to maximise the savings to Northern Australia. We have published two flood reports, and we've provided at each Cresta zone our estimate of flood that is cyclone related and non-cyclone related. So the modelling that we've published shows that there's a range of between 50% and 60% of all flooding in Northern Australia is cyclone related. So the bit that's left over, so what we're saying is all the wind is covered effectively because wind only happens during the wind damage usually happens during the period of the declared event.
Yes.
And then a very large portion of the, more than 50% of the flooding will fall into that as well. And there's just a remaining component of non-cyclone related flood. This will still be paid for by insurers, and so it's still part of policies. Consumers will still receive benefits for that. But the cover ARPC is providing is for the full duration, not just for a fixed period of 7 days.
Thank you, Chair.
Just finally,
yes,
just to say,
of course.
Mr Thorburn said that we'd be drawing from a larger pool of assets to pay for a larger geographic area if it was an extended period of cover for flood, and I would concur with his comments. We haven't modelled that impact. It would have some impact on the savings.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Allman-Payne.
Just to follow on from that, and this might be a question for you, Dr Wallace, and possibly you, Dr Stone, as well. I'm keen to understand how cyclone-related flooding is actually defined, and then maybe a follow-up question in relation to what's the criteria that a cyclone's ended. But really keen to be understanding how are we defining cyclone-related flooding.
May I head off by saying that the legislation provides cover when a cyclone is declared. So all the wind, all of the flooding and all of the storm surge that relates to the proximate cause, it has to be in the geographic area of the cyclone, is covered. And as I said, that cover continues for the whole duration plus a further 48 hours.
It's just the flooding I'm really interested in, because I know in the past we used to have lots of issues around flood cover because people thought they had flood cover, but they had flooding for, water that was only coming up versus water that's coming down. It seems to me now that that's been kind of sorted, but now we're talking about a difference between what's just flooding and cyclone-related flooding. So I'm keen to understand what that distinction is.
For the consumer, there should be no impact.
No, I get that. I'm talking about for the purposes of the pool.
For an insurer recovering from the pool, they normally have to recover from multiple insurers. They normally buy their 7 days of cover, and some insurers buy more, some insurers buy 2 weeks or more, or even a month. So they buy their cover from multiple insurers, and they're making multiple recoveries. And so they already have processes to determine, can I cover this claim from this insurer? So they'll have a similar process for recovering.
So is what you're saying that cyclone-related flooding is whatever flooding is occurring proximate to the cyclone while the cyclone is occurring, plus 48 hours for the purposes of this particular policy rule, and then after that, simply because 48 hours has ended, any other flooding, is that the definition?
Yes,
it's flooding that's happening
correct.
Whilst the cyclone has been a declared event, plus 48 hours.
That's
regardless of whether it's coming up, down, round, sideways.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Dr Stone, can you just clarify for me then the parameters that the BOM uses to then declare that the cyclone has ended?
Yep, no problem. And to do that, it might be helpful if I say how we declare it started, because it's basically winding that down. Yeah, thanks. So it's actually in our submission. So a cyclone is has started. It needs to have developed over warm waters, to have organised convection and have a mean wind speed of 34 knots or greater that extends more than halfway around the system as it's spinning and has persisted for at least 6 hours. To put that into common parlance, it means that the cyclone developed in the tropics. It means that you can clearly see it in a satellite image, basically, to have intense winds and to have been about for over 6 hours. And it needs to have all of those conditions to have been met. And basically it ceases to be a cyclone when any of those conditions has ceased to be met. So they all need to be there.
Yep.
And so if one ceases to exist, then it is technically not a cyclone, tropical cyclone any further.
Just a further clarification then, because you talked about the fact that if a cyclone re-intensifies, cover continues. So does that mean if a cyclone ceases to be a cyclone, there's a depression, it's raining, but then it re-intensifies, does that mean anybody who then experiences flooding in between when it de-intensified and re-intensified is covered?
So if
by the luck of the fact that it re-intensified and so you're sweet?
So in the scenario that it re-intensifies within 48 hours, then there would be continuous cover for that.
Okay.
But if there's 2 or 3 days in between it re-intensifying and when the previous period finished, there would be a period where that cost would be recovered by insurers from their other reinsurance programs.
Yes.
So it's a smaller part of, in our modelling, it's a smaller part of the exposure.
Yep, thank you.
Just again onto that. You say that it starts, your cover starts from when the cyclone forms.
When the cyclone is declared.
Declared. Yes. Rightio. And a cyclone can be running up and down the coast for a week without making landfall or doing any damage at all as it intensifies or up and down wind. So there is no value in that from an insurance perspective, really, until such time as it makes landfall.
That's right.
Okay.
I understand most cyclones form.
Yeah, but they can be hovering around, so there's no real benefit from the insurer if the insurance really ticks in when it makes landfall, right? That's when the damage, unless it picks up a boat on the way through, but generally it's when the landfall of the outer islands, when it actually starts to have an impact. So why wouldn't you sort of take it from that point? Because there's been a number of examples where, and that's a good, you make the point there, you know, that we have a hit, makes landfall, and generally soon after making landfall, it doesn't meet all the criteria, so it's declassified, and then you might find there's the low associated with that, and there's examples where the actual impact of the low might be 2 or 3 or 4 days down the track, and then it picks up again, which means to say you've got a gap there where there's no insurance. Now, the argument is from the insurers, and this is one of the reasons they're reluctant to come on board, is that they say it should be that 7-day criteria, which is international standard. We're not talking, but you know, it's not difficult to prove that a low has been associated with a cyclone that has made landfall and may well have extended. And as I say, a good example is Cyclone Monica. It hit the coast in 2006, and it hit the coast on the 16th of April 2006. The flood associated with that was impacting on the 26th of April. It took a bit of time, but it was clearly connected to that cyclone. Is there any way that we can be looking at, you know, there was a suggestion that, you know, if it hits in Cairns, well, there's a risk that we're going to float down to Sydney and do some damage. Of course, that's nonsense. It's just not going to happen. but it's very easy to prove that a flood event is directly associated to a recent cyclone event. Is there any way that you see that as being able to be accommodated, to be able to sort out the concerns of the insurance companies?
Well, the regulation sets out the requirements that we must follow, so which is 48 hours of cover after the cyclone downgrades. So it's a matter for the government to consider.
So if we put in a recommendation to say to bring it into international standards, what implication would that have?
Well, there's two. So first of all, you may not have as long a period of cover. That's the first. Because you'll only be covering a period of 7 days for each event. So that's the first complication. The second complication would be, as Mr Thorburn described from the Australian Government Actuary, that there might be some reduction in savings to Northern Australia because the longer period of flood cover or flood following a cyclone could draw in a greater geographic area, areas that were not impacted by wind.
Would it be a problem if the cover started from when it actually made landfall and it was going to, it started to cause damage rather than a week before?
Well, there's a continuous period of cover, so there's no time limitation for the duration of the declaration of the cyclone. So
was there significant reservations for the majority of the insurers, that 48-hour period, which they said it makes it complicated for them when they are trying to do with their reinsurance, that everywhere else it's 7 days or 168 hours. So why wouldn't it be we tie in with that to make it a little less complicated for the insurers, to give them an incentive to come on sooner?
Well, I think you might be reducing the cover available to the scheme. So there's clearly a difference in understanding of what the 168-hour clause is. So as I said, it's a matter for the government.
Misunderstanding at the insurers.
Well, what I'm saying is that the regulation provides cover for the full period of a cyclone plus 48 hours, and the way the global reinsurance market operates is there's only 7 days of cover available from when a cyclone commences, or when the insurer decides to apply their 7-day period. So, what the insurer does is they look at the whole duration or the whole period of event, and they'll just take 7 days out and put that into the reinsurance market. So, I would say to you that it's definitely a matter for the government to, in terms of policy design. It's not for ARPC, and the regulation is very clear in terms of how the cyclone is declared, how it ends, and what the cover is after the cyclone.
Oh, sorry.
How many more questions?
Oh, I need a couple. Yeah.
Make them.
Yeah, well, it's just, and again, it's just trying to streamline. Sorry.
No, just got two more to do.
Okay. Another area here too. We talked about the revenue neutral criteria, and you're saying, well, really, it's much broader than just a biannual arrangement. Yet the submissions that we're getting from all the insurers is that they are concerned that it's on an annual basis, and they're actually putting forward a recommendation that we do at least a 10-year. Why are they being so confused about that? It doesn't make sense. Because they're all suggesting that the revenue neutral on an annual basis is going to cause them a lot of grief, and this is if we can address that, they'll come on sooner.
If it's revenue neutral on an annual basis, we would have to reprice for a $5 billion cyclone in that year. So having a long-term cost neutral to government outcome enables the corporation to be able to smooth out over time. So I don't really understand perhaps why
that was the evidence that we got today from the insurance. That's what they were saying. So obviously they.
Well, if there's a $5 billion cyclone in a year, how do I make that cost neutral to government in a year?
You can't.
The regulation and legislation doesn't require us to do that. It requires us to be cost neutral over time.
Well then.
In the long term, sorry. With
I like the long term.
All right.
Yep. Thanks, Chair.
All right.
Yep.
Luke.
Thanks for those clarifications, because it was pretty evident there was some confusion around the number 7. And I had down here as well to ask about the definition of when a cyclone is defined to have formed. Living in Darwin, you're always watching these things, but just to clarify, it was 34 knots or greater, it's spinning, and it's persisted for at least 6 hours. Was that basically it? Yep. There was some talk about a month ago or so that it was perhaps going to be a bad season with its, I think it was a 70% chance of 11 cyclone systems or something around that. Can you just confirm what that sort of general prediction or happenstance was, and whether there was enough information to suggest there might be a preponderance of stronger, more intensive cyclones?
Yeah, no, great. Thank you. There's a bit in that. So the average number of cyclones that form in the Australian region in any given year is 11 on average.
So that hasn't changed?
No.
No, it's 11.
Not so far. So it's actually taking data roughly from 1970 to today and saying, okay, well, look, if you add up all the cyclones and divide it by the years, it's about 11 a year that form in the Australian region, and on average, 4 make landfall. About half of those are in the western region, so basically the stretch between Broome and Northwest Cape. There's about half of them, and the other half north and eastern Australia. The cyclone information that we issue every October is designed to give people an indicator. It's designed for two things, really. It's designed to remind people that we're heading into cyclone season, and also to give a picture of a general likelihood of increase or decrease in incidence of cyclone. And you're correct, this year the indication was that to expect an increased incidence. We're not able to say how many more, but we do give a probability of there being more, and your recollection's correct there.
Yeah.
So,
well, the NT News got me thinking about cyclones, so it achieved that. You achieved that.
Yeah,
through
that's
the
right.
NT
It
News.
does work.
Yeah, it was something like a 70% chance, so it must have been more than 11, more than the average.
Correct.
Yeah, but not as specified.
That's right. And there are some clues you get. One is that the incidence of cyclones tends to go up on the east coast in La Nina years. And there's also a phenomenon called the interdecadal, sorry, I'll get it right, interdecadal Pacific oscillation that's a little bit like the La Nina piece, but it operates on a much longer time scale. So increased preponderance of cyclones when there's La Ninas and when there's a negative interdecadal Pacific oscillation. So they're the things we use to help us work out for a cyclone season, do we think there's a higher or lower chance?
And intensity, the intensity question?
Yeah, we don't sort of forecast that long, on a seasonal basis, but the general evidence suggests that in future we can expect fewer cyclones, cyclones with higher wind speeds, cyclones that pick up and therefore drop more water than they have previously. And interestingly, when you combine more rainfall, higher wind speeds with rising sea levels, you're actually increasing the chance of impacts of storm surge as well.
Thanks very much, Dr. Stone.
Senator Ormond-Payne.
So just following on from that, and totally irrespective of what we're defining as cyclone-related flooding in terms of, the insurance question, even though we're not getting more cyclones generally, are we seeing an increased length of time and increased rainfall coming as a consequence of cyclones? So is the notion that cyclones are hanging around for longer as lows a phenomenon, or is that just something that it feels like we're seeing?
Yeah, I can't answer that. I'm sorry. I'll take that one on notice. Look, we certainly see it's very clear. It depends which part of the country you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yep. But extremes of dryness and wetness are certainly an occurrence.
Thank you.
Warren.
Just quickly, and I asked the same question of Treasury now. In relation to assumptions of benefits of now, you said you had no oversight of this prior to the June, when the figures were first released in June 2020. That was 2022. That was the first lot of fell from November, but 2022 was publicly released. Did you were aware of those figures at that point in time? What I'm trying to establish here, and of course there was variations in July and then October. The figures that were released, I assume you had oversight of those. Sure. Were those figures accurate that were released publicly, or were they, that were made available to be released in press release? I mean, I got figures that I was told that this, where they were. I'm just wanting to make sure that the figures that were there were not figures that were somehow or other manipulated or changed for political purposes. They were figures that were provided to government at the time, and those figures were actually accurate.
Thank you, Mr. Anch. ARPC did all of the modelling and pricing from scratch, from original, and we started that process sort of around November, December in our own processes, and we went through consultation with insurers on that, and we provided them with some early drafts. We published the premium rates in full on the 30th of June, but I just wanted to note that insurers did actually have earlier drafts of these rates. The June rates were full, complete rates approved by our board. Our Minister, Assistant Treasurer Jones, asked us to consider extending consultation on the premium rates further, and he helped us by writing to insurers seeking further pricing information. It was very helpful, and we received 4 times more data. It was very significant. And in addition, we had because we had a bit more time, we actually were able to get some more input from international modelling firms, which helped us to also refine the modelling. The actual premium rates fell 10% between our June and September rates, in actual fact. So ignoring all of the comparisons to what you're going to save, our actual rates that we published in June and September are 10% lower in actual. And obviously the savings reduced because we had almost 1 million records rather than 200,000 records. So it just gave us more granular data. So it was a very, very helpful process, and I would say to you, both modelling outcomes were done with external independent actuarial firm, a lot of input from our internal team, was reviewed by the Australian Government Actuary and approved and reviewed by our board.
What about the figures prior to that, before the legislation was actually enacted? There were figures coming out about what the assumptions were in relation to savings. What role did you have in that, if any? And was that information, or was that information available to you?
It's a matter for the Treasury and the policy development. ARPC's responsible.
Okay, so the Treasury had it up until that point, until the legislation went through, and then you took it over. Because the Treasury have said that the figures were accurate that they had released, and there was variation. There's been 2 lots of variations. So some of that, I assume, some of those variations have been because of inflationary impacts and a greater participation, or
more accurate modelling, I would say.
More accurate modelling. So yes.
So 4 times as many data points for that second.
So at no point was there a suggestion that there was manipulated figures? No, the figures were as they were at the time they were
But no,
released.
there was no data available in November, remember?
Yeah, no.
So you can't do a comparison like to like. Senator Smith, if you're finished, Warren, I'll go to Senator Smith and he can...
Just very briefly.
He's got three
Dr. Stone,
questions.
if you could, on notice, if you could provide some sort of further information about why the Bureau doesn't think that the preponderance of cyclones will head south on the east coast, that would be valuable. Dr. Wallace, we talked briefly about the annual average loss being 776 million and the plausible maximum loss. I think I've got that characterisation right.
Plausibly large loss event.
Plausibly large. Are you able to provide on notice, or is it available somewhere already on the public record, what are the characteristics around those two events?
Yes, they're already in our modelling reports.
Yep.
We could refer the committee to the relevant pages of those reports.
And if there's any additional information that can be provided to the committee in support of what's already in that public domain, that would be valuable as well. Yep.
Thank you.
That concludes your... I just want to ask one quick question to Dr. Stone. Recently, and I suppose in terms of cyclones, but we're seeing, because of climate change, systems coming across. Now, in Alice Springs recently, we saw a system come across that had an impact the same as a cyclone, but wasn't categorised as a cyclone. And I've had a number of discussions with the Chamber and other insurers in the Northern Territory, or specifically in Alice Springs, because they're seeing those reoccurring systems coming through there. What sort of discussions between the Bureau and also with your council in terms of recognising other systems that aren't in the category of cyclones, but whose impact is just as great as what we're seeing in the northern, the top end?
Thank you. I see two main points that I can address there. So about the formation of slightly unusual
because it's coming
systems.
through from
Yeah.
it's either coming east coast or west.
Yeah. Not every severe phenomenon is related to climate change, and so we have had an unusual run of strong La Nina years and an Indian Ocean dipole event and changes in the southern annular mode. I'm hitting you with a whole lot of climate phenomena.
I had a conversation with Dr. Sally Cutter, who I think works for the Bureau in the Northern Territory, but continue, Dr.
Yeah,
Stone.
Those shorter duration climate drivers are explaining quite a bit of the severe weather we're recently seeing. That is nested within a greater climate change and variability picture.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Is that going to have? Sorry, I just want to tease this out. So, will that have? I suppose some variance in terms of the discussion, because that has an impact on premiums and insurances for people, particularly in this. I mean, people look at Central Australia or businesses within Central Australia, and they're sort of cyclones don't come in, but we're seeing these weather patterns coming into these areas. So, yeah.
Yeah, my understanding is that the information we've provided to ARPC has mainly been related to cyclones, because that's what the regulations relate to.
Okay.
If you'll pardon the pun, they describe what happened in Alice Springs as a bomb, a very severe storm with very high winds.
Yep.
So is the definitional issue that it didn't form over water? Because it sounds like the winds were a lot higher than 34 knots.
It was quite,
34 knots is, I'm getting into detail here if you wish. It's the rotational speed. So a cyclone is spinning.
Not the wind speed.
And it's the speed at which it is the wind speed, but it's the wind speed at the perimeter of the rotation. Yep. And it's possible to get very strong winds that aren't part of a
Sure.
cyclonic twist,
Is
basically.
this something, though, that the Bureau would have conversations with the Reinsurance Pool Corporation? I mean, to look at, because this is changing weather patterns and the way things happen.
Presently outside our regulations. So
Okay.
we certainly, we do catastrophe modelling of the weather, but it's really to separate out the cyclone components from the other weather events that are happening.
So if you've got, say, for instance, the Chamber of Commerce in the Northern Territory, so the businesses that are members of the Chamber, that are part of the reinsurance pool, so those businesses in Central Australia, because it's outside the remit, is that right, that they won't be able to?
Those businesses in Central Australia would likely have a zero premium. So they'd be
Okay.
covered by the pool in the unlikely event that there's a cyclone,
Yep.
but they're not paying premium.
No, that's okay. That's made it clear. Yeah, it's good. Look, that concludes today's hearing. I thank all the witnesses who have appeared, and I remind witnesses that the committee has set the date of the 16th of December 2022 as due dates for answers taken on notice, and there were a couple of questions taken on notice. The committee stands adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.